Happy Thanksgiving to everybody stateside. I hope you are safe and well in this holiday season. And we are about to begin the
I think that was good.
sweet. Well, can you just give a brief overview of what we're going to see here in this any percent format?
Yeah, so first of all, you're going to see a lot of really high skill gameplay because all of these are
100%
just
random, no set
the
data.
best of the best, basically, competing right now. But basically, this any percent
Sleep in 12
is
minutes, leave trading 18. What are you doing, Kong? You're going
1.16. That's
slow.
the category. That's a version of the
You're
game
going
that
slow.
has a
Go
lot of
faster.
new features introduced. And one of those things is piglin
Can you
bartering.
just verify X run?
And
No.
without getting too much into it, basically, they're going to get some items, trade those items, and try and get some items from those trades. And after all that, they're going to go to the end, which is the dimension, another dimension, and fight the final boss, the Ender Dragon.
And
And they will not use any glitches.
okay, gotcha. So this is going to be a random seed glitchless.
I wonder if I should just scream and then I can come to
Exactly.
the
So as
official
close to
speedrun channel.
a clean raw playthrough of the game as
I
you
don't
can
know
get.
why my
Gotcha.
audio's on.
And I believe we're about ready to get underway here. All the players are getting ready to load their random seeds. And just to fill in some gaps, I understand that they'll be searching for some favorable biomes, in this
Okay,
opening
stream
session. Is that correct?
went down.
Yes, exactly.
Uh-oh.
So,
Okay.
actually, in this version
Yeah,
of the
thanks for the
game, there
reference.
are a lot of biomes they can use, but the one thing they're going to look
Frames
for
drop.
is a desert. Most seeds that they're going to try and play out are going to be a desert seed, and that's a really important biome because it's going to have basically the biome temperature is very hot, so it's likely to have lava in it, and they need lava to get to the second dimension of the game, the Nether, which is where most of the run is going to happen, basically. And lava is really important to making a portal to that dimension.
No.
And certainly because they have so much time, they're going to have a lot of time, especially here at the beginning, to cycle through and try to find a favorable seed, I would think.
Yeah. So they do have 5 hours to put up at least one run. So hopefully they can get a seed in those 5 hours.
Right. I'm thinking that they're going to be going for around an hour is going to be an ideal time. Obviously, the world record I think is like 23 minutes right now.
Go easy.
But what kind of times do you expect to see from these players?
Right. So I would expect that the sort of best of the best you're going to get from this 5 hour session is probably, I mean, if they're really good, they'll get a sub 30-minute run. I would consider that pretty dang good. But anything from like 30 even to 50 minutes is probably more like what we're going to see from their final times. Although I could be shocked. These are some of the greatest runners ever play Minecraft. So we'll see what they can pull out. And it looks like they're starting to. So right away, we'll see what kind of biomes they're given.
Hold on, I need my sounds to come back here. Okay, so we get 5
and it looks like Funder in one of the worst. Oh, never mind. Sizzler got one of the worst biomes. Looked like a jungle spawn, which is definitely
4 people total.
Yeah, definitely an instant reset for Sizzler. And Funder also resetting, but
and Davey resetting as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Get a good time, I guess.
K4 sticking with this seed,
though.
Goes. And is that a desert I see over on Sizzler? Sizzler?
Obviously, the best time out of the group.
Tough to make out, but it is a. It seems like he's sticking with it. So Sizzler got some taiga forest, and the only way I can imagine him staying with this is if he sees a desert.
So the person with the lowest completion time wins in 5 hours? Yes.
Well, I just improved a little bit on it.
And then there's another group of 4 people doing the same thing tomorrow. And
briefly, while we have a moment,
will
look at
while they're just cycling through biomes here, as it looks like Davey is also reset. Do want to remind everybody that this is a charity stream. We are raising money for Stack Up. It is a great charity that helps veterans and combat veterans currently serving to help them with the stress of military life, as well as with mental illnesses after service. As many of you know, a lot of veterans do suffer from PTSD due to their service, and it helps them through the universal language of gaming. So it's a great charity. I'm as skeptical of charities as anyone, but it absolutely does check out. So please do check out Stack Up, and please do consider donating if you're able. I know obviously right now is not a great time for everybody, but we do hope that if you're able, you will chip in to our charity fund.
Yeah, it would be a very good time too.
So it looks like we're mining some wheat over on Funderful's side.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So Sizzler and I'm sorry, just Funder.
So,
Funder looks like he got a village, which does have hay bales in it, and hay bales are the only source of food that they're gonna need. They can make a lot of bread with these hay bales.
Hey, don't be
It's
a
honestly one of the
Debbie
greatest
Downer.
things introduced for speedruns. And so they can get
Okay,
at least a
down again.
stack of bread, which is more than enough for their runs.
To answer the question in the chat, they're running
It's not good.
1.16, which is the most recent version of the game. And they'll be doing any % random seed and
We're just
glitchless.
gonna spam blob
And remember,
blobs.
folks, it is the best run within 5 hours.
Exactly
And we see K4
Just
is going
spam
after
the
some
blop, blop,
beds.
blop,
Those are
blop,
going to be
blop,
important
blop,
later
blop,
on.
blop, 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 blop.
Yeah, exactly. Won't spoil exactly what they're for, but they are going to collect a lot of beds for very late in the run. And so K4 and Davey are in villages currently. Sizzler's sticking with the seed. I don't exactly... I know he found a shipwreck before, but I'm not exactly sure where he's trying to go right now.
We have a battle over
Maybe
K4's
just trying
side.
to make the best of it.
And on Funder's side as well. And Davies, they're all fighting at once.
Yeah, the sink. So they're trying to get this iron from this iron golem, which will drop between 3 and 5 iron, which you need at least 3 to make a bucket, and any on top of that is nice to have.
And I understand the strategy there is to build a 3-block tower so you can't get hit, correct?
Yeah, exactly. They cannot hit you. They're very lethal, but they cannot hit you if you place 3 blocks under you.
That seems to be a lot of the strategy in this game, is when you're fighting enemies, using the blocks to your advantage so that they can't hit you. I know that'll come in handy later with the Enderman.
Yeah, so just to shed some light on what Sizzler is doing, because he is diverging from the other 3 runners and doing a bit of a new strat. And I'm sort of an older runner, so forgive me if I have a little hazy on the details of the new strat, but I believe he's trying to find a buried treasure. He got a map, and I believe he's trying to find buried treasure.
So this seems very choose your own adventure then. There's not really a particularly linear path, although that would be expected for a notably non-linear game.
Yeah, usually, obviously it's all dealt in the seed. You know, everything's different. You always have to adapt. Or maybe he's just looking like lava, looking for lava. But
it does sound like he's looking for lava from the chat. And I think we have some portal building over on Davy's side. Hate to interrupt.
Yeah, so yeah, it's hard to keep up with 4 runners, but Davey is building a portal here with a very, I don't know what the word is, but a very interesting strat that is possible because of liquid mechanics in this game, forming obsidian. And if you do that in a certain way, you can actually get the outline of the portal structure, which is a special arrangement of blocks that lets you get to the nether.
That was not what I wanted to have happen.
So it seems like Davey is going to be the first one into the nether, and we'll see. It's sort of the make or break moment in the run.
Bro, I don't have flint though.
There's a certain structure they're going to look for in the nether called a nether fortress.
No, I couldn't find that.
And in order to kill a certain enemy and get a certain drop, and that is very rare in this version, unfortunately. One of the worst changes for speedrunners. So we'll see if they can get one, but that might be one of the most common reset points. we'll see throughout this 5-hour grind session.
Is that on Davy's side?
I don't have an iron
Or did
pick.
something else happen? Because I've been focused on Davy coming into the nether.
Yeah, that is on Davy's side. Although K4 also going into the nether pretty soon. And Sizzler as well. Looks like he found lava.
Well, he was going for lava, and he might have found it. Hard to tell.
Indeed. So Sizzler and Funder's found what looks like, or I'm sorry, what's called a ruined portal, which is a new structure in 1.16 that is actually like an unfinished nether portal. And they have several different varieties. Sometimes you're able to complete them and complete the portal structure so that you can access the nether. But more often than not, you are just going to loot the chest for some gold or for some other stuff and be on your way. But Sizzler is also in the nether. Did he get poisoned? Looks like he got poisoned entering the portal, which is unfortunate, but probably not going to make a big difference.
Yeah, his health is going down here.
I need an iron pick, dude. Damn it! If only that freaking.
Right, and I think I should talk. Yeah, I think I should talk a little bit about what we're gonna see in the nethers, because the nether is a large and complex beast in this version. So there's a lot of moving parts. One thing is the biomes. There are, I have to count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 biomes in the nether, and only 2 of them, I believe, are capable of spawning a mob called a piglin, which is the cornerstone of this run, essentially. And so they're going to be trading with those piglins to get ender pearls, which are a crucial item for getting to the final dimension in the game. These K4 is running by them right now.
I don't know where the
those pig things.
I never have to check here.
Oh, and an impressive jump from K4, not falling into the lava. And K4 has reset, unfortunately, because of no fortress. So just trying to check out where it is in spectator mode. Sizzler, in the meantime, is getting some gold. Gold nuggets are important for making gold.
Yeah, I might as well.
Looks like Funder is also resetting. Davy is in what is called a bastion, or a bastion remnant, I guess the official name is. And these are very useful structures that have a lot of gold. As you can see, all these gold blocks that Davy has just found. And since piglin trading utilizes gold, you want as much gold as you can get, basically. So if you can find one of these bastions and get a lot of gold from here, that is really good for you.
It's not going to be amazing, but
just gonna hop in here and say really quick, we got a $10 donation from Anonymous. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. We are creeping up on the $800 mark, so keep those donations rolling in. Of course, we're doing this all for a really good cause, for Stack Up. You can do Command Charity in chat to find out more about them and all the awesome work that they are doing to support veteran mental health through gaming. So thanks so much for watching, guys, and keep enjoying the tournament.
At least we're gonna have pearls and stuff.
I liked the creeping up ref.
Intimidation.
Good job.
That wasn't even on purpose.
No.
You could have fooled me.
See Funder going for some wood. Was he just attacked, I think? Maybe not.
Show off some
yeah, K4 and Funder have both reset their run after seeing... Actually, was Funder in the nether? I can't remember, but K4 was definitely...
Come on, dude.
It was hard to tell, but I think he was in the nether. Oh, wow, we just got
so K4...
perfect quality all of a sudden. Hopefully this stays, because we're watching off of Milo's screen share, so it was a little blurry to start with, and now all of a sudden it's HD, so lol Discord.
Yeah, Discord gets like that sometimes, but Sizzler and Davy both getting a lot of gold from this bastion. Basically, there's 2 components to the nether in this run. One is piglin bartering. You're basically trading gold in the hopes of getting a random chance for pearls.
Nah, bro.
Which are, I believe, like a 4.6% chance each trade. I can't remember if that's the exact number, but it's around 5%. And yeah, so Sizzler and Davy are both getting gold to trade with piglins. And then they also need that nether fortress. Again, very rare structure in this version. in order to kill blazes, which drop an item, also needed to get into the end.
Oh,
I
down the
do
wrong spot.
super
Oh,
briefly want to
that's a mistake
highlight
I've never
that
made.
Perky Daisy, who is one of the influencer relations managers for Stack Up, the charity we're supporting this weekend, is in
I
the
guess I'm a little
chat.
bit
So
nervous.
please do hit them up if you have any questions about Stack Up. It is a fantastic cause. Like I said, I do hope you donate if you're able to. And we have some... Mainly just looks like K4 is just trying to take apart the
See, guys.
house here.
Go.
Yeah, so K4's
positively.
in an abandoned village.
No, this is positive.
Which,
This is positive, bro.
I mean, isn't as bad in this version as a different version, but
Go negative.
basically it means there's no iron golem, there's no villagers, so a lot of the stuff that you would normally want to get from a village you can't, but he's still going to get the wood and some stone from the village.
We just had a note that Sizzler's in a fortress over in the Nether.
What am I doing?
Oh, Sizzler has found a fortress. Okay.
Looks like he might
Positive
start to
X,
be working
negative
on
Z.
some
Can't
piglet
see
bartering.
anything with this fire res.
Yeah, getting
And I
those
understand the
pearls.
idea is...
So Sizzler's already gotten some pearls. Davy's gotten some pearls. Sorry, but they've got that important trade out of the way.
I might go negative. Yeah.
Yeah. Feel free to cut me off. I'm just here to sound pretty.
Off to me.
But I understand a lot of the piglet bartering is
my
trapping
bashing
them in no
was
confined
because
space.
I didn't have any iron.
Yeah, it's not required, but in order to stop them from running around and in order to basically keep them in one place so that you can trade with them, most people trap them in a little hole, and so that just allows for smooth, easy trading.
To answer a question in the chat, Group 2 will be tomorrow from 4 to 10 p.m. Eastern Time. This is Group 1, and the top 2 from this group will be advancing to the final on Sunday. Another question in the chat. So we take you back to this larger view.
Where's the fortress at, dude?
Oh, Flexface asked, can someone explain why they use hatchets instead of swords?
Oh yeah, so in the 1.9 update of the game, all of the combat mechanics were changed.
Yeah.
And basically, in short, axes do... It's complicated. You can't really just say axes do more damage or axes are better than swords. But for our purposes as a speedrun, axes are going to be best equipped for the mobs we want to kill, basically.
Looks like K4 is working on a portal. He'll be joining our other 3 players in the Nether. I think Funder's in the Nether. Hard to tell.
Wait, what is
Funder is about to enter the Nether.
So all 4 of our players will be in the Nether momentarily.
And Sizzler is now entering the fortress. So Sizzler is definitely doing the best out of the runners that we've seen so far. He basically has everything he needs. His timer's looking to be about 15 minutes, coming up on 15 minutes. And so I would say sub 30 is looking very doable for Sizzler right now. He's got that fire resistance as we take you to an exclusive look at his run. Fire resistance is really good. That's a potion you can get from trading with the piglins. And obviously he can just run through this lava and the blazes have very little effect on him. So he's going to have a really easy time killing these guys and getting the items that he needs. And I would... I forget how far away he is from his portal, but I would expect him to be out of the Nether by 20 minutes. And that means we're looking at a pretty good chance of a sub 30 already from Sizzler. So
that would be a fantastic beginning. Obviously very early on, and there's still loads of time, about 4.5 hours remaining in this session. And if he can put up,
that'd be very comfortable for Sizzler.
And if he puts up that great time early, now obviously it doesn't matter if you come in first.
Oh my god!
Only that if you get in the top.
Oh my god!
But an early time like that would put a lot of pressure on the other runners, and I wonder if they'll realize that and start to be a little bit pickier on their runs, as we see Davey just reset about a minute ago.
Yeah, I kind of do wonder how or if these runners are tracking their progress compared to the other runners' progress. Again, that could be,
I think we're just gonna do it over here.
you know, it depends on the person, but they could either be sort of, I would hope that everyone would be motivated by, oh, and Sizzler actually has obsidian too, with which to make an exit portal. So it doesn't even matter how far away from the portal he is. He's going to get out right now, and this could be sub 25 even, which would be, you know, not unbeatable for their other runners, obviously, but
Chat's saying he's got a chance at a PB here.
Perfect.
And that would be gigantic.
I don't believe that's true.
Forwards, 888,
I think his PB is a 17-minute something, which is, it's already very, very late. I think too late for that, but this is shaping up to be a really good run on Sizzler's part. One thing to mention is that when he made that nether portal, it did take him to a pretty far away location in the overworld because of how, because of the way that coordinates in the nether versus the overworld work. It took him to a pretty far location in the overworld. So strongholds, which are basically the end goal, that's where the portal to the end is. So he's trying to get to a stronghold, and those are a certain distance away from spawn. I think it's from 1,400 blocks to like 2,600, something in the 2000s. I don't want to lie about that, but so that distance that he traveled with the nether portal was very good in getting him close to that stronghold.
If I can get one sheep,
just to get everyone up to date, we have Funder and K4 in the nether. Davey reset again. Sizzler setting some cows on fire. Hope nobody from PETA is watching. We are going to be seeing a lot of animals killed / set on fire, and then later killed in this run. And obviously, still extremely early, only about 19 minutes gone of the 5-hour timer.
It's not like
I mean, Sizzler is on a tear. Yeah, Sizzler is the one to watch right now, as he's coming close to the end of the run. K4 also just reset. Looks like Funder is doing pretty well. If he gets a fortress, that's a good sign. He does have everything else in the nether that he needs.
I saw he was barding with some pigs a moment ago.
We'll use it over here.
Yeah, definitely in a bastion, so has a lot of gold. Probably no problem getting those pearl trades, and even a lot of obsidian, like we saw on Sizzler's side. I think Sizzler's getting close. It's kind of hard to tell, but I think he's getting close with his triangulation, which is a topic that I don't really want to go into, but
we'll save that
using... Yeah. But yeah, basically he's figuring out the location of the stronghold with Eyes of Ender, and I believe he's pretty close right now. So he is looking at a low 20-minute time already in this competition, which I don't want to say secures anything, but certainly is a good chance at top 2 to qualify for the grand finals.
And that's already, I mean, if he finishes in that kind of time, that'd be less than half an hour into the 5-minute run. Davey resetting again.
Definitely bad blind travel, though.
Yeah, basically on Sizzler's first run, gonna get what a lot of people would, you know, a time that a lot of people really want. This is much better than my PB. At least 5 minutes, yeah.
Super briefly interjecting, he threw 2 eyes and they both broke, according to chat. So that's...
I'm not sure. Yeah.
I think that cooked a little bit.
That's not good luck, but I think he'll be okay. He does have, I believe, 11 eyes remaining, and probably either 1 or 3 blaze powder to make more Eyes of Ender. So I think he'll be okay.
Yeah, for those making fun of us in the chat, we're looking at a very small, blurry screen compared to what you guys are seeing. So we apologize if you might be catching something that we're not.
Yes, we don't have the high-res luxury of the Twitch stream.
I mean, obviously, I feel like we're allowed to go into creative and...
And it looks like a third eye has just broken on Sizzler's side. The chat has just said.
It should be near here, though.
3 broke.
Really? Okay, well, dang.
That is what I am being told.
Possibly. I can't see if it's 10 or 11 eyes on my screen. It looks like 11 still.
But freak.
Well, he started Oh, wow. We're HD now. Thanks, Milo.
High definition. He still has 11 eyes, so did he make one?
All right, now
I don't.
He
now
must
it's
have
good,
taken
yeah.
because
I
he,
still have to throw 2 more eyes though.
or I think he started with 14. Chat said. I don't know, but
Okay.
my understanding is the odds of an eye breaking are 1 in 5, so that would be under 1% if he did just have 3 eyes in a row break.
Yeah.
Oops. I'm gonna just go way off to make sure, like, if I'm still near it or not. I'm not gonna go on the.
Over on
We're actually
Funder's
gonna
side,
reach
looks
an
like
ocean,
he's
have
starting
the
to
ocean
battle and get
exposed.
some
That'll be a
rods.
kick in the nuts.
Oh, Funder's also on a really good pace right now, and I believe that's 12 obsidian. So enough obsidian to make.
Right,
I
could be
can't.
on this
I can't
coastline,
quite
right?
tell. Yeah,
Yeah, it's at
12
least 10.
obsidian. So Funder will also be able to make an exit portal out of the Nether, and kind of be on the same thing that Sizzler is at the same time. But I mean, this is an even crazier pace for Funder right now.
Yeah, Sizzler unfortunately having some difficulty finding the stronghold, which is causing him to lose a lot of that great pace he was on. We'll see if Funder may even be able to leapfrog him.
Yeah, that would be huge.
I know we're not paying much attention.
I'm fine with resetting. This is a bad run.
I know we're not paying much attention to K4 and
fine
Dave
with
either at the
resetting. This is a
beginning of
bad
their
run.
runs. They've reset several times while we've been talking, but
It's okay. That's,
Sizzler's
the
beginning the
first
dig.
run. We've already
I think he
wasted
found it.
25 minutes of 5 hours.
So yeah, Sizzler is digging down. But one thing I should mention is that K4 is doing a strat we haven't seen yet today, which is a very new strat called. I mean, it's just called monument strats, but there's a structure called an ocean monument, and it does contain gold blocks. So in order to get some gold, you can mine through the floor or mine through the wall or something. I'm not super familiar, but it's a good way to get gold. And Sizzler has found the stronghold, so closing in on that end portal, hopefully very soon. Although navigating the stronghold can be tricky. And he will likely finish around 26 or 27 minutes at this rate. Funder is, I think, has all the rods and pearls. Yeah, certainly enough pearls and rods. So Funder looks... Okay, so what Funder is going to do, I think, is go back to his entrance portal and throw an eye in the overworld and find out the direction that the stronghold is in, and then use the Nether. You basically travel 8 times as far in the Nether. So he will go into the Nether to travel really fast and come out another portal, hopefully very close to the stronghold. And we're looking at, I don't want to say sub 20 pace, although technically possible.
And I mean, if he's able to finish and Sizzler's able to finish in the 26 you mentioned, that is gigantic pressure suddenly on K4 and Davey, who really haven't gotten very far out of the blocks yet. Although, as I say that, Davey is currently building a portal.
I'm way too far.
Zoom back
yeah,
out
and looks like yeah, it looks like Funder is going to do blind travel, where he doesn't know what direction the stronghold's in, but he's going to go out about 1,500 blocks overworld equivalent, and try and get really close to that stronghold. So it's a little riskier because there's no guarantee you'll end up in the direction of the stronghold. But if Funder does get lucky, this is really good. Even better pace than what we saw from Sizzler. But Sizzler is about to finish. If he can find this end portal and take out the dragon.
I don't understand this stronghold. I really don't. There we go.
And he does find this portal room. It's already filled with, what was that, 4 eyes?
Fuck you, game. Actually, fuck
you. It was 4 eyes, a 4-eye portal. That is really lucky.
That makes up for the bad luck in the triangulation that he had a moment ago.
So, yeah, no worry about the eyes breaking. 4 eyes, I don't know the exact chances, but it's not every day you get a 4-eye portal. So I'm hearing 2.5%. That is
4 eyes
very
broke,
good
we still had 2 extras. Yeah, boy.
From Sizzler. And let me take a second real quick to explain the strat that we're going to see in this fight. From the obsidian strat. Great. I love this. You don't get to use it all the time because it does require obsidian, but what Sizzler is going to do is what's called a one cycle, and he's going to do a very cool setup for it. So, yeah, we'll get a nice view of him as he finishes, hopefully. But basically, when the dragon... Oh, he's having a little trouble. Oh, this dragon! Oh,
no!
Kind!
Oh,
and he saves it with the Ender Pearl to dodge the fall damage, but he does have to get up there eventually, and if this dragon keeps annoying him, which hopefully it doesn't, he's going to have a bad time.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so...
Thunder back in the overworld. We'll check in with him in a minute.
Yeah, so basically the developers coded it so that you cannot sleep in the alternate dimensions. So in the Nether or End, when you use a bed, it explodes and does a ton of damage. It's supposed to kill you as a troll, but we'll see. Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, he died! Oh, he died! And the run is
horrible.
It's fine.
That is so tragic from Sizzler. What happened was he used his pearl to get close to the middle portal and hit the dragon's hitbox and plummeted to his death. Could not react in time to have a really clutch save, and that means all eyes are on Funder. Funder is going to triangulate the stronghold and probably get a sub 25 run if he continues at this pace.
Sizzler died at the dragon.
Devastating news for Sizzler as he was on fantastic time and would have opened the floodgates, but unfortunately just bad luck, good luck, bad luck, good luck. He was on the wheel of fortune, to be sure. And as you mentioned,
I'm sure.
Yeah. Briefly, I will mention K4 is in the Nether. Looks like he's going to start bartering quickly.
Yeah, Davey and K4 still stuck early in the game with no fortresses to speak of. But Sizzler and Funder, and that, that's bad for Sizzler because he wanted to finish out that run and at least secure that sub.
Oh, Funder died! Funder died!
Dude, what in the world?
I didn't see what happened. He must have gotten attacked from behind.
Attacked by mobs, and he died to a skeleton.
In the world? Wait.
And
oh my goodness!
Just to show you the volatility of this game, because both Sizzler and Funder, if they would have finished their runs, would have put monumental pressure for the next 4.5 hours on K4 and Davey. But suddenly, we are all tied at 0, and K4 and Davey right in it. Devastating for both of those players who were easily on sub 30 pace.
Yeah, I mean, Sizzler did lose a lot of time out of, or after coming out of the Nether, but still a really good pace. And it's unfortunate that he couldn't finish that out because that would have been, sub 30 is, if all 4 of these runners get sub 30, that would be very impressive. So sub 30 is really looking like the minimum that they want. So Sizzler did need that. Not need it, but I'm sure he knows he can get that run again. But to secure a run like that early would have been amazing. And I think on Funder's side, his pace would have been, I would consider, probably a clincher even this early. I mean, it was pretty close to sub 20 pace. That's not something you see every day. So, yeah, very tragic couple of deaths. The script is well written for tonight.
Briefly, I want to take it over to K4 stream. Could you explain what he was doing there a moment ago?
I did not see what K4 was doing a moment ago. I believe he's just trading right now.
Looked like he was battling some jellyfish-looking dude.
Oh, possibly the Strider on the lava. I don't know about battling, but those are things that you can put a saddle on and ride. Or maybe the Hoglins. I'm not really sure.
It was not in the lava. It was in the air.
Oh, in the air? Oh, a ghast. Okay. Yeah, those are very big enemies that shoot fireballs, essentially. And you can actually reflect their fireballs and get an achievement for killing them like that.
As chat has probably guessed now, I'm not exactly the Minecraft expert in the room. That's why we have Blue. Commentator does not know what a ghast is.
Just
accurate.
a fortress.
There are some experts in the chat that will correct me on everything else.
Maybe.
Trust me, I come from the Mario Maker world, and they are very particular about their commentators. Mainly, they just want them to stop talking.
Don't get scared,
So
zombie.
I'm used to it.
Come on.
Anyway, Sizzler, trying to get another good spawn.
Come on, everyone.
What I'm hoping is that this isn't a bad omen. It doesn't result in a curse for either of these runners. You know, if you were superstitious, maybe dying in such a unfortunate way would curse the rest of your 4.5 hours. But I'm hoping that doesn't happen. All these guys are really good at the game, and if they get the right seed, they can certainly finish that without dying. I know that.
Yeah, I certainly expect that all 4 of these runners will be able to finish in the at some point over this 5 hours. We're 33 minutes in. Thank you everybody who's been tuning in. Once again, we are raising money for Stack Up. It is a great charity that helps veterans battle stress and PTSD through gaming. We do recommend checking them out if you're financially able. And if we take a look, K4, to update you, is the furthest along with the run. He is trapped piglets. Davey entered the nether about a minute ago. He's been finding quite a bit of gold. And then Sizzler just reset about 10 seconds ago, and Funderful. In fact, Sizzler will reset as I'm talking. Funderful a couple minutes in, just looking for stuff in the overworld.
Alright, you can keep making the
Right. Funder and Sizzler not too far into their runs, although Funder is going to enter the nether. K4 probably no trouble getting these pearls. I think he already has them, yeah. So all good in the pearls department. Oh, and Davey resetting another nether.
So I assume he must not have liked what he saw.
Yeah. What's interesting is K4 is sticking with this. You know, it's sort of there's sort of maybe a difference of philosophy for these runs. I wonder if K4 thinks, let me just get a time on the board and then try and grind for a really good one. But I think probably what's going to pay out more is what we've seen kind of Sizzler. And I mean, even K4 on that other nether was very quick to reset, but I think the goal right now should be probably sub 30, especially if the runners know what kind of pace Sizzler and Funder were on. I think they now have a good idea of what their sights should be set on. So I think maybe the runners should be a little keen to reset and not stick with any seeds that are even remotely bad.
Yeah, I was starting to wonder. Obviously, I kind of got thrown off that because Sizzler and Funder were on such great paces. But if these runners are at a point just going to try to put a time up on the board, because obviously if you don't put any times on the board, then there's no chance of you advancing to the final on Sunday. And given that it's early on and we don't really have any information on what that cutoff time is going to be, it might be good just to have a time on the board, put a little bit of pressure on the other runners, and it even gives yourself a bar.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't look like K4 is having much luck with this nether. Still needs a fortress, I believe, and
wrong again.
You know, just not getting one. At some point, you got to throw in the towel and, you know, go for another run, because you know you do have that kind of this format is very. I think this format lends itself to be reset heavy. Basically, what I mean by that is I think, are going to want to reset for pretty good seeds. And, you know, at this point, I think it's in K4's best interest to probably set this run to rest.
Chad is saying that Sizzler has found a really good seed in the opening here. Both Funder and Davey are at the very beginning of their runs, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, I've actually got food on there already.
Looks like Sizzler has gold already. I wonder how that.
Yeah, he does have some gold. I didn't see how he got it. I've been focusing on K4's run.
And K4 is now in a fortress, so maybe I'll eat my words. Maybe something, if not sub 30, something very close to 30 minutes will come out of. Certainly possible from K4. But again, it might not be enough if those runs from Sizzler and Funder were anything to go by.
They can't. Yeah, the point is to get.
Okay, and chat confirming that he did get a buried treasure. So we're gonna see a very early, around 3 minutes entry into the Nether for Sizzler. Once he gets this flint, there he goes.
Yep. There, and he's already into the Nether. K4 trying to get some rods here in this fortress.
And Sizzler is in one of the good biomes.
Davies,
although it's kind of tough to tell.
Partially built a portal. That's good news for him.
Oh, and what K4 just did is very cool. K4 did what's called a blaze bed, where, like I said, beds explode in dimensions that aren't the overworld. So if you use a bed at the right location in a blaze spawner, there's sort of a room where the blazes spawn. There's this spawner block that makes a lot of blazes, basically. And if you blow that up, it gets rid of a lot of the surrounding blocks and makes more valid areas for them to spawn. So that's, I think it's within the past month or so. Maybe I'm not super good with my dates, but relatively recent strat that people have been using.
How appropriate, as we're reaching 4 hours and 20 minutes remaining, that we see a blaze bed strat. I'd just like to point that out. I am, in fact, 6 years old. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so, I mean...
Don't do drugs, kids.
It is kind of a reminder that there's also 40 minutes gone.
Oh, almost losing the potion duration.
Look, now K4 is going to get some of those rods. Can't really tell what Sizzler is up to over there.
Yeah, not today.
Funder's going to reset. And I think... No, Davey is not going to reset.
Right, F3C, blind travel... We're at 367, -503. Oh no. So,
I think we have lost Blue Crystal in the meantime, so
I'm back. It's okay. Do not panic.
The world is saved. Well,
I'm here to save the day.
I was
I know.
By myself.
I know. That'd be a lot of pressure. But K4 looks like he's going to build this portal, this exit portal. It looks like 21 minutes. Yeah, so I guess sub 30 is looking doable for K4, depending on, some factors about
an anchor cycle and a real
how the rest of the run goes.
Davey's going to trade with some piglets. Sizzler has reset. I didn't see what happened. He must not have liked what he saw in the Nether.
Yeah, it's very easy to get a Nether that doesn't cooperate in this version.
Which is super unfortunate because chat was very excited about the run he was on. And I guess that just goes to show you the RNG volatility of this game.
110.5.
Yeah, very much so. What's very nice about this format is that it allows that RNG to be evened out a little bit so that you have a lot of chances to get the RNG you want, and so you do have to be prepared to make the best of it when you get it.
Oh, I don't have another fire res. I did think I had one.
K4 back into the overworld. He's going to be looking for that stronghold.
1, 2.
Right. I'm not exactly sure how far away it is from K4.
Let's just reserve one.
Actually, it may be pretty far out.
Let's approximate.
I can't see his coordinates. I can't read them, but with that portal, it may be
Go over here real quick.
maybe pretty far out. I don't know how far away the fortress was.
Gauge on how far we are. 111.5 from 110. So we're
Okay, it looks like he's several thousand blocks out.
Far away.
I don't know when the second ring of strongholds spawn.
What do you think? Are we like
or where they generate
2,000 blocks away, Sharpie?
So I don't really know which ring, but it
like 2,000 or maybe.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be pretty far from K4, so that sub 30 may not be a possibility at this point.
That'd be really unfortunate. Can you briefly explain what you mean by rings there?
Right. So as of the 1.9 update of the game, strongholds, I don't have the exact numbers, but there's a initial ring of strongholds, and 3 of them are placed between like 1,400 and 2,500 blocks or something like that. I don't know what the upper bound is, but some distance away from the spawn. And so there are 3 of those in the first ring that spawn. And then further out, there's a second ring. More of them, I don't know how many it is, but more of them spawn in that second ring, which is apparently about 4,000 to 5,000 blocks out, or almost 6,000 maybe. So it looks like K4 is that far out and is going to be finding a second ring. And if those are the numbers, then he may be closer than I suspected. Because I think on one axis he was about 2,000, and on the other about 4,000. So that may be he may be approaching that second ring stronghold. Although I'm still skeptical on the sub 30.
By 1, it's like 2,000
at this point.
3, it's 1,000 blocks away.
Of course, we don't even know if sub 30 is going to be the cutoff, so I certainly don't blame K4 at this stage in the run.
Right, yeah,
at this segment.
Yeah, I was skeptical that continuing with that nether was the right thing to do, but he found a fortress pretty quickly after that, and I'm standing corrected. I think this was, putting, even if it's like a 35-minute time, I think putting that up on the board is worth it. Again, like you said, we have no clue really what the cutoff for top 2 is going to be, so that could prove to be a qualifying time.
So confused with what's happening.
And Davey has a fortress as well.
I double monumented.
Yep, he's going to be going after those.
I predicted the first monument, and then I predicted
he's going to be getting some rods here.
Which is quite cool. I've never predicted a monument before today, and now I'm predicting monuments.
And I don't know if Davey
also predicted a village. I think you were there for that.
10 minutes in, so it seems like Davey probably didn't get the pearls, especially with this biome. Actually, I'm not sure. Probably did not get the pearls.
He did go into the nether a little early. I can't obviously tell if he, or even frankly, where to look if he got the pearls, but it did seem like he got in fairly quickly. He's about 12 minutes in, it looks like. He has 7 pearls.
7 pearls, apparently, so that is pretty good. Davey looks to be on a very solid run as well, as is K4. Sizzler and Funder both sort of in the early stages of their run. Funder has this biome called a basalt delta. Oh no, okay, there's a good biome, a nether waste, and that can have piglins. So Funder, Davey leaving the fortress now. Funder should.
It was on the wrong side of the hill.
If Funder gets a fortress, this is looking good for Funder as well.
Sizzler's found a village. He's going to grab some beds, and now go after the iron golem.
I thought it was around one hill, but it was actually around a different hill. But I did manage to predict a village.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if if we get a case where a runner does not get enough beds. These runners, I would say 6 is a good enough bet. 6 beds to do the Dragon 1 cycle, which I'll try and explain again once K4 gets there. We were rudely interrupted when Sizzler died suddenly. But I'll try to explain that strat, how it works, how we kill the Ender Dragon very quickly with very little preparation.
or subtracted from my coordinates.
Zooming back out
Because the final boss is supposed to be, final boss is supposed to be very hard, but there is a very easy, not easy. It definitely takes practice, but a humorously simple way to kill the dragon.
Right. We are just over 45 minutes into this 5-hour session. VAC Money, alongside Blue Crystal, joining me here on Thanksgiving Friday in the US. We want to thank you all for tuning in to Stack Up to Speed. Once again, this is a charity marathon. Hope you guys will consider donating to Stack Up. It's a great charity that helps veterans combat PTSD and the stress of serving overseas. So again, we do hope that you're able to donate and that you will consider doing so. To answer chat, we are just over 45 minutes in. They have about 4 hours and maybe 12 or so minutes left.
Yeah, I'm just gonna sub 35.
As K4 is so far, or currently the closest to the end of the run. Davey is doing pretty good there in the nether.
Yeah, I believe Davey got the pearls. So Davey will be heading out actually on a very good pace as well. K4 obviously is the one to be watching right now, as they're probably going to finish relatively soon. Although I said that about Sizzler and Funder, but certainly the closest to the end is K4, and Davey will not be super far behind. So we will see what happens with him next. But Funder unfortunately had to reset that nether, not a very promising one. Sizzler, I believe this is the first time we've seen a desert temple. And Sizzler is going to go loot it. It has 4 chests containing either junk or goods. It looks like goods from Sizzler. A mediocre haul.
Got to interrupt. K4 is digging for the stronghold.
Right, so that triangulation seems to be done.
8 strats and it's
30-minute mark.
I got it.
So
I'm cracked.
we will. There's a good chance we'll see a sub 35 from K4,
I'm so good at this game.
unless something else goes wrong. But again, it can.
So good.
The stronghold can be kind of tough to navigate. If K4 can get through it though relatively quickly, there's a good chance a sub 35 will be the first time posted by these runners tonight. So, and digging through some of these hidden walls, a very nasty trick that the stronghold likes to play.
It's around there somewhere. How can I get in there?
Sizzler, by the way, has entered the nether. Funder has reset a couple times. Or no.
Oh, is that a fortress? I can't see it very well, the bitrate, but yes, it is a fortress. So Sizzler has a quick fortress and a good biome. So if he has the gold, I saw him get the temple and I believe a shipwreck. I didn't see what he got from the shipwreck, but
here it is.
I don't know how much gold he has right now. If he does have a lot of gold, this is a really good run for Sizzler. But he may not have the gold, in which case that'll put a damper on things. And K4 finds the portal room. I think it's a 2-eye. And certainly enough to fill in. Yeah, so can fill in the portal frame and is going to see our third end entrance of the match. So we'll see if K4 can close it out for the first finished run today. Davey back in the overworld, doing some final preparations before going to the stronghold, but also on really good pace.
All right, how the fuck do you
I would say this is certainly sub 30 pace for Davey.
There's 2 anchors.
And is going to head to the stronghold right now, leaving at 15 minutes. That's pretty good. Does not have that nether travel, I believe. I believe he went out his original entrance portal, but
let's make some beds.
Before I forget, let me explain the strat that K4 is about to do. So K4 has some beds, and like I said, those beds will explode when used in this dimension and the nether. And if you... I'm going to use the obsidian strat, so I get to explain that as well. If the bed explodes underneath the dragon, it will deal huge amounts of damage to the dragon. And that means about 5 or 6 beds is all it takes to eliminate the final boss of the game. And what K4 is doing right now is setting up an obsidian barricade, basically, so that he can essentially be protected from the the blast of the bed, and
I'm stupid.
has a place to keep putting the beds.
I'm not meant to peel.
I hope I explained that sort of adequately.
While you were explaining that, Sizzler, if you didn't, you had me fooled. I'll put it that way.
Damn it.
Sizzler found a fortress in the Nether, so he's been grabbing some of those rods.
I'm dumb.
And I think K4 fell from his tower, or perhaps he's relocating. He's pretty far away from him right now.
That looks like a pitch to me.
It's hard to tell.
Yeah, the obsidian thing that K4 did looked a little weird to me, but I don't personally, I have not used that strat, so I didn't want to like look foolish, but it is kind of bizarre. And it looks like it's doing wonders though. The dragon should, I think, is taking a lot of damage. The bit rate, okay, we're good. So K4 does close this out. A sub 34 minute time from K4. So GG to K4 for the first completion, but it's not over. Right? All the runners will have
double monument.
Sorry, what?
Extra
just over 34.
Fortress.
In-game time is 34. So
anchor cycle.
But yeah, around 34 minutes. So posting the first time
amazing run.
Of the match.
Congratulations to K4. He is the first man on the board. Obviously, Sizzler and Funder were very close to getting on the board with great times, and we'll see Davey here in a moment as we take a look at the credits.
So Davey will be on his way to the stronghold and could end up posting a sub 30 time shortly after K4 got this first completion. Sorry, I didn't see the respawn anchors, April. It's first of all, it's hard to tell what's going on through Discord. Second of all, I'm a boomer and I don't know what that is. So
bear in mind, at least I am trying to watch this on a 14-inch laptop. So it's basically like watching 4 runs at once on the size of a credit card, and all of them are being recorded on a flip phone. To explain why we might be.
We got sub 35.
You guys are saying.
GG.
So you'll have to help fill in the details, chat, instead of calling me a boomer and laughing at me.
Well, condolences to Double Duel 63 for 8 ads. All right, on the count of 3, what's something we can scream that would be crazy to happen to freak out Double Duel?
I don't know.
All right, everyone just say Sizzler died in all caps on the count of 3. 1,
it's going
2,
good. We're on a run, Mackie. I don't know if
3.
you've seen.
We'll see if this works. We might be on a delay. Nope.
You have seen.
I love how we're doing this just to screw over one guy.
We need some poglins now. Oh, do I get a second one?
But to update real quick, it looks like Davey's still headed towards the stronghold.
Yeah, but I don't see it.
Hopefully it's close. It can't be that far away. He's been walking for a little over 4 minutes now. And Funder is about to enter the Nether. Looks like Sizzler. Again, I don't know if Sizzler really has the gold. I don't think so, but I could be wrong. Yeah, mining the gold, but not a ton. K4's actual time was 33:52 if we're going by in-game time. Otherwise, it was 34:01. So
Milo, can we get a confirmation if we're going in-game or real time? Okay, we'll check in with Milo in a moment. Catching up with Sizzler. Looks like he's going to be doing some bartering here with the piglets. Funder's in the Nether. Davey's still working on triangulation. He's been in the...
So Davey is actually really close to me, but in here.
Oh, yeah.
And he is doing a special strat that I kind of missed because I was focused on Sizzler. But what Davey just did is turned on chunk borders. There's a
No,
I don't know what you would call it. A hotkey that turns on.
Almost makes me want to continue.
It displays chunk borders. So chunks are these 16 by 16 areas. That's one thing the game uses to separate regions of the game, I guess. Regions of the map, I should say. And
I don't know what I'm doing.
The Eye of Ender will point
I really
you
want
to
reset, though. That's the problem.
the coordinate 8-8 inside that chunk. So
like, I don't really have...
always, I believe 8-8. And so,
I really don't have
however,
elsewhere to
the
get
stronghold actually starts generating at 4-4. So it's beneficial to turn on those chunk borders and use your coordinates display to figure out where that 4-4 mark is and dig down there instead of potentially missing the stronghold by digging in the 8-8 spot.
By the way, Sizzler reset. So that was my fault. Sorry to everyone who's coming back from ads. We were only saying Sizzler died to troll you, and then he just reset. I did not see why. Something must have seen something he didn't like, which is really weird because he was pretty far ahead into that. Now
I believe it was probably pearls. He did get a fortress, which is great, but he didn't have a good source of gold. So usually for a race like this, you really want to get a bastion, and then you're guaranteed to have a ton of trades. You basically will always get the pearls if you have a bastion full of gold. And Sizzler unfortunately had to rely on gold nuggets that you get from mining netherrack gold ore. And I think he probably thought, this will take too long. Let me find a better seed. So I don't blame Sizzler for that. I think he knows kind of what times he needs to be pushing for in this race. But speaking of times to be pushing for, I'm certainly thinking Davey is still on sub 30 pace, although it'll look pretty dicey if he doesn't find the portal room pretty soon. He does probably have another 3 minutes to find it.
Look,
and still get sub 30.
I think it was my first
so we'll see if he can pull that out.
K4, the only one on the board right now, right around 34 minutes. So that would put Davey in the lead, which obviously being in the lead at the end doesn't matter. But if somebody were to get, some incredible time, that would bump K4 and not Davey. So there's a little bit of an incentive here to finish.
Come on, bruh.
34 minutes. It actually looks like we are about to finish the first hour of this 5-hour run. Excuse me for a moment.
All right, I'll fill in the gaps.
Where is it?
And essentially everyone resetting now.
It's not here.
Funder's very early in a run as well, and Davey's still going strong on this attempt that is, not impossible to sub 30. But Owen, did he dig into it? I don't think so. If he can find the stronghold, or I'm sorry, the portal room.
No, I gotta go back.
Like right now, basically. It'll be a good chance for sub 30, but at this rate, it's getting scary.
I gotta go back.
Sub 30 would be a pretty good time to
Where is back? It's this
put
way.
on the board.
Why is this library? Is this library like blocking it
stronghold,
off?
Or
is there like a secret entrance?
He's just having trouble.
Did I go down here?
It's very hard to keep track of where you've gone, how far into the stronghold you should go, really.
Monka.
And so it can be difficult at times to traverse. And if he wants that sub 30 hope, he's got only like 2 more minutes, really, even less than that, to find the portal room and enter the end. And so all eyes on Davey right now, as the other runners are in the very, the infant stages of their runs. Nothing super special going on there. I hope Davey can at least finish this out and doesn't die, like we've seen with.
I gotta go back. Like
2 of the other runners so far.
Wrong way, I think.
Even if it's not sub 30, still looking good to beat K4's time, and that will put him, in first place so far.
I can't fucking find this place, bruh.
An hour into this, so we've gone through 20% of the total time for this format, and So now's, I think, a good time to start putting decent times on the board from all these runners.
This is starter staircase.
Davey, I believe,
It
back
literally
at the
has to be
start of the
here,
Strongholds
dude.
generation. Possibly
Alright, not
just
this
trying to figure
room.
out what branch he should go down. You know, considering there's a lot of branching paths in the Stronghold, it can be really tricky to tell how far into one you should go without wasting your time. But it could be really bad. You know, usually...
I already checked that room.
Usually it's either a very easy Stronghold or a very hard one. There's hardly any in between. I'm thinking he's already been down this way, so it might be just... oh, no, and he's got it. I'm sorry, he had not gone down this way, or not exactly this way. And he is going to be able to finish the portal. I think it has to be a really good end for the sub 30, you know, about a 2-minute end. Not impossible, but unlikely. But, you know, it's looking like a 30-minute time, which would still beat K4's and still be a good time to post this early in the match. So we'll see if we'll see if Davey can finish this one out and complete the one cycle for that 30-minute time, or sub 30. It is actually looking like it could perch in the next minute and a half. Does need to kill the dragon by 29:50, or I'm sorry, considering its in-game time, probably more like 30-minute mark. There's a couple different strats you can do to get the dragon to perch faster, and basically perching is when it goes to the middle, and that's when you utilize the beds to take it out. He is going to climb this tower, and basically I'm not going to explain totally how this strat works, but if you get very high up on one of these towers, it increases the likelihood that the dragon will perch, and also makes the angle of the perch very predictable. So that's what Davey is going to attempt to do, and if it perches within the next 40 seconds or 30 seconds, Davey can get this sub 30, but it's going to be really close if it doesn't perch now. It's looking like it's going away from the... You'll know it's a perch if it starts to circle that far pillar opposite of Davey. It could be a perch there. Hard to tell with this bit rate. He's going to go down. It is a perch. The dragon is perching. He's going to get the chance to pull out this sub 30 if he clutches this one cycle. There's a second hit. Oh, good damage. Again, and he's got this in the bag with 5 beds, I believe. So GG's to Davey, who pulls out the first sub 30 of tonight's match. And a 29:46. Very good time from Davey. But in my opinion,
are we in the lead?
They're all going to have to work
with a sub 20.
Harder.
Let's go. I mean,
think,
sub 30.
You know, we've seen...
GG, seed. I know.
You know, Davey definitely doesn't want to stop here. We saw Sizzler and Funder be on those crazy paces earlier. So I think 29 minutes might not be enough to qualify for the finals. So, but very good run to start with from Davey. And that puts him in the lead so far. He has the best completed run after a little over an hour of this race. And we will see how that plays out. And K4 is going to do a strat here called Carpet Strats, where in order to light the portal, a fire block needs to... Basically, a block on the inside of the portal structure needs to ignite. And oops, he's getting a little troll here. But and carpets are one of the, if not the most flammable block in Minecraft. Don't quote me on that, but it is one of the most flammable blocks in the game. And so they will catch fire very easily and ignite the portal. Although the fastest way is to get another iron ingot and make a flint and steel.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I had to take a work call. I did see Davey finish his run just under 30 minutes. Congratulations to him. Do want to point out, though, that he is currently on a break. He is allowed to take a break, as all of our runners are allowed to break as much as they'd like. Obviously, just as long as they put up some kind of time.
Come on, pearls, please.
Yeah, so
a little bit of a rest. And you can see currently he's in the lead. K4 currently on the bubble with a 34, and Sizzler and Funder have both gotten very deep into runs, but unfortunately they've yet to finish. We'll see if they're able to finish later on.
Right. So what's nice to note is that Sizzler has a fortress, so he's going to get these blaze rods if nothing goes wrong. This blaze is very dicey. Okay. The blaze rod fell, unfortunately, but sorry, I was a little delayed there, but what we should point out is that Sizzler has 2 gold blocks and maybe more gold. So he does have like a decent amount of gold. It's not a great amount, but it could be enough. And the problem will be the biome that he's in. I didn't see... I believe he has warped wood, which comes from the warped forest, and that's not a good biome. So I think he's only been in the warped forest and this this basalt delta, which are not good biomes for the piglins. So unless he has another waste or something, and I missed that, he is going to have to find a place for those piglins.
It was fine, but apparently not. I shouldn't have thrown that. That was a stupid play.
K4 is just reset. Sizzler is at a fortress. Funder, I think, is still doing some trading, or was doing some trading with the piglins. I was corrected. I've been calling them piglets in the chat.
I'm absolutely going back to
I was corrected in the chat. I've been calling them piglets. There. In any event, K4 and Davey, who is just returned from his short little break, are in the overworld.
Or we're not just risking it.
We're doing some early game stuff while we take a look at
yeah, and
there's no reason
Funder, I think,
unless
got the pearls. Yes, he did get the pearls. So Funder is currently killing the blazes and is also on a good pace. So I would say, as far as who to watch right now, I would say Funder is probably the run that you're going to want to watch for the time being, and see if he can finish this out. Certainly a sub 30 pace. Depending on how the rest of the overworld goes.
You know that I really love when you do this to me? When you torture me with Blazeman drop rates?
Stream might be having some issues, but I don't know if they can hear us, but just for the record, Sizzler is going to need to get a better biome. Does have some gold, but as far as I know, he's only been in a warped forest and a basalt delta, so he needs a better biome. This looks like it could be nether wastes. Tough to... Oh, Crimson Forest. Tough to tell on my side, but looks like he could get some piglins, and if Sizzler manages to trade for the pearls really quickly, he's going to have a great pace coming out of the nether. Sub 20 potential. I don't want to say... It's hard to say sub 20 because, how far the stronghold away, I mean... There's more factors, but he is going to be on pretty solid pace for this race.
Hold on a second. I have breaking news. Simply has just raided our stream. Hello, everyone coming over from Simply's stream. Simply, hope you had a great stream. You are watching Stack Up the Speed. It is a charity marathon. We're raising money for Stack Up. It is a charity that supports veterans serving overseas and at home suffering from PTSD through the universal language of gaming. We do hope that you'll consider donating if you're able to. Obviously, 2020 has been a hard year for a lot of people's finances, but if you are able, we really do hope that you will consider donating. I am the AC Money alongside Minecraft legend Blue Crystal, here for day 1 of the Any Percent Random Seed Glitchless Tournament. These guys are a little over an hour into a 5-hour session, and the top 2 best runs from this session will be advancing to Sunday's final. As you can see, Davey currently in the lead with a 29:46, which confirms that we're using in-game time. K4 with a 33:50. He was the first person to get on the board. Sizzler was actually on the Ender Dragon and died, and Funder was getting very close to that Ender Dragon battle, and then unfortunately got taken out from behind by a mob. He was on great pace. I think sub 25.
Yeah, both really good paces. Unfortunately, they both died. I think Sizzlers would have been like a high 20, 28 or something. I can't quite remember that time, but Funder was also on great pace. Again, sub 25, very possible from that run. Unfortunately, they both died, and you know, I was going to say they're having trouble getting another one started, but Funder is actually on a pretty good run right now. Certainly possible to beat Davy's run right now. And we'll see. I believe he has the rods he needs. He's leaving the fortress, it looks like, or maybe trying to get a few more rods. But Funder is going to exit pretty soon and try and get to the stronghold as fast as possible. See if he can get that. I mean, again, sub 25 is on the table for Funder, as he's he may be able to exit the nether sub 15.
6 is fine by me. Just give me one more rod.
By the way, we have looks like about 2,400 viewers, so thank you all for tuning in. Hope you'll consider sticking around Speedrun, the GSA stream. We are going to be starting Season 4 of our leagues very soon. We had a Mario 64 70-star league, 2 different Mario Maker 2 leagues, and Celeste, which, if you do not watch Celeste speedruns, you are missing out. But maybe this is a sign we'll have a Minecraft league. That'd be fun.
That would be fun. I guess we'll find out. But and Sizzler is currently at around 13 minutes. So I would say
that is just so crazy, dude. I just
and he resets. I think he got 7 pearls.
Oh my god.
And unfortunately did not have the gold
whatever, it's fine.
Necessary to get the rest of them. So probably just wants to find another one where he can have more piglins and more gold. He's really aiming for a good time, I will say. Resetting at 14 minutes or 13 minutes is, you know, kind of unexpected, but I think he's shooting really high. Trying to get that sub 25.
Make the rods. Just go.
Just want to hop in and say that with that raid, we have now hit 100,000 followers on twitch.tv/speedrun, which is insane. Did not think that we would get here this quickly 2 years after starting GSA. I just want to thank everybody watching, everyone who's been a part of the journey so far. I think it's a beautiful way to hit it, considering Simply raided and got us there. Simply somebody who's been here since the very beginning of GSA. And we're also really happy to be doing this event for Stack Up at this time that we hit 100K. So yeah, thanks so much, guys. Keep the donations rolling in and enjoying the tournament.
And can we get some emoji spam hype in the chat for Milo, who is night and day, you know, putting in so much work to make GSA the awesome place that it is. We give him a lot of crap when the stream goes down, but he is really dedicated to, and this really is a lot because Milo has put in the work that he has. So thank you, Milo. And I think this milestone is a testament to the work that you've put in for this stream.
Okay, should be fine here.
I'm gonna cry. Thanks, dude.
I would clap, but I have a push to talk key that I have to use. So.
Here, I'll clap for you. I clapped earlier, so this
Thank
is
you.
second clapping.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I even built up and it's still...
But anyway, while you guys are here, I know it's a kind of a marathon meme that all the money gets raised in the last day, but if everyone watching right now donated $4, we'd already hit our goal. Just saying.
I'm losing it, dude. I hate this run. Just let it end.
Somebody made you dinner yesterday. You can put in $4. That's a cheap hamburger in America.
Oh, okay. All right.
If you're financially unable, you get a pass. I don't want to make it sound like I'm shaming people that are, you know, maybe not having the best of financial times right now. I've been there. I certainly understand. But if you are able, we do hope that you'll consider donating to Stacked Up. I hope I dig myself out of that hole successfully.
I think you did good.
Okay.
I think you, yeah.
I have the habit of putting my foot in my mouth sometimes, and so I always kind of overcorrect.
Such a crazy run.
No, I think it was. I think you did a solid job.
Like I was actually going to probably build.
Anything I do well, it's shilling for charity. And Sizzler is going for the buried treasure strat, I think.
Exact opposite way. Okay, there's the fortress right there. I don't see.
Yeah, Sizzler trying to find another buried treasure. Again, good way to get gold. We've seen it work a couple times, and it looks like he might have found it. So we'll see. I can't tell how much gold it is. I'm gonna watch the Twitch stream so I can get that. 4 gold. Okay, so not really what.
Please stop playing.
Not really the best. Not what you really want to get, but we are. Oh my goodness. Wait, Funder.
Yes, it is. Okay.
I blinked and Funder is in the stronghold. What? I saw him come out of the nether.
He must have blind traveled.
He was in like an underground. He somehow got into an underground. I thought he went out his entrance portal, but he got into like an underground cave, and now it's 19 minutes and he's in the stronghold.
Oh my goodness, this is
really good.
This is a huge development, ladies and gentlemen. If Funderful can get this run going. By the way, K4 has just reset. Davey about 8 minutes in the nether. Sizzler continues going for buried treasure. But the story right now is Funderful looking for that portal inside of 20 minutes. And if you... Dang it. Oh, you blew.
It's okay. Take your call. Take your call. Anyway, I've been informed that it was informed travel on the side of Funder. Which basically meant that he threw an eye and got the direction to go in. And then used some extra obsidian to make a portal in the nether. So he got really close to the stronghold, and now he's in it, and definitely a sub 25 pace. I'm hoping he can find this portal room pretty soon, so that he can clutch that out. It would kind of shatter Davy's current best time of 29. I think 54, a high 29. Actually, 29.54 is my PB, so that's probably not what it was. But yeah, Funder is trying to find this portal room. Again, the strongholds are very nasty sometimes. So if he can find it really soon, that is looking great.
Dude, like, come on, man. Please, stop this nonsense.
And well equipped with all the eyes that he needs to light the net, or I'm sorry, the end portal. But no luck with the end portal location so far. This is certainly looks like the biggest time loss that we've seen Davy and Funder have so far was this stronghold navigation. Sizzler, meanwhile, having a fun time underground, going for lava or something, I guess.
Had a 2-eye.
And Funder's found it, so he's gonna head in at 21:20.
Man, wow, that is
or 21:30 something.
Wrong direction.
Hard to tell, but that is looking really good. So he'll probably have like a 23-minute time. Could take another 2 minutes, but looking like a 23 something for Funder. Let's hope his end goes smoothly and he can finish us out, and then that'll be a really good time posted by Funder. Only about an hour and a half, maybe not even, into this race.
You're not actually perching there, right? I just want to make sure here. Okay. All right, we're good.
And
that was not worth
oh my god, it looked like it took him a little longer to place that block than he would have liked, but this dragon's coming for him, and he has the water bucket and clutches the MLG water bucket to land safely. He's going to try and come back up this pillar, but okay, the dragon is pretty far away. Hopefully he doesn't get knocked off again. He's going to wait for that perch and try and finish it out with the beds. And okay, so he's safely up the tower and is going to pillar up a lot to... Oh, he has soul speed boots. Fun fact, but he's going to pillar up way high and try and get this perch from the dragon. Still looking like a 23 something from Funder. If this dragon perches even relatively soon, although it can troll sometimes.
tense moment here, Funderful. Obviously, the time to beat right now is 29, but that would take that to the bubble time, which would definitely put the pressure on the other runners. And you would think that a 23 here from Funderful would be good enough to advance to the final on Sunday. Could give him a nice, relaxing evening.
Today,
you would think, but
that all depends on getting this done, because we saw earlier Sizzle was on a very good run. He was on about a 26 pace, which would be in the lead right now, and he died on this fight. So this is critical right now that he can finish this off.
Yeah, no longer a 23, taking a long time to purchase this dragon, but a 24-minute time would still be great. Thunder probably a little frustrated, wanting a better time. That stronghold is not great. This dragon perch, he's probably thinking he could have had like a 20, 21 maybe. And we'll see if Thunder can get this dragon perch. It's being super trolly right now. And just maintaining this attacking phase. So the dragon does have 2 phases. One where it, or I guess it's called strafing phase maybe. It basically circles around the map and tries and fireballs you basically. And then the second one, which is good, is the perch phase where it goes to the center and sort of sits there so we can kill it. And it's just stuck in this, you know, going way up is supposed to increase the chances that it switches phases, but it's not really working. And it might be a perch coming in here. No, still no. Thunder definitely frustrated with this dragon, and is above the 20. Yeah, above the 25-minute mark. You know, it certainly will take a horrible end to hit Davy's time, but certainly in a format like this.
Uh-oh, watch out. The attack's coming in now.
Yeah, very easy to dodge though. In a format like this, all the time that he loses is going to count against him. It's not about beating a certain time. It's about beating this unknown benchmark that the top 2 will come to be. And I think it's now, you know, no longer a matter of, you know, if he got a 23-minute time, I would have said this is probably good enough to qualify. But at this point, I don't think it's gonna take that long. I'm gonna run out of food. I don't think this is a very comfortable time to have a 26. It's no longer a 25. It is refusing to purge.
Just because the dragon is being a little shit. Oh my god.
That dragon. There he is.
You gotta be kidding me.
Very bad dragon. Some people in the Minecraft community like to call it an H-bomb dragon.
What?
Someone who always gets very bad dragons.
See, he's very...
Gonna pearl to a different tower? Oh my god, that fall! Thunder
actually
is
don't know what to do in that situation. Like, I just
frustrated, impatient right now, I guess. I can't blame him. This is horrible. I mean, he sat up there at 23, almost flat.
So why?
And it is now approaching 27. He's gonna get the perch here. I wonder if it was something with the pillar that he was on. It's not even a perch.
Oh my goodness.
He thought it was 2. We all got fooled. Oh my goodness.
What has happened?
A tragic, you know, end for Thunder.
Well, assuming still... Oh, and he died! And the run is over!
Oh my goodness.
Heartbreaking for Thunder. That is the second time already that he has been on a great run, has died at the end, and for this, a run that could have easily been sub 25, the dragon not cooperating, and now he is back at square one, still failing to put up a time, and he must be absolutely devastated.
Yeah, that was
extra regional fortresses. Yikes!
Some unexpectedly bad dragon RNG. To the point where I think maybe the pillar that he was using to stand on was not. There are a few different strats for that. I don't know if he was on, and you know, experts in the community will correct me on this, but he was standing on like a north-south pillar or something, or you're supposed to stand on one of the north-south or east-west pillars or something, and maybe he wasn't on one of those, so I don't really know exactly. But in any event, it was just horrible luck, it seems like. And so that's terrible to see if you're Funder, but it means it's kind of a good sign. Funder has been on 2 very good paces. We're not even 2 hours into this 5-hour format, and he's already put up 2 almost great runs. And so I think it's just a matter of time before Funder puts up a sub 25.
Well, frankly, I'm hoping Funder puts up a time at this point. I mean, obviously, it's extremely early, so I'm sure he will. I do want to briefly mention that K4 was fighting some blazes earlier. Didn't see how much material he was able to gather, and I think
I need to blaze bed.
we have the other 2 players in the Nether.
Okay, I'm gonna blaze bed.
Kind of hard to tell.
Sizzler and Davey are also in the Nether. Davey has a fortress as well. So K4 and Davey are. Davey is a little late. I would say. I'd be inclined to almost call this like a reset point for Davey. I mean, it's creeping up on 20 minutes and does not have the blaze rods. I mean, if he wants to beat that time of 29, that's looking more and more unlikely at this point. I think it's probably better for Davey to reset.
Right.
K4 on the other hand, K4 on the other hand, about 10 minutes in, I don't think has the pearls, but is getting these blaze rods, almost has enough. So this is much better for K4, I think, than Davey, even though they are both in the fortress.
Gonna hop in really quick and say thank you so much to RazPiz for the $20 donation. They say, really enjoying this Minecraft category. Nice to see a speedrun on the current version. Thank you so much for that. We are so close to the $800 mark, so keep those donations rolling in, guys. Command charity in the chat to check out all about it.
Let's hit 800 before I have to leave, hopefully.
On,
we are going to get a couple of fresh new commentators in the booth. So we can take a little bit of a break. It's a lot of talking. I want to remind everyone to stay hydrated. I know I'm having to drink some water now, so
I'll be going for a nice glass
6.
after this.
I'm waiting for 7. That was cracked fucking.
Hopefully not any more work calls during my
cracked.
commentary block. I did want to mention earlier though, Davey, having already put up that 29, at this point, any run that's not going to be a 29 is just burning away time for him. So he's going to be a lot more reset happy than the other runners who either have put up, a time on the bubble or not a time at all.
Just ran out. All right.
But we are about an hour and a half in. I am VAC Money alongside Blue Crystal. Thank you so much for joining us here on this Thanksgiving weekend for Stack Up the Speed. As we see Davey, as we just mentioned, is in the lead. K4 as the current bubble time of 33:50 that the other runners will need to beat to guarantee advancement to Sunday's final. It is the top 2 runners with one singular time. Only their best time will count. That will move on to Sunday's final. And they'll face the 2 runners that advance from tomorrow's session, so we hope that you'll join us for that as well if you've been having fun. If you're just joining us, Sizzler, right out of the gate, had a great run. Would have been about 26 minutes, but unfortunately took a fall and died to the Ender Dragon. Funder has had 2 runs go very deep. Just a moment ago, he was on the Ender Dragon, standing on the pillar at about 23 minutes, stood there for about 4 minutes. The dragon refused to perch and ultimately couldn't reel the run back in and died. Truly tragic circumstances for Funder, who's been kind of fighting bad RNG all day here. But again, we are not even half an hour, or not even halfway into this 5-hour session here, and they are able to finish runs at the end of 5 hours. So still loads and loads and loads of time for these runners to put up some great runs.
Yeah, so just to sort of give you an idea of what to watch for right now, Davey is leaving the Nether with some blind Nether travel. He's going to hope to get close to the stronghold by exiting the Nether some distance away from the spawn. He's doing that right now. And K4 is training for pearls. I don't think he has gotten any so far. If he does get the pearls right now, which is unlikely, I don't think he has that much gold. If he does get them right now, that'll be pretty good pace for him. But I think, Davey and K4 are probably the ones to watch right now, as Sizzler and Funder are both very early into their runs. Nothing very special going on.
We have 12.
Well, we're kind of in some dead space here as we see Funder going after some beds. I believe these runners are running on hardcore difficulty, correct?
I'm gonna go off the line and throw to see how close
No.
Maybe they are.
So
Sure. Can you explain the idea behind what difficulty they might be playing on?
So hardcore is a popular option. Well, popular is subjective, but some runners choose to play on hardcore, and what hardcore does is essentially gives you a one death rule. You cannot die, or you have to delete the world. So there's no respawning or anything. One thing to note is that if these runners die, they are more than likely going to reset the run anyway.
I think it's like
depending on where they die. But the big thing about hardcore is that it locks the difficulty to hard, and hard increases enemy damage, and it also decreases the effectiveness of food, or indirectly it like increases the amount of food you burn or hunger you burn. So it is slower to run on hardcore, and none of these runners are none of these runners are usually hardcore runners. There are a few people who opt to run on hardcore for that challenge. It doesn't lose like a crazy amount of time, but yeah, so they're all probably playing on normal difficulty, medium.
All right, I thought I heard that the runners play on hardcore, but I guess I misunderstood what they were saying. Maybe that was an old version or something.
Yeah, there is a bigger thing with hardcore on old versions, but that's a story for a different day.
I would like to say hello to Minecraft Mr. Flimflame. Hope you're having a good time.
This is pretty much dead.
We see all 4 players right now in the overworld. So there's a little bit of dead space here. K4 going for some beds.
Guess I shouldn't have blaze bedded. I don't know.
Although I think Sizzler is getting a portal ready to go to the Nether. Trying to get some obsidian. There's the flint, and away he goes.
29.
Oh, something just happened.
Oh, he just jumped into the lava or something. It doesn't look like a very good spawn at all. I would not be surprised if that was intentional. I didn't see if he like slipped off or just jumped off. I wouldn't be surprised if it was intentional. It was a horrible
Yeah, there was
spawn.
like nowhere to go. He was completely surrounded by
dude. Good boy.
So, there are certain blocks that are affected by gravity. A lot of blocks will float in this game, but some blocks are affected by gravity, and gravel, kind of weird, gravel, whatever, is one of those blocks.
I can make 2 more beds. We have 5.
Sometimes those blocks don't.
I feel like it's pretty close.
Sort of, they don't obey gravity until you update them, which is like. It's a weird thing. He's gonna do a sharp
right turn right here.
Basically, Sizzler tried to walk on some gravel, and it was basically like a false floor, and it fell out beneath him.
Like 200, 300 blocks. Still 29. It's pretty far, dude. It just broke. I should just give up now. I'm wasting my own time.
So Funder just gonna enter the Nether. Sizzler another reset. K4 had to reset that Nether, so not looking great for any of those runners. But Davey is probably the one to watch. Although not looking like he's gonna beat that 29-minute time that he had. Something exceptional would have to happen.
Am I still in the lead?
I was thinking that he had reset, but he's looking for that.
All of them are doing shit. Okay. Dude,
Looking for the
this thing's far
stronghold,
as hell.
and yeah, I don't know if he's going to be able to do this in 5
28,
minutes.
I'm quitting.
Two minutes. Yeah. So impossible to beat his time right now, and so yeah, he just reset, and so we're all back to square one. Basically, Funder is in the Nether.
Going for buried
They
treasure
all
again.
died.
He's done this
Damn,
several
so the only
times.
people to complete
Yeah,
runs
Sizzler
are me and
does
K4
enjoy
so
these
far.
strats. Funder, we'll see if he gets anything good. I can't really tell right now, but K4 is trying to get a portal right now, and so we'll see the outcome of those 2 runs. Sizzler, I don't know that I would say this run has promise. He's very early into it, but
And again, if there's nothing like soon, then I think I'm just going to be.
and K4 does find this lava pool to get into the Nether. That's a good sign. If K4 can get something going, that would be good news to try to improve his time of 33 minutes, which again is the qualifying time currently. It is the 2nd place time, so that is the time that people need to beat currently. That could change and probably will change in order to qualify for the finals.
6.5 minutes.
It was a little better for a second, and now it's kind of the same, maybe a little better.
Yeah, we're just having issues with the stream bitrate, so hopefully we can get that fixed. But
I'm used to it. I'm
Changing
used to it.
volumes is needed. Oh, okay. Sounds good.
K4 has just entered the Nether. Let's see if this is a good spawn.
So this is one of the good biomes for K4. It's the Crimson Forest, which can spawn piglins, but unfortunately the biome itself is not great without a fortress, and if he doesn't have the gold, then it's also not great.
I think this is a desert temple over on Davy.
Yeah, so Davy's going to grab the TNT. I somewhat disagree with that.
Okay.
Although, ooh, is he going to die here? Okay, no. He was well protected, but blowing up those chests, which I don't... he also gets some blocks, but I don't know that I think it was necessary to do that. But TNT is not very useful in this version. It is very useful in 1.14, which is another commonly speedrun version. And Sizzler, I can't see Sizzler's timer, but did he... Is this the same shipwreck?
I don't know, actually.
Seed?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too. It's about 3.5 minutes. So, entering the Nether now. I don't know that he has much gold to work with, but
thank you.
you know, there's always a chance that. So one thing I didn't talk about was that the flint, or I'm sorry, the Ender Pearl trade from piglins is it's a 4.6% chance or whatever it is. But it also is a range of pearls, so they can give you either they can give you from 4 to 8. So regardless, you need at least 2 trades to get enough pearls, because you need 12, maybe a little more on average. And
we gotta go south. We're going north.
Yeah, so they do need 2 of those trades. So in theory, it can be done with 2 gold.
Unless I see a good start to the ocean, we're not going to push it.
And I think K4 is going to pack it in on this seed. Taking a quick scan.
Not working very well. Sizzler may do the same as well.
Horrible, man.
Did get that shipwreck, but I don't think it's going to be worth it for him. Yeah, does that very risky boat strat. But so everyone looking like they're resetting now.
Davey finding an iron golem in the bottom right of your screen from the inside, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like Funder also has a village now. So Funder and Davey on on possible seeds.
Of course. Why would I expect anything else?
while we have some dead time. Quick reminder of the rules. These guys have 5 hours to put up their best possible run, and the runners with the 2 best times will advance to Sunday's final to face the 2 people that advance from tomorrow's segment. Just a quick reminder, tomorrow from 4 to 10 p.m. we will be having Fyro, Nerdy, Automac PL, and Pete Zahut. Clever name. So if you're a fan of those 4 streamers, make sure you tune in to their streams, and make sure you follow these guys on Twitch. You can see their usernames right there. I don't know where I was going with that sentence. I tend to do that from time to time.
Yeah, all of these guys.
You follow these runners.
Yeah, all of these guys stream Minecraft runs very regularly, and they're all very good at it. So if you're looking for content sort of similar to this, you definitely want to check these guys out. And there's a whole host of other people. You can certainly join the Discord and get a lot of live streams there. And one thing that I should mention, while we have some downtime, they're all basically doing the same stuff we've seen. So while they're early, Sizzler getting a very glitched texture. While we have some downtime here, I want to just comment on the fact that we actually have several tournaments going on for Minecraft right now around the community. It's a very busy time for people. A number of these runners were involved in those tournaments or are still. Sizzler is top 2 in one of the tournaments right now. Simply rated us earlier, and Simply is actually running a 1.16 tournament as well.
Please leave me alone.
So that's very cool, and I don't exactly remember who was involved in that. I want to say Funder and Sizzler both were, but or maybe both still are in that tournament, but I'm not super. Yeah, and Davey entering the Nether here.
Changing his view settings, very important.
Yeah, a lot of runners do that when they enter the Nether to load in chunks quicker, and I don't know exactly if it's lags.
Focus. Okay.
Sorry.
I was telling Milo we have HD on our end now.
Yeah, we'll enjoy it while it lasts.
Yeah.
I don't really mind the quality, but
wood, that's an issue.
Let's think. So no one's really on an insane run right now. It looks like Davey's just trying to find a fortress and can't. That's the problem with this version. They just hugely decreased the rate of finding fortresses in the Nether, which is something I'm sure no speedrunner will ever forgive Mojang for. Oh, Davey's decked out in iron armor. I think he may have found a blacksmith that had some armor in the chest. And apparently Funder and Sizzler are gonna 1v1. Are gonna have a match against each other in
Nugget, thank you so much
Simply's
for the
tournament.
Wow.
Next, at some point, I don't know when, but yeah. So they are currently playing against each other for GSA, and will soon be playing against each other again.
And they've been on arguably the 2 best runs of the tournament so far. Obviously, neither of those runs were able to finish, but both of them have been on fantastic paces and just have not got a finish yet. Obviously, though, we still have over 3 hours to go as we see Funderful looking to construct that portal. He'll be our second competitor in the Nether. You can see here Davey currently in the lead with a 29.46. K4 on the bubble with a 33.50. Sizzler and Funder yet to put up a time. But, of course, we have 3 hours and 14 minutes left. So still loads of time for them to get on the board. And I'm sure they will over the course of the evening. Make sure you do hang out with us for the duration of the stream. We're going to be going until that timer is run out, and when that timer does run out, they will be allowed to finish the run that they are on at that time. As you see, Funder has completed his portal. He's off to the Nether. And obviously, at 4 o'clock tomorrow, that is 4 p.m.
I don't know the
Eastern
strat.
time.
It's like
We will have
I'm
the
experimenting,
second
dude.
round of
No, it's
4
like that.
competitors, and the top 2 from those will advance to take on the top 2 from these in the final round on Sunday.
Get in.
But even not during that 4 to 10 block, we will be having speed runs all weekend long. We're doing it for charity. It's a great cause. Stack Up, which is a charity that helps veterans, both those currently serving and those that have served, deal with things like stress and PTSD through the universal language of gaming. Please do throw them a couple bucks if you're able. And please do support the other runners that are going to be running later this week. You can see Nightbot has just linked us a helpful schedule, so go check them out. All right. Yep. All right. Yeah. Okay. We're Blue. We're getting the hook. So I've been the AC Money. Blue, thank you so much for guiding me through this crazy world of Minecraft today.
It's been a pleasure.
I'm just gonna confess. I found out that it's possible to speed run Minecraft yesterday. So if I've been a little unknowledgeable, that's why. But thank you for getting me through this. You've been extremely helpful.
It's been a pleasure on my end as well.
Right there.
I just want to point out K4 has a cow in his boat, and that's all. But thank you guys so much for tuning in. Stay tuned for the next 3 hours and the rest of the weekend as well. We'll have more speedruns on right here on this Twitch page. And
I'm a Steelers fan, so I got nothing else to do this weekend now. That's a football reference. All right, take care, guys.
All right, goodbye, everyone.
There's no way. Okay, good. No more? Okay, I'm out. -Z. Fuck. No, dude. It's still winnable. That's... Oh my gosh. That's so annoying, bro.
Hello.
All right. Hello, everyone.
Does anyone know what quadrant that was in?
We're here to sub in for the commentators. I'm Howl, and with me is Maximum Color.
Howdy.
Pause. All right.
Yeah, so it seems so far the 2 runners who have actually completed a run are Davey and K4. Sizzler and Funderful have been very close, but not quite yet. And I guess Davey's the time to beat.
All right, and as a reminder to both me and to the audience, what is the format here?
The format is basically all these runners have 5 hours to just keep doing random seed runs to try and get the best time that they can. And the top 2 from this group of 4 will move on to the finals on Sunday.
Excellent. And you said Davey's in the lead, yeah, with a 29:46?
Yep. Other runners have been close, but not yet. But there's still plenty of time for them to keep doing runs. It looks like Funderful's on a pretty good run. He's got a Bastion here, basically guaranteed to get pearls if you play a Bastion right. Yeah, but I don't think he has rods yet, which could be a huge problem.
Which way did I go?
Because in 1.16, they made fortresses a lot more difficult to come by. So it could just be the death of Funder's run, but we'll see. Right now, he's just getting everything that he can from a Bastion.
This could have been so good, bro.
Let me see. Sorry, I'm just looking around, taking in what all I'm jumping into here.
could've
These
been
runs. It looks like we got 3 of them in the Nether and one of them
This could've been
just
PB,
starting
dude.
out
If
the
there's
new
a
run.
fortress here. Come
Yeah, that's what it
on.
looks like. I'm curious what Davy's plan is here. He's been in this Nether for a while. I'm not sure if he's gonna stay with it. Yeah, but we can see here
180, 100.
Funderful already has, it looks like, is that 16 pearls already?
I see,
And
I
getting a
see.
bunch
I
of
went
obsidian, I
negative.
think? Yeah. You can
Where did I
get so
pearl?
much good stuff from a
this way, right?
bastion by playing it right. Because there's so much gold and there's so many piglins that you can just
Negative
keep
C?
trading
Yeah.
over and over.
That is absolutely right. And looks like
Yeah.
K4 is over here starting up a new
Okay,
seed.
we're back, dude.
Time was not quite in their favor there.
Nothing
Yeah.
happened.
And Davey running past the bastion. I'm not sure if he's been here yet. Wait, did he? Oh, he died. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I was wondering why he didn't have too much stuff and was
What can I get
continuing.
rid of?
Oh my gosh, he has so many pearls.
GG, we're
See,
fine.
I'm guessing he has already
Nothing
been to
ever
the
happened,
bastion.
dude.
And that's what
What's
you
up,
get.
mate?
He has 42
poppin'?
pearls. No, 32.
Wow.
Yeah, 42.
That
Counting it
is
right.
Did
excessive
you see the
amount.
last video from Dream?
Might be
Yeah.
able to help
Minutes
them
ago.
save some time, actually.
Thought it was
Yeah,
entertaining.
exactly. We'll see if he ends up using it in the
What about
Nether.
you?
Because one of the hardest parts about the Nether, especially when trying to find a fortress, is traveling across all the dangerous
easy,
and
or-
difficult terrain. Like, for example, we see here in a Soul Sand Valley, the Soul
Charity
Sand makes you
stream?
go
Yeah,
slower,
it's being streamed on
or at least the
speedrun.com
rough-looking Soul
with
Sand
like
does.
2,000 people.
So using a pearl here could be helpful, but I think he's just gonna
watching.
rough
That's a
it.
fortress. Bro, this could have been insane. This could have
We're
been
just doing some
insane.
block hopping.
What the? This could have been insane, bro. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
And it looks like both Davey and
kidding?
Funderful are kind of on similar
It's still
pace here.
PBO,
Both
dude. This could have been
have looted a
insane.
bastion, gotten a butt ton of pearls, and now they're trying to find a fortress. And Davey finds one. That's actually really good for him.
Fucking hell.
And then it looks like he did just use a splash potion on himself. It looks like it was a fire resistance.
This could have
Yep.
been insane, bro.
Again, what you get from a bastion. Like, oh my gosh, bastions are so good. They set you up so well for the rest of the run. Yeah, I haven't gotten a good look at Davey's inventory, but if he has enough, if he has enough obsidian, he could, just leave the Nether immediately after, getting enough blaze rods and blind travel. And even if he can't, there's so much, he has so many ender pearls that he could probably just throw pearls all the way back to his portal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and an interesting strat that we saw from Davey was the bed that he placed down at that blaze spawner.
He's spawning behind
And
me, dude.
the purpose of that is how spawners work is there's basically a radius around it at which when the spawner triggers, it picks a point in that space to spawn a blaze, regardless if it's like within a block or not. And if it is within a block, then the blaze doesn't spawn. So by removing the blocks around the spawner, it increases the chance for a blaze to spawn. So that's why you'd see both the blaze bed and runners digging out the floor and surrounding area of the spawner.
Now, is that just within a 1 block radius, or is it a little further than that?
It's like 4 blocks, I think, out from the spawner on different sides.
Really quick, guys, gonna hop in here and say thank you so much to the AC Money with a $29.46 donation, who says, thank you for having me. Even with my lack of Minecraft knowledge, I'll certainly be watching the rest of the tournament. Hope we can raise some more money for this awesome charity. Good luck to all the runners. Now, thank you, AC, for your awesome commentary, just hopping in. It's a pleasure as always, and thank you for the donation. And yeah, thanks, guys. Keep those coming in. That's awesome.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, thanks a lot. That's great. I'm actually in a little bit of the same boat. I've seen a ton of Minecraft runs. I've never done it myself though, so I've got an okay knowledge, but I'm definitely having a little bit of a learning experience here, so that's fun for all, and hopefully it can help some of you viewers learn a bit too.
Oh, and Sizzler lost his boat. That's so sad.
Yeah, that's a big deal. For anyone who doesn't know out there, you can actually use the boat to negate fall damage, and that it's one of the few ways you can do it in the Nether since you can't have water there.
Yeah. Beds you can also place down and negate some fall damage. And hay bales as well. I think hay bales are the most efficient that don't negate all fall damage, and then it's beds after that. Ooh, and Davey leaving. He's at 17 minutes and traveling right now. This is pretty ridiculous because he has all those pearls. I'm wondering if he's gonna use them to travel. Oh, he's like basically already at minimum distance. This is an insane run if it works out.
Yeah, it looks like he might be beating his own time.
Yeah, he has 12 minutes, which is a huge buffer to beat his own time.
Now, I did not see him early on. Does he have a good supply of beds with him?
-165.
I'm not sure.
Pretty close, dude.
It's difficult to tell because runners don't spend too much time in their inventory.
I wasn't paying attention.
That is definitely true. He's got at least one.
165.
Yep.
Taking the slate.
And while he's traveling, we see an interesting strat from K4. Because he doesn't have a flint and steel to light the portal, he's placing wood all around the lava, hopefully to spread the fire to the portal, and there it goes. It looks like magic, but it's a strat. And he also changed his difficulty to hard mode because fire spreads faster when you're in hard mode.
Well, that's a clever strategy I would not have thought of.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. Minecraft has been out for so long, but a lot of these strategies are like being made like a month ago. Strategies just keep coming out of the woodwork and into like top 10 runs.
Yeah, it is a popular breathing game, and the consistent updates definitely makes this a fun game to run since you can adapt. You know, it's like new content every few months.
Definitely.
This Nether update was probably the largest change we've seen to the game, and especially the speedrunning scene, in a long time.
Damn it. What the hell? I thought it was closed.
Yeah, and chat brings up a really good point with Davey's run. He is on an insane pace, and he died.
Yeah.
He died earlier this run and had to go all the way back. This pace would have been absolutely ridiculous if he didn't die earlier.
Well, there we just saw him use a pearl. He had the high ground, so he was able to throw it further. So he is being a little bit frugal with them, which is probably a wise decision.
Yep.
Okay, we're close.
Yeah.
Depending on what he has, he might even be able to use those to help take out the crystals at the end.
Yeah. Oh no, that's not what you like to see. Davey is nearing the stronghold, but it is inside this massive mountain.
I'm gonna try and get it.
Which you hate to see, because that means it's gonna be really difficult to triangulate accurately without going on top of the mountain, which nobody wants to do.
Well, he does have those pearls. He could get up there pretty easily.
Yeah. And that's what he's doing.
K4 gathering some gold blocks. Looks like he found his own bastion.
Yep, that's what it looks like. And I think, yeah, Funderful gave up on that run and has reset. Couldn't find a fortress.
Yeah, it seems like finding a fortress or not almost makes or breaks most non-record paced runs.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really difficult because obviously finding a bastion is nice, because it basically guarantees you pearls, but you don't need a bastion to get pearls. It's a lot nicer, but how structure generation works in the Nether is basically they're separated into, like, I guess super chunks where there's I'm not sure exactly, I think it's like 24 by 24 chunks. Oh, and K4 died in the Bastion. That's really unfortunate. They weren't falling for his gold distraction.
I see it.
But I think it's about 24 by 24 chunks, and if there's a structure in that region, that means that no other structure can generate in that region. So if you find a bastion, it's nice because you find a bastion, but you know that the fortress is going to be very far away.
Give me a chest with food, please.
Oh, and Davy's in the stronghold.
I'm way too far in. I have to go back.
This is very, very good pace.
Yeah,
hopefully the dragon. Yeah. He's definitely the one to look at. Hopefully he finds this portal room quickly and the dragon is cooperative. Because I was watching a little bit earlier. Yeah, I was watching a little bit earlier, and Funderful's dragon was not being very cooperative. It was really sad to see.
Funderful stocked up on a lot of purple beds.
Yep.
Got some style over here. Up. Here's the portal. Here we go. Davy is about to get into the end here.
Yep, really good pace. Now it's all up to the dragon. Surprised Davy is running around and using blocks to get up here. He has 7 pearls. Oh, he has even more. He has 20 pearls.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, it looks like Davy has 5 or 6 beds. Oh no, 7 beds. He's doing fine. Yeah, 1 cycling in 116 is... Oh, he has even more. He has... No, he has 7. Yeah. 1 cycling in 1.16 is definitely a lot. Big brain. Hold on. Before I talk about 1 cycling, he's making a respawn anchor so that if he ends up dying... That is like 5 head. Oh my gosh.
That is really smart. Some safe strategies. I mean, he doesn't need to get world record or anything here. He just needs to beat everyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's almost guaranteeing that he's gonna, unless he gets some really bad RNG, he's gonna be taking down this dragon here. He's water climbing the towers.
Oh, it blows up. Okay, never mind. I'm not too familiar with respawn anchors, but I guess it doesn't work.
No, you're right. Yeah, the respawn anchors, they're the beds of the Nether. They work in the Nether. Anywhere else, they explode, just like the beds do.
Oh, they're meant for damage. I haven't actually heard of that strat before. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So they're beds, I guess.
Yeah. Thanks, chat. We had a little bit of a brain lapse there.
Yeah.
They're like beds, but I think they're actually a little more dangerous.
Alright, and here we are, the 1 cycle.
That's another one for the fucking books, dude!
Wow.
Let's go!
Doing very well. 1 more bed. Bam. Nearly sub 25, probably sub 25 in game time.
24:38. I died. Sub 25. Dude, I fucking died.
But that is going to be the new time to beat.
I should have. This should have been
over
24:38.
How much time did I spend?
Ooh.
How much time did I spend?
Insane.
It should have been
just
sub 21.
increasing his lead.
Looks like Funderful is about to build his portal over here. Maybe? I'm actually not totally sure what he's doing over here by this.
Yeah, he's building his portal.
I died. What version is 1.16?
Sizzler going into the Nether right now too.
The travel one.
Yeah. Hopefully Sizzler gets a good run. He hasn't had a good run in a little bit. Alright,
looks like we got a desert village on K4 screen over here.
Yeah, that's always a good sign. Yep, and there you can see Davy 24:38. Oh my gosh.
God, that was crazy.
Actually, not sure. Is the Savannah Village still the meta here?
Holy shit.
Savannah villages are nice, but they're They're not required. Basically, any village that has food is good enough. So that means not like a taiga village because they only have like you can only find food in like the chests. All they have is pumpkins that you can't eat.
Salt, trash. Okay. Let's try this way.
Yeah, so savannah villages are nice, plains villages are pretty nice, and desert villages are usually the nicest because obviously lava pools spawn in deserts quite frequently.
It happens sometimes.
There's also a good chance of finding a desert temple nearby.
Yeah. Those can be helpful, but they're not usually required in 1.16 runs.
God, I really think I'll just give this one up too.
Yeah, and I guess something interesting for Sizzler and Funderful is that they don't necessarily have to beat Davy's time of 24:38. They could just beat K4's by the time that the round is over and still move on to the next round.
All right, top two are advancing, right?
Yep.
24, 20.
So it looks like what happened there with Funderful, he seemed to have gotten a very bad nether spawn. There was just lava as far as you could see, so it seems like he just reset the...
Oh, and speaking of bad nethers, Sizzler just mistakenly jumped in the lava. You hate to see it.
Give me a lava pool. Lava pool, yes. Okay.
I just realized Davy's got a nice watch on.
Ooh, yeah, he's got the drip.
Sounds good, hey man. Have a good time at work, dude. We'll see you later.
All these runners are kind of starting runs, I guess. K4, I think he's got everything and now is looking for a lava pool to get into the nether.
And there was a little cave right down here.
Meanwhile, the other runners are just resetting.
Okay.
So I'm not actually sure what's a good target pace to get into the nether. Decent target time.
I mean, a decent target time. Ideally, you'd want to get in before 5 minutes, which isn't that difficult in 1.16 runs because you basically find a village and find a lava pool, and you have everything that you need. But it's interesting with 1.16 because sometimes you could enter the nether at like 8 minutes and still get a good time. It's definitely variable.
I'll just take all this and go. Because I need to get closer to trees too.
Okay, did just raid a desert temple. It's kind of hard to make out on my screen, but it doesn't look like he really found anything particularly helpful.
Yeah, the guaranteed thing that will always be helpful in a desert temple is definitely TNT. Because if he doesn't, okay, he has an iron pick.
He opted not to get the TNT, I noticed.
Oh, he didn't. Okay. I guess he was looking for gold, I guess.
Grab the wood first, grab the food later. Any completed runs? Not today, no. There were some really good ones, but man, RNG just kicked my ass so hard earlier.
Oh yeah.
Yep, and there's K4 entering the nether.
I don't think I've entered the nether in an ocean mode. 41 negative 63 later than 5 minutes in my life.
Yeah, hopefully this will end up as a good nether for K4.
Nether regions is all the same though.
And I really hope that Sizzler and Funderful are able to make it into the nether pretty soon. They've been having some rough runs.
Do need to be lower though.
Alright, hello there. I had a little bit of an internet oopsie.
No problem.
Right back in here.
Hi, Bridge.
Yep, and
it
Davey.
looks like, oh my.
Yeah, I think
Davey
Davey is going for. Ooh, he did. Wow, and the trophies are right there. Yeah, so this is a bridge bastion. There's 4 types of bastions that can generate, and this is a very good one. Not only is there this massive pile of gold here, but there's also the ramparts of the bastion, which are always very good.
It looks like Kay's doing a little bit of a sand trick there.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to make a staircase for these piglins to get up here.
It's a clever way to build lower than you using a gravity block.
Very nice.
Yep. And they're just slowly climbing up. They're gonna make it.
Come on, everyone. Let's go up here. Let's go.
Yep.
See?
And
I need that.
one key part of trading is starting to trade before you finish mining all your. Oh, he chucked his pickaxe. Oh no. Yeah, but the key part is starting to trade before you finish mining all the gold. Because it's more efficient to have these piglins continue to throw out new items while you're picking up more gold than to just pick up everything and then wait for them. And that's what K4 is doing.
Why is there a zombie piglin down here?
Alright, and Funderful entering the nether as well. Let's see what his spawn's like.
So I need 2 sets of
Well,
string.
he's got ground.
Yep, that's all I can tell. I can count the pixels on the screen, so it's difficult to make out what's happening.
Oh, I want that.
Yeah, but it looks
Easy to
like
run
it's
across.
yeah. It looks like it's a pretty standard nether waste spawn.
I've ever seen one.
Now, I like to commentate. I like to consider the newer players or people who might not be very familiar with the game at all. And something
So bad,
you
man.
guys might have seen Funderful doing. He was lighting pigs on fire before
Yep.
killing them. And the reason they do that is because the food actually drops cooked, which is much better and saves a lot of time.
Yeah, that's something that you see a lot with older Minecraft speedruns. But now in 1.16, they've kind of resurged in runs where you don't find a village.
Yeah, nowadays you just craft a hoe and get a bunch of bread.
And it looks like K4 getting plenty of pearls.
Don't need fire charges.
I'm not sure if he has enough yet.
Got more food now. Do you think these guys have finished
It's
trading?
difficult to tell, but if he heads back to those other piglins, surely they'll drop more
We got
pearls.
the second string stack. Some more string. Pearls on the bar. Let's get a fire
Davy's
resin
looking
up
around,
there.
not sure
Fire resin
what
up here.
he's looking for.
Black
Just the right
stone,
biome,
fire.
perhaps.
I'm so
I think Davy is actually going for monument strats.
I need to be leaving.
So a structure in the ocean is an ocean monument.
So I guess I
And actually, no, he doesn't have a pig or a cow. I'm not sure
What else do I need?
what he's up to. Yeah,
Glowstone, crying,
but
obsidian,
monument strats.
pearls, I've got
The
string,
gist
I've got
is there's an ocean monument in the ocean,
fire res, I need
and
fire res.
something that happens when you get close is it gives you mining fatigue. So you need a
Give me more fire
cow
res.
to get milk to remove that effect.
More fire res. I love
And
this.
when you go down to the monument, there's a room which contains 8 gold blocks, which you can use for trading
Need to go
later, which is the
-X, which is
goal
this way.
of monument strats, to just get all that gold. Yeah, but I think Davy is just looting all of these
Launch.
shipwrecks, and he's gotten some gold and some iron, which is what you like to see.
You know, Kay is actually utilizing the pearls to traverse the lava pools of the nether.
Yeah, and that's definitely a good use of the bonus pearls you get from the Bastion
It's kind of a flex. You're not always gonna.
when you
get
trade so
hits.
much.
I've got to
the
say,
fact that he's really
the Nether update definitely made these runs a lot more entertaining to
practice,
watch
because
without the
sometimes you're gonna need to use it.
long
Sometimes
montage
it's
of
just gonna
hunting
be
down
your only
Endermen.
option, is you need an anchor cycle.
At least for me.
So I'm down to practice.
Yeah,
these
well,
every single run.
there are different kinds of runs. Obviously, the runs that you're talking about are like pre 1.9 runs, which are the old school Minecraft where you just kill a bunch of Endermen. And then there's the kind of version that's in between 1.16 and pre 1.9, which is either run on like 1.14 or 1.15. 1.15 is usually like trying to do looting strats where you still kill Enderman, but you have a looting sword. And then 1.14 is, I mean, it's the one that I run the most, so I guess I'm a little biased, but
Come on, man.
I don't know. I find that one pretty interesting. Because the strat is definitely far out there. Because you blow up houses to get wood and then trade for pearls.
Another bastion. Oh my god.
Yeah, but it's really interesting to see because with a lot of games, like if you think about like Mario 64, in all the different categories, you're still going around collecting a star or sometimes no stars at all, and then killing Bowser. But with Minecraft and all these different versions, there's so many different ways to get from point A, which is spawn, to point B, which is killing the Ender Dragon.
Yeah, that's another thing that's pretty unique about the game and really cool is the ability to select previous versions. A lot of games don't let you just easily go back and select an old update whenever you want. That's it's a nice, unique experience that you can do there.
Yeah. And I think that's what kind of makes this game very fun to run, because even if like these guys are obviously like the best of the best for 1.16, but if you get tired of this, you can always just go back to a previous version, which is a completely different experience. Because all the strats are somewhat similar, but there's very key differences. Ooh, and K4 looks like he fell into the lava. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but he had a fire resistance potion, so he's saved.
Purling out of there.
Another bastion. Leave me alone. 3 bastions so far. I'm so good at finding bastions after finding the first one.
Well, while he's climbing through the nether over here, Funderful is resetting.
Yep.
All right.
What is new?
Yeah, that's a common theme between a lot of Minecraft runs is resetting, which isn't always the greatest, but it's a part of the game, I guess. And speaking of resetting, K4 has been running around searching for this fortress for so long. I don't know if he's gonna find it, and he may end up resetting if he can't.
Come on, dude, let me out.
Davey just found himself 3 diamonds, got a diamond pick. Not sure how much time a diamond pick saves, but he's got the blade.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure it saves
Dude,
a few seconds throughout the run.
Yeah, if he doesn't use a bed to blow up the blaze spawner, it could save a bunch of time there. Otherwise, it can be useful if he wants to nether travel.
The region I was just heading into was another bastion.
And before I get into that, yeah, it looks like K4 is resetting. He went into spectator mode, looking around for where that fortress is, and it's so far away.
Technically.
Yeah, but
technically went the wrong way.
Davey, if he wants to, if he gets all of his pearls without getting enough obsidian, he could use that diamond pick to basically destroy his portal in the nether and then go over to a different spot to exit the nether to travel a bit faster.
6 bastions in that nether, all right next to each other. Fucking hell.
Is that actually is that a pretty significant time save?
It can be, depending on like how close you are to the stronghold initially. Like if everything that you find is at spawn, like if you're at 0-0, let's say, and the stronghold at minimum is about 1,400 blocks away, that takes a while to run. It can take up to like 5 minutes depending on the terrain. So spending if you have to get all 10 obsidian, it's like 1.5 minutes. And doing that and then just running for like 30 seconds in the nether that can be a major time save.
Now, Davey was just there trading with some farmers. It looks like he was just trading to get bread. Is that just a strategy to get some food?
Yeah, that's the downside of taiga villages, which Davey was accounting for, where there's not just piles of hay bales like you see in plains, savannas, and desert villages. So in order to get food, there's a trade that you can do with a farmer where it's 1 emerald for 6 pieces of bread. So if you have a couple spare emeralds, you can get all the food you need.
So I need a positive X, which is on my
Yeah, and it looks like Davey is also utilizing that diamond pick to its full potential, digging down and trying to find a lava pool. Because obviously it'd be difficult to find it on the surface considering the biome he's in. And something that runners like to use is the subtitles at the bottom, which especially can help you here, because Davey heard lava pops and then started digging towards it, and he's found a lava pool.
Looks like that paid off.
Too shallow, that's what I think. I think the biomes around are bad as well. I see that desert.
Yep, so he's going to be entering the nether pretty soon. Meanwhile, all the other runners are... I think they're just at the start of their runs and resetting.
Yep.
Yeah, so this is looking like a pretty good run for Davey. Definitely not the best. Entering at 6 minutes isn't fantastic. But even with the late nether entry, you can get a good time. We'll see.
Now here's just messing around with the settings a bit there.
I only need 1 set, I think.
Yeah.
It looked like he increased his render distance.
Can I actually already?
I can't imagine he would increase it. He probably decreased it because the nether can be quite laggy, and the fog prevents you from seeing it prevents you from seeing very far anyway. So turning it down reduces lag and doesn't really impact your vision. But it looks like his spawn is quite terrible. Spawn in a little hole and has to dig his way out.
Gonna hop in here really quickly to say thank you so much to 1337 Noob for the $10 donation. Really appreciate that. We have passed the $800 mark and we are creeping towards 900. Really appreciate that. Of course, everybody watching, we are raising money for Stack Up. This is a charity event helping them out in their mission to support the mental health of veterans, which is a fantastic cause. So do command charity in the chat if you are interested in finding out more about them and potentially donating, because we really appreciate it if you do. So thanks so much and keep enjoying the tournament.
Nice.
Yeah, thanks so much to all of our viewers and all of the donators. Anyone just around, thank you.
So there should be a monument coming up. Otherwise,
yeah,
this is a great cause.
Very good cause. Yeah.
Been looking forward to this one for a while now.
This Z is pretty big. It should be on my left. I forgot about that.
And anyone who doesn't know what it's for, it's actually for veteran mental health.
Zero portal. There should be a monument where I'm facing.
Okay, over here is also doing some boat strats. Maybe look at them as monuments you were talking about. Shipwreck.
No, they're not.
Yeah, you can tell when a runner's looking for a monument if they have a cow in their boat.
That's not exactly true.
Which, although it sounds goofy, it's the strat.
Yeah. Now it does look like there were about 8 emeralds in that chest. They opted not to take the second to grab those.
Yeah, if there's no monument here.
Emeralds aren't
insight on this thoughts?
Yeah, emeralds aren't particularly useful unless you find a village. They're definitely more useful in like 1.14 where you're doing more trading.
Yeah, the biome is
but other than that, it's not really useful. And oh boy, Davey.
Reset the world before he even fell in there.
Yeah, I mean his nether spawn was quite.
I'm not gonna think too much about it.
And I don't really know what to do here.
Find a fortress or bastion anytime soon. So I guess it's.
Yeah, we'll just speedrun.
Guess it's kind of good that the run was put out of its misery. But either way,
Sizzler.
Here we see K4 doing a underwater nether portal. Or is he? Oh, okay. I think he's grabbing. Yeah, he's grabbing flint to actually light the portal.
It looks like he just did the door strat.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So for anyone who doesn't know, if you place a door down underwater, it'll actually create air, so you can breathe underwater for a little bit, as long as you're in that area.
Yo, what's up, Dingo Slayer? How's it going, dude? Thanks for the good luck. Appreciate that.
We see another flintless portal from Sizzler. Using all that wood. I think this should be the finished portal from
that way, I should get into it, right?
K4. Nearly there. Just has to get rid of that water.
Dig our way back up.
Yep, and there we go.
It might have worked out.
Underwater into the nether.
Got a lot of piglin around here too. Okay.
Yeah, and just a reminder to chat. The current time to beat is, I think it's 24:38 by Davey, and then the second place time is, it's 33 something by K4.
This won't be a fantastic time, I don't think, but maybe.
Any hints on what our runners are looking for in the nether to help them figure out which way to go to find a fortress? Or
well, there's actually interesting thing about how structures generate is, I mentioned earlier that they generate in these like 24 by 24 chunk regions, and the corner of the first region is actually at 0, 0, and then there's a like 4 chunk buffer where no regions can spawn. So if you head in the positive direction in the nether, you're on average you're more likely to find a structure that's closer to you, I guess. Yeah, but Funderful actually has a fortress, which you love to see. It's rare. It's a rare sight in 1.16, but he's got it.
Let's see like how this one goes.
Okay, yeah, and I'm being corrected. I was 1 chunk off, 23 by 23.
Can still make a good pace here. Okay, that's the connection.
the more you know.
We do have a blaze over there, but let's just keep going.
Davey's taking some barrels.
Oh yeah, I think he's doing COD strats, and that's if you. Yeah, he's definitely doing COD strats. So, an iron pick is invaluable in a 1.16 run, because if you find a gold block with that iron pick, you can mine it, and it gives you a crap ton of gold. So, what Davey's doing here is, because you can only get like 3 to 5 iron from a golem, if you trade with a I think it's a fisherman in a village using a barrel, you can get a bucket that way, and that saves you 3 iron.
Fascinating. We've seen just focusing in on Davey, we've seen him do several runs in this last 40 minutes or so, and he has done at least 3 or 4 totally different strategies. That's just goes to show you how much variety there can be between the runs.
Yeah, because there's so much stuff in Minecraft that can all be useful in a speedrun.
Well, and the procedural generation also. I'm sure that's you're a speedrunner of this game. I'm sure that helps keep it fun. Yeah, it's not.
Oh yeah.
It's never the same exact experience.
Yeah, fun and frustrating at some points, because I mean I do not envy these runners right now, because sometimes if you're on like a grind just doing runs over and over, and you lose a really good run like Funderful and Sizzler did, it's so difficult to just keep going. But having to do that for 5 hours, it's insane.
Go, run.
Yeah, and Funderful on pretty good pace. just getting his blaze rods right now.
6.
A bunch of
just run with
blazes,
6?
but he has
Maybe I'll get
no
7,
fire
'cause I
resistance,
still need
so
time.
it's difficult.
Thank you. Okay, there we go. Alright, we are out of there. Not terrible with the drop rates.
Yeah, hopefully he'll... yeah, it looks like he has 7 rods, so he's gonna be leaving right now.
I'm just curious to see, is there a way out on this side somewhere?
Funderful's exploring the caves here. Looks like he just actually grabbed a little bit of iron. Is that still something we do here, is smelt iron?
I mean, yeah, if you don't have enough iron, or if you, like, don't find a village or want enough iron for an iron pick, smelting iron can be a strat. It's definitely slower than not smelting iron, but that iron pick can be worth it.
You know what, chat? I think I screwed up a little bit. I did not mark my chords. Not this time.
Oh, Kay's using a map.
Oh yeah, that's a strat that kind of goes along with other ocean strats like monument strats, where you can find buried treasure using maps from shipwrecks, which have a lot of good loot in it.
Looks like it led him right to another shipwreck.
Yep. And an interesting thing about buried treasure is that I think we'll actually see it here from K4. Is that they always spawn in the same point in a chunk. They spawn at 9-9. So if you dig down, you can see on K4's F3 menu, there's a little spot that says chunk, and it has 3 numbers there. When he's at 9-9, yep, there it is. And he just digs down straight into it.
I don't think we have any. Yeah.
More iron than I'll need.
That's not good.
Definitely, but it can't hurt to have that much.
It can't hurt to have some armor.
4. I mean,
yeah, it's always interesting to see like what runners prefer to make, because obviously, like when you have a limited amount of iron, you make like a bucket of flint steel, maybe a shield if you're down for that, or an iron pick. But then after that, it's really up to the runner what they like to use.
we do have Ender.
Yeah, I've seen a pretty good split of people using shields or not using shields.
Yeah,
and as a small brain not runner, what is the disadvantage of a shield? Why wouldn't you want one of those? If you just have it as an easy option.
Yeah, it uses 1 iron, which can be critical to like get an iron pick, or even if you get like 3 iron, you don't have enough iron for a shield, and it's not something that you want to rely on, because shields in this game are kind of busted, especially when fighting Blaze, because the Blaze can like, although you're holding up a shield and you think, oh yeah, I'll be entirely safe, they can shoot the ground under you and you get caught on fire anyway. So I know Sizzler is an adamant non-shield user, because it just becomes a little bit of a crutch, because if you don't have a shield and you're so used to using a shield, then it's going to be very difficult for you.
I think I'm just gonna go pearls from the trades.
Makes sense.
Still.
For consistency's sake.
Yeah. Yeah, and even 2 blocks to block the fireballs is sometimes more effective than a shield anyway. Yeah, I think where the shield really shines, it's not even in the Blaze fight, but in the Stronghold. Because fighting those mobs can be really difficult. Or at least getting through them, but having a shield can be helpful to like stop creeper explosions, because they prevent all explosion damage.
I just need a time, honestly, like anything at this point.
We have a $20 donation from Arcan, who says, "Thank you for featuring the Minecraft speedrunning community. Love the runners, the commentary, and the cause." Sorry, voice giving out.
Woo!
Let's go,
Thanks,
Arcan. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for the donation. Command charity in chat for anyone else who's considering donating and you want to find out more about the great cause we're supporting.
You are all
Arcan,
awesome.
Arcan is poggers. I know him.
For Blazeman, I want to say.
He's a cool guy.
The dragon fight. The dragon just would.
Kay's getting harassed by a ghast over here.
Being so
Yeah.
Pop that thing right back in its face with some diorite.
Not doing north-south strats
Or
anymore.
gobble.
Not after that.
Okay, it looks to me that K is alternating the kind of wood he's using.
Wait, oh no, wrong.
Oh, so that's actually a pretty interesting strategy. It has no real function by alternating when you're bridging horizontally, but he's using slabs. So if he wants to ascend vertically, if you alternate slabs, they don't stack up on each other. Like usually if you have like two oak slabs and you put them on top of each other, they stack into what looks like one block. But if you have two different kinds of slabs,
Just travel diagonal,
they don't stack, and it's like you're using a whole block. So if you convert the wood into slabs, you end up with more wood and more vertical mobility using blocks.
I didn't even want to do it
And the reason why he was alternating slabs when going horizontally is because he wants to save.
And
he wants to keep a good ratio between those slabs so you can ascend vertically easier.
My portal, and my portal was way high. It would have taken me 3 minutes to get back.
All right, yeah, it looked like he was doing it before, and I was like, nah, that's got to be a trick of my eyes.
But at this point, but still, I don't like
what he's doing.
Yep.
All of these tiny strats. It's one of the coolest things about speedrunning. These little things that may or may not come in handy.
It limits you so much.
Oh, well, it looks like he won't get to use those anyway because he's resetting. Rip.
Well, I'm famous now. I don't know, man. I don't think so.
Yeah, so all the runners are kind of
I'm just playing Minecraft.
Resetting, except for Sizzler. It looks like, yeah, he's going into the nether.
That's
Come on, good nether spawn.
Nah, I'll make a shield anytime. What was that? Was that a ruins behind me? That's worth checking out if I don't see a shipwreck.
Here we go.
I think that's a shipwreck.
Opening up a furnace.
Sizzler would disagree.
I'm not sure what that texture was, but it was definitely not right.
And I'm Pepega.
Yeah,
it looks like he might have had some kind of texture pack going on with that.
I don't think he uses a texture pack, but in 1.16 there are a lot of texture glitches. Yeah, I'm not sure what was with that, but we see Sizzler doing another flintless portal.
Yeah, Flint can be a real pain in the butt. Even for a casual player, it can be hard to get that.
Yeah. Yeah, wait, and Sizzler's pace is insane. He's at 1 minute and 45. If this lights soon, that's going to be an insanely fast nether.
K's at a... Well, he was at a pillager base. What was he doing up there? Looking around?
Yeah, I guess looking for anything useful, but didn't find anything. Yeah, pillager outposts aren't too useful. The only thing useful about them is that you know that there's a village nearby. I believe it's within like 400 block radius around the pillager outpost. There's bound to be a village.
That certainly could be handy. I imagine it's pretty dangerous, especially when you're just starting out.
Yeah, but pillagers are like stormtroopers. Their aim is absolute trash. And it's funny because you'd think, oh, skeletons literally have no muscles. They're just a pile of floating bones. And they have better aim than pillagers who are living, breathing creatures.
I'm starting to get tilted.
Yeah, but...
Is he doing it? Baby's doing the milk. Baby's trying to get the cow on the boat.
Let's go!
Yeah!
Boat cow, boat cow.
Oh god, this is starting to be really bad.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Sizzler lost that really good start due to a bad nether spawn. Which is not... it's not uncommon in this category.
Alright, so Davy's clearing out the bottom of the sea there.
Portal to the right.
Does he have plans for this cow to go underwater?
No, he was grabbing flint.
Come on, log Prince's bread. One day.
Clever. Good. That's an interesting strategy. Diving down where there's more flint and using a door.
Yep. Ooh, and what we do see is that Davy's actually grabbing a dandelion.
Okay. Care to explain why that's useful?
The reason that it's useful is because you can make suspicious stew, which has different effects depending on what you make of it, and using a dandelion, it has insanely good saturation. So it's a really good source of food if you use a dandelion. And I think that's the perfect example of the amount of crazy strats that are in this game. It's like, in what other game is a dandelion useful?
Water. Okay. Good.
Who knows?
Well, it wasn't useful for long, I guess.
I don't believe there are any others, so we can just.
Yeah, Davey fell into lava immediately.
Okay.
Rip.
Don't get to see those cow strats.
Yeah, alright, well, now it's Funderful's turn in the nether.
What might trigger someone to think, hey, I'm gonna put this cow in a boat and look for guardians?
Basically if they see nothing but ocean around them. And literally all you need for a monument strat start is a tree and a cow. That's basically it. You can get all your tools, you can get doors. I guess you do need iron, but you can find those in shipwrecks that you'd presumably find when searching for a monument as well. Yes, it's definitely a very interesting. It's a lot different than other routes where you want a village and you want a lava pool and all that, when all you need is just a tree and a cow.
The snipe god?
No, Sizzler looks like he just got some treasure. Just got some buried treasure there.
Yep.
Pretty neat, a lot of iron.
Yeah, and that's the useful part. It has so much good stuff in it.
He's got a white boat.
Yeah, his textures are really screwy.
Now, I know that seems to be some kind of bug, but that makes me curious. Is there anything against texture packs in the official format?
It's kind of variable. You can have a texture pack that just changes the aesthetics to make it look nicer. I know another runner who's gonna be running tomorrow uses a texture pack Pizza Hut. But you can't use texture packs that make certain things invisible so you can see better. It's yeah, you can change things aesthetically, but not functionally.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't even thinking invisible. I was thinking maybe making the Nether Fortress bricks or something, a bright green so they're easier to see or something like that.
Yeah, that's the stuff that you can't do.
All right. Now, axes. I believe in this version, critting with an axe is stronger than a sword. Is that correct?
2.5 hours.
Yes, because axes have a higher base damage than swords do. So dealing a crit is definitely more powerful than hitting with a sword. And swords, the difference between axes and swords is pretty. It's interesting because swords I think have a higher damage per second than an axe, but axes are. The reason that people just use axes anyway is because when you're in a speedrun, you're not going to be running in and tanking a bunch of damage usually. It's going to be a lot of peeking and just one hit and then moving away. So axes definitely benefit that game plan because of its higher damage but slower attack speed.
Well, it's also multi-purpose. You can use it to mine wood.
Yeah, exactly. And swords, you can't do much else with it.
It was the same map.
So just using the axe anyway is typically better. I know there's some runners who like to get a sword to save durability on the axe, but it's not too common.
Wonder if they'll ever update it to make pickaxes more combat worthy. Oh, we're in a Minecraft. We're in a mineshaft.
Yeah.
pop through the floor.
Which is pretty cool. I mean, it was super obvious that they were there, but they were easy to predict.
Is Funderful mining with a stick?
Yes, it looks like it. Yeah, oh, he's getting wood.
The ST commands.
He's breaking the wood floor, yeah.
Oh, okay, I see, it's Acacia. I see.
Something else. There's another ST command, and maybe an extra one after that as well.
Okay, so Sizzler just got a piece of gold armor. I imagine that helps when dealing with the piglins.
Yeah, gold armor is definitely nice.
Okay.
Because then the piglins won't get mad at you unless you open a chest or mine gold. Alright, but it looks like it's not going to be useful anyway. As he's resetting.
So, I haven't seen anyone actually make gold armor, so is it not worth getting unless you just happen to find it?
Sometimes people make it if they're going into a bastion, but usually they just keep the gold on their hotbar, because if you're mining gold regularly,
wait, where? Oh, is it in here?
It's gonna be like a couple veins just to get boots, and that's 4 gold, which you could be using for trading.
Bro, I swear I made a furnace.
So it's just not it's not efficient.
5-minute lag or something? What?
Yeah, they just throw the nuggets down instead as a distraction.
Nuggets can't be used as a distraction, but yeah, just chucking a bar is better anyway.
Did Funderful just grab a bell?
Whatever. I made one.
I think.
There it is.
I think he did. Yeah. I'm not sure why.
I just placed this one. I have to be losing my mind, right? I should just reset.
I'm not exactly sure why. Maybe he just likes grabbing the bell. Hey, the bell can be useful to
unless it's up here,
like
and then I can
call all the villagers to their workstations or to the middle of town, but I'm not sure why he's just grabbing it and leaving it. Maybe he likes having the bell. Who knows?
Hit the bell.
I don't have. Okay, dude, this is dumb.
All right.
This is a dumb run.
Okay. K4 running through the trees over here, doing some jungle shenanigans, while Davey is carpeting. Is he using that carpet to try and light the portal?
Yes, that's actually the most efficient way to light a portal that's not to light it without flint and steel, because blocks have a certain flammability value, and carpets are unsurprisingly very flammable. And
there you go.
I kind of didn't want it to light, bro. I need to go to the bathroom. Dude.
Okay, yeah, and I'm getting informed by chat that Funder just likes bells.
It's Hero Brian.
He just likes bells. All right, that is a perfectly valid reason.
I can pause.
They're pretty rare.
Not like that.
Honestly, isn't there only one per village?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that make them among the rarest items in the game?
I mean, there's like the dragon egg, but I guess so.
This is a weird thing to think about, because you can't craft them, right?
No.
Huh.
Alright, and Funderful going into the nether with his bell.
Baby's taking a break. But look at that lighting. Great setup.
Oh yeah, he's got the... Wow. It's pretty.
Very pretty. Yeah. You can get into the screensaver business. Alright, Sizzler's going down into here. Now, alright, Sizzler is getting the TNT. Now, I actually cut out right after mentioning it before, but I think Kay went into a temple and opted not to grab the TNT.
Well, what's the TNT can be, yeah.
Yeah, what's it used for?
It can be useful in certain scenarios, like if there's a gold block and you don't have an iron pick. Like Kay in that situation had an iron pick, so it doesn't have too much of a use. So you can use it to like break a gold block and actually be able to pick it up.
They like your lighting
with
setup?
TNT.
Hey,
Other than that, you can use it to just like get a butt ton of blocks. by like digging into the ground and putting it down.
Blow up houses, get some wood.
Yeah, it doesn't have too much of a use in 1.16 in comparison to like 1.14. Yeah, and something I'm curious about is will Davey continue this run after taking the pee break? Wait, oh, it looks like he actually is. I was joking about that because I thought he was just gonna reset.
Dude, this is
Damn, he's actually
so cheap too.
He's
if
still
you're a
going.
Streamer and you want something like cool, make your background look cool.
I'd be pretty confident if I were him. He's got a really good time. What is the current record?
It's 24:38.
24:38. That's really good. Really good timing.
I don't want it. See ya. Show me
second
right
second place right now is almost 10 minutes behind that. So let's see what we got here.
Cam?
What we have about what, like 2 hours left?
Is the hue off or something?
A very good time. Good amount of time. That looks like a really deep river that Kay is mining there.
Why?
Might
Because
just be the perspective.
I don't want to rely on good gold luck. Alright, I see my food.
Not a whole lot going on right now.
Ooh, actually, it does look like Sizzler has found a nether fortress. And at a very good time, too. 4 minutes.
Whoa. This could be the run. This could...
Wait,
this
did
has
he?
a good
Okay,
chance
wait.
of,
Hold on, no, it's just the fog in the back. Never mind, I got you baited.
Oh, a face cam. Well, you don't need to.
What the heck?
If you use a face cam, that's a good thing. To make it look interesting for viewers. At least that's why
so he did have a
screen.
Because I don't care what's
he had a sub 4 getting into the nether. That's still pretty good.
You guys see it, so.
Yeah.
I think on Davy's current record time, he didn't get into the nether until 6:30.
Yeah, I think so.
Minutes? Okay.
Yeah, it just goes to show how much of the time save or loss is focused on the nether.
Scared me.
Because
you have a fortress though. So
you can get good or bad luck at the start, but the luck really kicks in the nether because you could find like a bastion and a fortress near each other and get everything within like 5 minutes.
Sizzler's living up to the namesake and sizzling in some lava, throwing the runaway, looking around.
Yep, trying to see. No, Andy's.
Oh fuck.
There it goes.
We have a bastion. Holy shit.
Then are the runners just doing that for curiosity's sake, or is there actually some kind of information that they can gain from looking around at the end there?
It's just curiosity.
This is stables.
Because whenever you're resetting, like as you're running through the nether, at any time you could be like, oh, okay, there could just be a fortress like right here. It could be a fortress like right here. Right here. Yeah, but as you keep going, you just have to, like, when you reset, you just wonder, like, if I kept going for another, like, 100 blocks.
Come on.
Oh, and we got an Illumina raid. Thank you.
Wow.
Insane with the party of 1,600. Welcome.
Welcome indeed. Would our lovely hosts care to let everyone know what we are doing with this event?
Yeah, so it's Howl and Maximum Color in the booth, and this is Group 1 of the GSA Stack Up the Speed Minecraft tournament. So how this works is basically these runners have been going for about 3 hours so far, just doing RSG runs. If you guys are coming from Illumina, you should be pretty familiar. They're just doing runs over and over, and the best 2 times in this 5-hour period will move on to the finals on Sunday. So this is Group 1 of Sizzler, Funderful, K4, and Davey. And then Group 2, which is, I think it's Pizza Hut, Automat. Who else is in?
7 Obby, I might just
Group 2. I think it is
I'm gonna go back down.
Did what is it? Fyro and Nerdy, I believe. Yeah, so they're gonna be in round 2 tomorrow.
They're done trading. Holy shit.
Yeah, but
that's a lot of piglins.
currently in this round, Davey had the first place time of 24:38, and K4 has second place with 33:50. So the pressure's really on Sizzler and Funderful here. Sizzler and Funderful here, because although they've been close, they haven't finished their run yet. And I mean, ideally they'd want to beat Davey's time, but
oh god,
they only need to beat K4's time of 33, which these runners are definitely capable of that.
I'm choking right now.
And that's all they need to do to qualify for the next round.
Yeah.
But
so once again, thanks everyone for coming back, for coming in here. Hopefully you enjoy what you see. And I think that within the next couple hours we're gonna push this.
It's like here, right? I think I gotta go in more. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple F's in the chat.
Oh,
wait, it looks like it's back. Hey, perfect.
Please open up.
All right, and we're back, and this is pretty interesting. We got 3 runners in the Nether so far.
Thank you. I knew it was.
And looks like Funderful actually has a fortress this time. And he's at what, nearly 6 minutes? This is pretty good pace. Oh, and Davey's also in a fortress.
In a fortress.
Yeah, and he already has his pearls, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
Whew.
Plenty of pearls. Got 1 rod already.
I'm getting cracked.
What's the number of rods we're looking to get here?
Usually, I mean, you could go for 6. That's the minimum that anyone would get with their right mind, because that gives you 12 eyes, and that's the if the portal has no eyes filled already, that's going to be the number that you're going to need. But usually runners grab like 14, because eyes sometimes break when you're triangulating, so
14,
they want a little bit of a buffer.
7 rods.
Oh yeah, 7 rods to get 14 powder and 14 eyes. Yeah, my bad.
Seems like a good compromise.
Yep. Because that's definitely
1, 2, 3, 4,
consideration
5.
when you're speedrunning Minecraft, because you want to be like safe, and you want to make sure that you actually finish the run, but you also want to go like as fast as possible. So you have to find that good balance between being fast and being safe.
And with 7, you could end up losing to that, but you'd have to be really unlucky.
Yeah, because it's every time that you throw an eye, it's a 1 in 5 chance of it breaking. And for enough eyes to break that you can't complete a run, that's extremely unlucky.
What's up, G?
Oh, and this blaze spawner kind of sucks for Davey. Thankfully, he has that fire resistance potion.
My heart's beating too,
but
don't
all
worry.
that lava is difficult to deal with.
I'm not a robot.
So, back to this boat situation. Sizzler's over here in the middle of the ocean. I know boats, they're much, much faster than running. Is he just trying to find anything? I mean, he is surrounded by ocean on all sides.
Yeah, I mean, he's been going around finding shipwrecks and buried treasure.
We're at 16 minutes.
Okay, well, it looks like he's resetting. I think he was trying to, I guess, find a ocean ravine, which you can make a portal in, but
please drop.
Didn't find anything.
I'm waiting for Sid.
Yeah, but the Funderful trapped an Enderman in a boat.
Yeah, that's actually like the best way to kill Enderman nowadays. In older runs, you would like dig a hole and put blocks above you, But now you can just put mobs in boats and they can't do anything about it. Even Enderman, you can literally teleport.
Boats have always been useful, but now you can use them to negate fall damage, or you can use them to trap enemies.
Yeah.
Seems like it might be one of the best tools that a speedrunner has now. Speaking of negating fall damage.
And especially like considering the amount of wood it costs. It's literally 5 pieces of wood for something that prevents all fall damage and can basically negate any mob. And also can travel across water.
You can actually you can actually travel across lava with them too if you
I don't know if this is close
use some boat hopping tech.
Yeah. It's true. It's definitely a lot less efficient, but ooh, and it looks like Davey is he's running trying to find the stronghold, and he's actually at minimum distance right now. So he's on a really, really good pace. Yeah, hopefully Funderful can finish his trading and get enough pearls. He's trading right now. If he gets pearls, he should be good to go and can actually secure either first or second place.
115 or 116. I don't think this is good or bad.
Funderful looks like he's at about 18 and a half minutes.
It's bad, but it's not. It might not be insanely far, you know.
Yeah, well, Funderful is at like 10 minutes and Davey's at like 20.
Oh, is he? Wow, sorry about that. Yeah, it's a little hard to make out what it is for me.
Ocean.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's on good pace. Wait, did I see that correctly? Does he have 11 pearls so far? If so, he could leave.
I guess he doesn't have enough pearls. At least not enough for him to be comfortable. He's taking out some more Endermen.
Yeah, I can't imagine that he's definitely close.
Know which direction to go.
I can't imagine that he would be hunting Endermen in a blue forest if he wasn't like 1 or 2 pearls off from being able to leave. Yeah, because
I feel like it's on that
like I don't know about other people, but when I first like saw the blue forest and realized like, oh, Endermen spawn there, that was like my first thought when considering how it would change speedrunning, but it really hasn't been implemented too much because the drop rates on the Endermen are so terrible.
And the trading
I could be misreading this. It could not be here. Oh, it's definitely
because
not
sure,
here.
like it may be consistent to go around and kill like 24 Endermen and get 12 pearls, but there's just gonna be that one guy who like trades 2 gold and gets enough pearls to leave.
Either we're really far or it's legit minimum distance. Let's test it out, dude.
Davey's got a lot of water he's traveling with here. He's got his ender pearls out.
Yeah, he has plenty and can travel. Oh, okay. It looks like it's gonna be on land.
Sure. Come on.
It's really fortunate in a speedrun to see a stronghold that spawns like partially exposed in the water, because it means you don't have to dig down and you don't have to triangulate as hard. Because you could just see it and dig into it. Yeah, but it looks like that's kind of been the fault of a lot of Davey's runs so far. Is just the triangulation has been pretty terrible. Like the distance it's been.
I'm throwing one more before I pass this mountain right here.
I think Sizzler's going on a treasure hunt again.
I'm actually throwing right now.
I don't know. So I'm not too familiar with any of these runners. Is Sizzler just a big fan of? Is that his part of his preference? Going on treasure hunts? I've seen him do a lot so far.
I mean, I think Sizzler likes the ocean. he has occasionally done a strat where he just goes off into the ocean randomly to find the stronghold, and then goes into the Nether from there and gets everything. It's definitely not a viable strat, but it's pretty funny.
Right here. We're gonna throw. It's gonna turn back.
having a fun time. It looks
Damn,
like
Dave.
Davey is probably pretty close at this point.
Yeah, you know, if I was Davey, I would just reset, honestly. Because you're not going to beat your own time.
And as a fair point, if it was Sizzler or Funderful, it would still be a good pace, but...
Yeah, if it was anybody but him, it'd be a good pace.
Davey is the guy to beat. But
And
K4
like
is in the Nether Fortress,
nice.
fighting some wither skeletons, and getting lit on fire, not having a very good time right now.
No. I think it's hard to find anybody who has a good time in a Nether Fortress.
Funderful's also has already found a blaze spawner, and is also on fire.
Funderful has been at this blaze spawner for like a while now. So much so that he's used 2 fire resistance potions.
Those are the 5-minute time, is that right?
He used a splash potion. I think those are like 2 minutes. I don't know exactly.
Sizzler is finding likely lava. Is there always lava underneath a magma pool?
Yeah. I mean, you can tell if it's underwater and you see like obsidian and magma as a combination. There's definitely lava under it. Okay, it's 3 minutes for both, but not always, as I've been informed.
Not always.
23 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, because obviously there's different potions, some that
Fast perch.
have a different time limit. Yeah, Davey's actually in the end. I'm still not sure why he's continuing.
He's already past his old time. Maybe just practice?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Or maybe he just wants to finish. Funderful.
Funderful is traveling right now. He's on a pretty good pace as well. 16 minutes.
I think I might stay.
I'm not sure exactly how far out he is, but with this dolphin and traveling in the water, he can go really quickly.
There's some shit
And there, Davey has died. It didn't.
Yeah, I wasn't watching.
Yeah.
Last I saw, he was on top of one of the pillars. He might have just felt like going out in style and jumped off the top.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like, rarely would we ever not pay attention to somebody who's in the end, but Davey already has the best time, just kind of fooling around in the end. Yeah, so Funderful is really the one to watch now. And then I guess K4 after that, he's also... Oh, he's nearly dead in the fortress, but he's doing fine.
Maybe a little bit more wood just in case.
Yeah, it seems like our runners have been getting to the nether a bit more lately, so that's nice.
Yeah. We've definitely seen a lot more fortresses in the past couple runs than we have in like the past hour.
Luck turning around. It looked like Funderful, so he was doing the, light the cow on fire and butcher it strategy, but it looked like he was trying to push him into a little pool of water while he was doing that. Is that...
Yeah, I know they're just gonna go into that hole.
Is that a thing they do? Or did he just happen to have a pool of water right next to it?
Well, it's funny because mobs are actually smart, and when they're lit on fire, they go towards water. So I guess he was trying to like block their path and push them away from the water.
Hmm.
Yeah, and that can be like really frustrating when you're trying to get food, and they just run over to water, and then you basically can't kill them at that point because it won't give them cooked. Yeah, it won't be cooked. Sure, you could get like the wool if it's a sheep, but other than that, there's no real purpose.
Ooh, okay. I can work with that.
Ooh, and Thunder is approaching on an ocean. It could be ocean exposed. Good sea.
Okay. The ocean is really
nice. Yeah, if it is ocean exposed, he's definitely on a pace to beat Davey.
I didn't invent that. I saw.
He has like 5 minutes.
Fyroa or K4 doing it. Really, really nice though.
So he is just roaming over the top. I normally see runners they'll like adjust their camera so they can see under the water better.
My PB is a 19.
So you just know that he's not close to it.
So sadly.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he just.
Still get the fast Look at that though. That looks sweet.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Sightseeing in this round too.
The benefit of not doing that is that it's difficult to see like what's directly under you because of the angle that you're looking at. But
or not.
Yeah, I'm sure he can see a lot better than I can right now.
Okay, I think that curved like more that way.
Yeah. Oh man, it looks like K4 reset. I'm not sure exactly what happened. I was paying attention to Funderful, but he's the only one who's on a good run right now.
That's fair.
This is a really far stronghold. Dang.
As we've seen, the majority of all speedruns, really, the majority of speedrunning is resetting really quick.
Yeah, especially in Minecraft, when 90% of your runs are going to be reset within like the first minute.
So,
That's another one on
Funderful is on a good run. Coming to the end of his river here.
Oh my god, yeah, it is so far.
Okay, yeah. So K4 had bad blazes and didn't even get piglin trades by the time that he finished with blazes. Yeah, I think for the chat, it's a bit less than 2 hours left now. I think it's like an hour 45. Yeah, hour 46.
Won't get the fastest time with this run, but we can still have similar attempts. We still have
Yeah, and
2 hours.
neither Sizzler or Funderful have finished a run yet. I'm hoping Funderful can at least finish this one. Even if he's not on pace to beat Davey, he's definitely on pace to beat K4. He has a whole 14 minutes on him, and depending on the runner, you could actually beat the game in that time.
What?
Start to finish, it's gotten that fast. Wow.
Well, I mean, not quite. I think it's like 14:30 something right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, last I checked, it was like 19. You guys have had some major breakthroughs.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the 15-minute barrier was broken like a month ago.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's been insane. Like if you think about like
Please stop, dude.
a year
Right now, I really don't.
Okay. Davey's done that twice today.
Yeah.
Another brick.
Actually, 3 times. That last run. Oh no, I guess he did take a dive off that pillar.
Yeah, I think he got hit by the dragon.
Okay, what do we got?
I think that's what people in chat were saying. Oh my gosh. All right, it looks like Funderful is finishing up his triangulation here. That's what the line was for. And he's digging down. And I think he's doing what's called the 4-4 strat, where the entrance staircase of the stronghold will always be at the coordinates 4-4 in the chunk. So if you dig down on that spot, yep, he dug down at exactly 4-4, fell right through the middle. Looks so satisfying.
Wow.
Lava? Oh.
It's really down to a science here. But there's no way of knowing where the end portal is, correct?
There are actually ways that you can tell, not exactly, but you can know about how many rooms away it is. So,
you just find
it? Well, he just went down into it. I guess he heard the silverfish. That's definitely a good indicator. But you can tell how far. Well, from the entrance staircase, the portal room can't be within 5 blocks or 5 rooms. And what's designated as a room is a little weird. It's like some hallways are rooms, and like these 5-way entrances are rooms. But oh god, wait! I just realized Funderful needs a pearl.
He's short a pearl? Oh no.
Yeah, he's short a pearl.
Oh, he just ran past 2 chests. Why isn't he checking them?
No, he checked the chests. But even then, it's only like a 25% chance that a pearl spawns in a chest.
Okay, he did find an Enderman.
Yes, thank you. Oh,
did it drop? No. Oh.
Oh no.
It's so painful.
That bad pearl luck's coming back.
Oh, and it was wait, wait, he did get it. He did get it. Hold on, he did.
Absolutely the play.
I thought the way he was like slumping over that he didn't get it, but he did. The run lives. Definitely can't beat Davey, but he can beat K4.
The slump of relief.
Yeah.
Just crap.
And that's really unlucky that it was a 0i. Because each little frame of the portal has a 10% chance to spawn with an eye already in it. So it's more likely that you'll have one eye in the portal than not. Alright, and here we have Funderful's POV bridging over, getting to that end island. Let's see if the dragon will actually cooperate this time. Yeah, he was on a really good run earlier, but the dragon just wouldn't perch, and that's what you need to one cycle and kill the dragon. So hopefully the dragon will be cooperative this time.
Are you actually on me right now?
Yeah, he might. He might be Davy's old time right now.
Today, man. Yikes.
What is he doing? He's going super high up in the air.
Nope.
The strategy here is the dragon's AI basically it's a different it has a chance of perching, and that chance is actually no, it has a chance of strafing, which is the like attack pattern that you don't want to happen, where it just runs around and or flies around and shoots fireballs at you. And that chance increases the closer you are to
Get out of the water.
The little fountain at the middle. So by like towering up and going really high, it increases the chance that it will perch. And there it is.
That's it's working.
He's doing
and
the one cycle. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
Dude.
There it goes.
Let's go.
And that's gonna be a new time.
Get the bell. I don't have the bell.
That's the new second place time to beat. Let's see what it is.
What is he doing with the bed?
26:42.
I cannot see this. The screen share is pretty bad. Okay, it looks like
47.
Yeah. And then his end game time was 26:42. There you go.
26:42.
Awesome.
Yeah. Sorry to the people in chat if we're a little papega. Our Discord screen share is really bad.
Hey, at least we got something, dude. I'm
so it's difficult to tell what's happening on there until we see it on stream. Yeah, but either way, Funderful's on to his next run, and that's the new second place time. Now it's down to Sizzler and K4. Yeah, so K4 who had the second place time at a very uncomfortable margin, now really has to step up his game.
They're done trading? Okay.
Whew. We got some interesting lava formations over by Davey.
Oh yeah,
moving away from it now.
I think this is a bridge bastion. I'm not exactly sure. But it looks like Davey's heading into the ramparts, which is the area that you want to be. And the reason for that is there's a lot of gold block spawns in that area. And there's chests, which can also contain gold and other useful items. Yeah, and we see he's been trading a bunch and has a bunch of pearls now. That's what's so powerful about a bastion. It's like, even though the drop rate for pearls is, I believe it's like 4-point-something% chance, which is extremely low. If you have enough gold and enough piglins to trade with, it's basically like you're guaranteed at that point.
Do I have fire charges? I have flint and steel. I don't know. My RNG today is cracked.
Right, and Sizzler resetting. You hate to see it.
Great.
I think he was trying to find some gold, but he was in a
It's never like this, dude.
bad type of bastion. And we see K4 again with the alternating slabs to save them for towering up if he needs to.
Show me a fortress. Just do it. Just so I can get like a sub 20 or something.
Yeah, just a reminder.
I've had like 4
just a reminder.
bastions,
This is
dude.
Group 1.
I never
And
get this
the top 2 out of these 4 will move on to the finals on Sunday. Right now, it's Davey in first place and Funderful in second. So
I'm thankful.
it's K4 and Sizzler who are under pressure.
Oh god. I can't gravel clutch. I guess.
Yeah, and the time to beat is a lot more difficult now. It's 26:42 to just qualify for the finals.
It's literally in the code, dude.
And before it was like
just beat it. He kind of flew past it.
Charity stream, Dave
yeah.
good RNG. That's what it says.
He beat it by like 7 minutes. Yeah, that run could have been insane if he had a better travel to the stronghold.
Yeah. Or if he didn't have to hunt for a pearl.
Don't even know where I'm pearling.
Yeah. A lot of things that went wrong.
That's kind of how these. Yeah, that's kind of how these runs always go.
From winning? Nothing.
Everything could always be better with, if only this didn't happen, or.
Yeah. And I think that's the hardest part because so often you'll just get screwed by RNG.
I trust it.
And you just have to roll with the punches and keep going. So the mental fortitude to like grind this game like every day for multiple hours like these runners do. It's definitely tough.
Looks nice.
Kay has found something underwater here. Some kind of temple. It's a stone temple looking thing.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure what those are called, but they are not useful.
I was so far in that region.
They just spawn drowned and don't have much good loot in them. And Davey searching for a fortress by throwing all these pearls, but not having much good luck.
Ooh, speed that he opens that chest and determines there's nothing of value. I couldn't even take in what was in the chest by the time he closed it.
Oh yeah,
these guys are quick.
Yeah, a bit of a addendum to my previous statement. They can be useful. They sometimes have buried treasure maps in them, but other than that, not really.
Another bastion. This is dead. I have to go positive now, dude.
Ooh. Oh, and I think that's it for Davey. Pausing right before his inevitable demise. Okay. Yeah, and there he goes.
Oh. Wait, he's regaining health.
You're too nervous, relax.
Oh,
I'm just happy.
He has fire. Wait, did he have a god apple? What?
He might have had one.
That's good enough for me.
He either had a regular, he either had a regular gapple or had like fire resistance or something. He's just like in a lava pool. What the heck?
He has a he had a potion. Stew you were talking about.
Oh yeah, but he has fire resistance, and that's why he's not dying. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think he's done there. Just couldn't find a fortress.
So his health was shooting up. Was that just the saturation from the stew?
Yeah, I think so.
Or I mean, it could have just been a gapple.
Soup.
Can I go up more? Because it does.
Yeah, he had fire res and
yeah, we'll go this way.
He did have extra hearts, so he had at least some type of gapple. I think it was just a normal one.
I think we'll just reset this. It's too gross looking. Yeah, we had nothing. Okay. I shouldn't even look. Like, there's no point to. Okay. When does a joke become a dad joke? When it becomes apparent?
Okay, hopping down a ravine, just picking up some
Kitty,
stone.
I did give you that power to, you know,
I guess.
show people the door, you know, with the
Oh, looks like you found some iron.
with the bang hammer, you know, just use it anytime. Anytime you feel.
You want to talk about this golem,
right ahead.
this iron golem killing strategy for the
You know,
newer players?
Go.
Oh yeah.
Fine by me.
Golems can't hit you if you're 3 blocks up, so you hit them once, they're angry at you, you tower up 3 blocks, and they can't kill you.
1, 2, need a third iron ore. There you are.
Yeah, and that's about it.
Yep.
Picks.
Quick tips.
T-Wag
Whoa.
already
Oh, maybe just went into spectator mode.
It's an old T-Wag route already.
I was like, whoa, he's falling through the floor. What's he doing?
Really quick, just gonna remind everybody that this event is to raise money for charity, specifically for Stack Up. You can do command charity in the chat to find out more about them. They do support veteran mental health through gaming. It's an awesome cause, so if you have anything to give, please consider doing so and help out the mental health of veterans.
Yeah, and you can find the link to donate by doing !charity in chat.
Yeah, give me that. I'm gonna dig under these because of like salts.
Half of our runners are stranded in the sea.
Yep.
Everyone's in the overworld.
Yeah, nothing too interesting right now. Both Sizzler and Funderful are just wandering around the ocean.
It's just a fun little,
I like salts.
fun little casual play. You know, nothing crazy going on. Davy's getting stone for tools. It looks like.
Yep. Looks like, okay, we might have something interesting. Scissor has found a full shipwreck.
A full
Let's
shipwreck?
see what's in it. Yeah. Because shipwrecks can spawn with certain parts of it missing. There's like 3 sections of the shipwreck. There's the captain's quarters at the back, which has usually what's considered like the best stuff. It's got all the iron, gold, emeralds, diamonds, that type of stuff. Then I don't have fun names for the middle and front sections, but the middle has oh, speaking of diamonds, K4.
Wow, is that
some
8
diamonds,
vein?
poggers? Yeah, 8 vein. Wow.
It's the biggest size, I believe.
I knew that was a thing, actually. I can't compare.
Yeah, but the
this is technically a light salt.
the other parts of the shipwreck, one is kind of not too useful. It has like other like random food and like some armor, but the last part has the guaranteed buried treasure map, which is definitely useful.
What the hell?
Davey found himself a fortress in spectator mode. Looks like he started real close to one.
Stop that right now.
Started right next to a ruined portal. This could be good, potentially.
Stop it.
Yeah, we'll see.
Now I know it's not as useful as it was in 1.14, but
Stop.
looting swords. That's still huge, right?
Stop
Helps
it.
you get those blaze rods a lot faster.
2 lava.
Yeah. Looting swords are very, very good in basically all versions, but they're just not common. In 1.16, they could be pretty viable if you like spawn in a blue forest and are able to kill some Enderman pretty quickly and get good drops. I haven't really seen too many looting runs in 1.16 though, because even in the scenario where you get a looting 3 sword, just trading like 3 gold and getting pearls every time is faster. Which it's kind of sad to see, but I mean, it makes sense.
Okay, so I just saw Davey do a really interesting strategy.
Ooh,
He popped down to
those...
that desert temple and decided to blow up all the chests instead of looting them.
Yeah, well, it's big brain. You don't have to spend the time to break the chests, and Davey, who doesn't have like any tools right now,
Can I forfeit?
That's the best way to loot the chests.
Get Illumina in here. He'll get a run in 30 minutes.
I'd say the most fun way as well.
I'm fucking tilted, man.
Whoa. Okay, I haven't seen this yet.
Oh, I'm so goddamn tilted right now. Oh no.
That's like a little bone structure that generates in soul sand valleys occasionally. Alright, but it looks like he's resetting it. Too traumatized by the bones. Oh my gosh.
I wonder if it's even my fault though.
Just gonna
so we were talking about
reset
the
and move on.
suspicious stew.
Have any of these seeds been
Yeah.
sub 25?
What are the
I
other
don't
ingredients
think
to
so.
this? You got a marigold
I mean,
or
some of it would
dandelion.
have been if I could have got the piglin trades, but one bastion, then a second bastion that was a hug.
Or a blue orchid gives saturation,
Oh, fuck off,
which
dude.
I think is the best
I
out of all of them.
That happened. How was it supposed to be a joke?
You just pop it in a bowl and you got some
It's supposed
soup.
to be a joke. I'm gonna get a hog on
It's a red and a brown mushroom,
Oh, look,
a
it
bowl,
actually has
and whatever flour
Surprise.
that you're putting in.
Bitch.
There's some other ones. Not many of them are useful. There's
Ooh, Davey
oh.
just got one shot by that column.
Yeah, clapped
Punched
by
him
the
right in the
golem.
face.
Damn.
Dang.
This is why I excel in set seed tournaments, but not OSG. Literally this reason.
Yeah, but the other
I
types of
can't get a
suspicious stew, which aren't too useful,
I really want someone to count out.
you can
the-
get fire
the
resistance,
bastions
but it's
and
only for
red
like
textures
4
and the feather
seconds.
runners, 'cause, like, yeah, I mean, obviously
That
all those
won't
things.
help you too much.
Is it because
You
I
can
played
get
it, or
you could be blind if you want. Actually, the blindness
So damn
does have
tilted.
a very
many
fringe
dead
use.
seeds that
Is
aren't
when blindness ends, you get like
Straight up.
half a second of like extremely good vision, which you can use to see further in the nether. I've seen somebody use that before. It's definitely not like a consistent strat or one that people use often, but it's there. There's like jump boost, which has like no use really, because you can just place a block under you anyway. You can poison yourself if you want. You can also weaken yourself. Yeah, and then there's like regen, which is that one's pretty good. And then there's also a night vision one. But out of all of them, the saturation one is definitely the most popular.
Yeah, that basically is health regen.
Yeah.
No, that's not what I wanted
In a
to
way.
see. Shits.
Yeah, it fills up your food, which fills up your health. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we have a faceless villager.
Yeah. I was wondering what I was looking at there.
Yeah.
The faceless villager scared him off the run.
Fall damage to get to me, my friend.
Terrifying.
Funderful is playing around
You
with
know what?
some
We're gonna head back the
piglins, getting some potions.
right now. I'm not,
That's
I'm
a
not
nice.
gonna stay here. I got the obby, which is great.
That's
but
a nice
we're
side
not staying
effect.
here.
You know, you're looking for
We're going
pearls, but
I believe
I don't think anyone would complain about getting fire resistance potions. It
Get me back.
certainly would make blazes easier.
Oh yeah, you get so much useful stuff. If you trade enough gold, you can get enough obsidian to do blind travel, which we've seen a couple times in this group. Yeah, Bastion. Oh, Bastions are just so good.
Because that Bastion probably means that there's nothing.
And I think while those piglins are trading.
Just go back.
Actually, no. Okay, he's done trading. He's just getting more wood.
Does stop trading if it's too far away? I don't think so. I think it keeps going. I could be wrong, but.
Yep, and Davey going into the shipwreck, trying to find the good stuff.
We got 6 pearls. Okay.
Into the captain's quarters, and then I think he's just gonna go
Down there, perfect.
back to like the map chest.
My portal's right there. Let's try this way.
See what he can find.
bro.
Looks like he had a perfect amount of iron for what he wanted there.
Ooh, another portal. Food.
K4's digging down, looking for some
Nuggets.
lava pools down on the bottom left there.
Yeah.
All Funderful is running through. It looks like a fairly friendly nether to me.
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty nice. I don't think he has found a fortress yet, which is definitely going to be the make or break moment of this run. Because, of course, fortresses have become extremely rare in the 1.16 update.
Davy's found an underwater temple. It's option to go on in.
Okay, this is very interesting.
Exciting.
Yeah, this is this is kind of risky. If he
I think this one's the last place.
if he gets the
unless we get a
oh, okay, he's actually making it without getting mining fatigue. I think he knows. I'm not sure exactly the route because I'm not too familiar with actually performing monument strats, but he's able to avoid the no, just barely. He was able to avoid the mining fatigue effect for so long. I'm not sure exactly how you avoid it, but he was able to do it right up until the end, and now he kind of has to go on a hunt for a cow. Because that mining fatigue is crippling. You can't break any blocks. You just stuck in basically like adventure mode.
Yeah, that one could have been really nice.
Can't be bothered. My health is too low. What is this? Huh? Just all walls. Wall nether.
And K4 ending his run, just looking around to see.
Need to dig down to bedrock.
So what is it that you are looking to get from a monument?
Because lava
basically those 8 gold blocks.
As low as possible.
Because it's somewhat comparable to like the amount of gold you get in a bastion. Obviously with a bastion, there's so much more. There's much more gold and a lot more piglins to trade with. But getting that gold early, so you can just like find the first piglin.
I don't care. I want to do this
and trade with them immediately is really useful.
I want to complete this. We're far out too. Let's just find
just having that 8 gold without having to find a bastion, because of course.
Okay, then
with those structure regions, if you find a bastion, the fortress isn't going to be close.
Plus finding stronghold.
So,
let's not find the
I guess not relying on a bastion is the benefit of it.
It would be so thick, so.
We have an anonymous $20 donation. Thank you so much. All they say is they just sent a heart. So that's very cute. Thank you. Keep the donations rolling in, guys. We're approaching the $900 mark. We really appreciate it. And again, command charity in the chat if you want to find out about Stack Up, the awesome organization that we are supporting.
Engaging in conversations is a much more
heart right back at you. And since I don't know who you were, I guess hearts to everyone.
Correct.
Yeah. Can we get some hearts in the chat for the anonymous donator?
I see sheep. We win. We win the game, dude.
And if I recall correctly, we probably have about like an hour and 15 minutes left. So the pressure is really the pressure is increasing. Because especially for like K4 and Sizzler, they have to get a good run soon.
Yeah. It's definitely on for them. They've been at it for, what, 4 hours now? Poor Sizzler, I don't think he's finished a run yet.
Oh god, poor Davey burning himself to death. I guess he couldn't find a cow, so he's just ending it all. A life without a cow is a life not worth living.
Now, do you think that the sheep and the chickens get some cooked Steve meat?
Maybe. I don't want to think about that, but maybe. Cooked Steve.
Bro, now is it completable? Oh, I might mess up here. I might mess up, dude. Oh, I need food.
Alright, it looks like
too.
Funderful's
Oh,
on the
dumb.
hunt for
I
lava.
didn't even grab any dandelions. I'm dumb, dude.
Doesn't look like
Yeah,
he's
by the way, what up,
having
Sam?
much good luck.
This is a misplay. This is a misplay. Unless there's a lava pool. We are really
Yeah, but
far out,
all
though.
these
Oh my
runners are on
gosh, it's probably gonna
what could
turn
be good
backwards at
runs.
this point.
They've all found
It
at
looks
least some loot.
completable.
Like both Sizzler and
4 obby, please.
K4 are at villages. And I think Davey was just at a village. I can't recall.
Davey might.
1, 2.
Oh wait, yeah,
he's
just. Wait, hold on. I think
he's
he
like
complete
one
that portal?
obsidian
I'm
short.
playing this poorly.
Oh yeah.
I think I should.
So
just
he
reset.
found one
Could he?
obsidian in the
Damn
chest,
it.
and
But,
there was
like,
a
if we
lava
have
pool right
fortress,
next
it's
to it,
instant.
or like a
Yeah,
single
there
bit
was
of lava.
two lava.
Yeah, it's a reset.
Oh, was
I
it?
think
Yeah,
he
he
could
could probably
complete
complete
that.
that portal.
Unless, just wait.
I don't know if he
But
has. Does he?
He's not.
He might not have food. I don't know. I'm not sure what he's waiting for.
Damn,
When you get the
reset.
portal so fast, you're not even ready for it. Oh,
Well, it's not
he's-
even that fast.
good,
He's
dude.
at 8 minutes.
What do we
So,
have? 1
yeah,
hour
he's
left?
resetting.
Yeah. Right.
Wonderful finding a healthy another 8 vein of diamonds, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, he could be on for. I mean, he already is pretty secured in his spot, but he could maybe push it even further.
Oh.
Maybe so. And I don't.
Sizzler entering the Nether.
I slam my
Yeah,
slime.
diamonds aren't too impactful, but they
Oliver.
can definitely help.
And what is he? Is he at 4.5 minutes right there? Sizzler.
Yeah, it looks like.
So he's definitely on a good run. He's on pace, I should say.
Yeah.
Did someone earlier say hi from Illumina?
Oh wait, no, it was a 9 vein. People are saying, "Damn."
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
kind of
say
thought
hi.
it might have been a 9 vein, but
So
I didn't think that
hello.
was possible. I actually thought 8 was the max.
Nah, I guess he's
I guess
rolling
not.
in the diamonds. Well, this diamond pickaxe is gonna get some use, I guess, because he spawns in a nether ravine, which you hate to see.
That was 30 minutes ago.
Yeah,
I
he-
know.
And
Immediately-
he's given up.
I was
Yeah,
just
Yeah.
thinking, like, did they come from Illumina specifically?
it's
or
so terrible
They just watched Illumina.
because how
'Cause I watched a good amount of Illumina.
like portal spawning works is when you enter into the nether from a overworld portal,
You came from
it takes
Illumina?
your
Really?
it takes your position, divides it by 8 in
Why did a lot
both
of people
the
come
X
from
and Z
Illumina?
axis, and then it finds a spot. I believe it's within like 16 blocks that's open. And if you get put
There
in
wasn't
a nether
raid that I
ravine,
missed. I feel like I would have seen
it it usually means that there's no like other open spots nearby.
Just coincidence or something?
So that's usually a bad sign.
You raid speedruns and I chose you. Oh, okay, cool. Cool.
Puts it in an open spot. So what about those times when you spawn, like,
Makes sense,
surrounded
makes sense.
entirely by netherrack? You know what I'm talking about?
Then there's no open spot at all, and that's the worst
Just
possible
makes one.
scenario.
Emeralds in here,
Yeah,
please.
so just like screw it, making a hole. You can't stop me.
Thanks. What I literally just said.
Sizzler, looks like Sizzler is resetting.
The farmers? There's gotta be farmers, right? Oh, we don't need farmers. Take it.
I
Take it,
believe.
please.
Give me a moment.
No! Oh. It's fine. We have food. We have food, dude.
Yeah, all these
I
All
just made
these
2
runners are
buckets. What is
just-
that?
starting out, I guess. There's not much to mention unless something interesting happens. Oh, just on pretty standard starts.
Yo, what's going on? We're speedrunning versus other people. It's in the title.
Yeah, it looks
If you
like
wanna watch
Davey's
the main
digging
event,
down, trying
go
to find
the
lava.
link in my title. There you go. Nice iron.
And K4 has
Nice
actually
steel,
found an underwater
Other
ruin
people?
portal.
Yeah, we're going. We're going against them.
And
How
you
many?
like the
3
gold
other
from
people. I heard lava. But I heard burning.
I think. Not sure if Davey hears. Okay, yeah.
Hey, thank you.
I don't know if he hears lava pop. Yeah, he does. He's digging towards those lava pops
Wow,
now.
what a jabait.
Oh my god, he got debated. It's so sad when you find just like singular blocks of lava.
What a
When you hear
jabait.
those lava pops,
Who's
because
commentating
that's
right now? I'd
not
love
what
to
you
know.
want. Can't even make a portal out of that. It's useless.
Howl and someone else? Oh, okay.
Alright, hold on. It looks like the co-commentator is gone for a moment. I'm not sure what has happened, but it's just I'm all alone in the booth.
Axe, dude? Like, I guess I'm hacking.
Yeah, I think there's... Yeah. Davey's still searching for that lava? Okay, I think he's found it now.
Alright, sorry mate, I'm back.
Alright, welcome back.
Yeah.
Yeah, but these... yeah, all the runners are still on pretty standard starts. Davey has actually found a lava pool now. And should hopefully be entering the nether soon.
I was just checking on some scheduling stuff.
No problem. And probably about an hour or so left. And the time to beat is 24:38
games?
from Davey, and
Not really, gonna be honest.
the second place time is, I think it was 26:42 from Funderful. It's definitely...
You seem nice, man.
It's coming down to the wire for Sizzler and K4.
Thanks for coming.
Funderful actually using the gold as a block. It's kind of funny. But he picks it up anyway. Of course, you don't want to lose that gold. It's extremely useful when you're trading with piglins. I'm not sure what K4 is up to at the moment. I think he's... Was he using the TNT to get some blocks?
Yeah, I was just about to ask about that. He's about to die.
This is probably reset.
Did he spawn in here?
No, he didn't.
Probably.
He went down without any tools.
Hey, I appreciate that again.
Oh.
Okay,
Well,
well,
he's resetting.
Yep.
Davey not in the best situation, doing some nice little parkour along the wall here.
Spicy parkour.
Oh my goodness, this is a terrible location.
Do something pog
His wall of spicy parkour ends, and he has to... I guess he's just bridging across with slabs. Ooh, and the speed bridging coming out.
Ooh.
Spicy, but quite risky.
Yeah, I mean, he is on a pretty good pace right now, so...
Yeah.
Makes sense that he's taking a bit of a risk.
And there it goes.
And
I think I just saw a fortress or something.
Always going out in style, Davey.
Yep. Oh my gosh, and there's a fortress right there. Rip.
Time to throw. Let's get it. It was pretty late.
If only he had some ender pearls.
I would have been upset if it was a bastion, though.
Yeah, I didn't even think they could save him at that point. Alright, but let's see Sizzler entering the nether. Will it be a good spawn?
Let's get it. You love to see ruins.
Spawn right in the fortress. Go for it.
Come on, fortress. No, basalt
I was gonna
delta.
bank on getting a stone axe from the ruins.
You
but
hate to see it.
What if we don't get it? It's gonna be a massive
Yeah,
time
that's the
waste,
name of the
so-
biome, and it sucks.
Damn it, Davey. You should high roll.
The basalt delta is garbage. It's awful to navigate.
There you go, 2101. They say Davey always goes out in style. Really? Pog. Let's get it.
Alright.
Alright, well, with less than an hour left, I think we're gonna have to say our goodbye and pass on to the next commentators. I'm Hal, and with me in the booth,
it's Maximum Color. Thanks so much again for everyone watching. Thanks for the raid, Illumina. If you're still around, anyone who's from that raid, thank you for sticking around as long as you did, and thanks everyone for supporting this charity.
yeah, this is neck and neck, so stick around to see who are the two winners of round one.
Have a run? He's such a bad runner. Why doesn't he
See
have a
everybody.
PB? How come he hasn't PB'd since August?
Bye-bye.
Why is he so bad?
Hello.
How's it going?
I'm Matthew, Admiral Stapler on Twitch. This is Wills. Say hi, Wills.
Hello, my name is Wills, and Wills live on Twitch. I presume we're plugging our Twitch.
Apparently we are. Anywho,
we're your new commentators.
Yeah, we're here to close out the event. Looks like we've had quite the start to everything.
For sure.
Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised that the second place time is a 26:42.
Right?
That would have been
extremely surprised at that.
Yeah, that would have been world record a few years ago, back when 1.7 was the any percent category.
Sub 30 in this category used to be extremely impressive. Of course, that was back when it wasn't very optimized, but now we're getting sub 20s left and right, which is extremely awesome. But it's just cool to see how much it's progressed and that we can get that even in a tournament like this.
So yeah, but Sizzler and K4 both need a sub 26-minute time. They've been resetting for 4 hours.
They're not legends.
They've not gotten one yet, and it's looking less and less likely that in this final fifth that it'll happen. But
I don't doubt that they have the skill level to do so. So it's all about the RNG.
Right. Sizzler, unfortunately, he died in the end on a pretty fast run, if I would remember. It's been a while, so I don't remember the exact pace, but man.
Much better. Thank you.
And I want to mention really quickly, because something really bizarre has happened on Funderful's screen. I think he has not only a mushroom island, but a jungle. There's another category called All Advancements, where one of the advancements is to visit all the biomes. And those are the two rarest biomes in the game, if I'm remembering correctly, that he had a mushroom island.
I didn't see the mushroom island, but that would be
I
kind
could have
of
sworn I did. Maybe it's the quality, but
I guess I'm not good.
maybe they're running the wrong tournament here. The wrong category.
But yeah, I'm also pleased by the sort of variety of strats that we've seen today. This sort of format with the constant resetting is fantastic.
Yeah, it's really new, in my opinion, especially since all these other tournaments have been, set data packs and stuff for 1.14, and 1.16. So this is really interesting.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Okay, we've got ourselves another boat cow. Sure enough. I find it really funny that boat cows have made themselves into the meta. I also like how they sit in the boats.
Oh, fucking pop.
It's great.
Sizzler with 11 obsidian in the village. That's something new.
That's good for him.
He's gonna use it right in the village. Not gonna look for a lava lake.
Really, no one gonna come
Not
take
gonna.
This farmer?
He's going right to the nether.
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, because he would have had a bit of a chance at nether travel, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. If you're going for bastion strats, that's not so meaningful. because if you get a Bastion in the Nether, we've already seen like 4 or 5 runs with blind travel today. And so if you're going for Bastions, or you think you're going to see a Bastion,
Hello?
maybe wasting the obsidian in the village, not such a bad thing.
Does no one want to...
And, yeah.
Thank you.
We see an underwater portal from Davy. That's one of the newer things to make it into the meta. It's a very creative way. One of the worst pieces of luck is getting into the Nether.
Did you see that God seed that I had?
Because it requires lava, and surface lava lakes are surprisingly rare.
Did I die? No, I couldn't.
You can do a lot of things to try and get yourself lava to make a portal with. You can do a lot of things to try and get obsidian to make yourself a portal with.
Yep.
And yeah, one of the newer schools of thought.
The fortress was right by the Bastion, and I didn't see it.
Yeah, like I said, no one would have been doing this 2 months ago. But
for sure.
But yeah, I mean, someone pointed out, hey, there are these ocean ravines.
My luck for the finals, yeah.
They are chock full of lava. they're just underwater, you know. So before, no one really wanted to deal with all that water, but if it means going to the Nether, it's worth it.
Pure ocean strats are just making their way into the meta.
Right. So we should talk a little bit, because there's sort of, I want to say that the meta is a little bit 3-pronged right now. We kind of have ourselves a bit of a, they call themselves the hypermodernist movement. And the hypermodern school of thought,
Where's the entities at, dude?
I think is, I don't quite know how to define it. I think school of thought is a good phrase. But it's given rise to these sorts of ideas where,
damn it, why do you have to give me 8 pearls, dude?
You do go to the ocean ravines, you do go for monument strats, you do go to that bastion first instead of resetting.
Yeah, totally. And it's extremely interesting how much things just evolve, right? Like we really, I don't think everybody did, but a lot of people may have thought that once the just mined for gold and traded the piglins, that was going to be the end of the optimization for strategies, right? In this category. But like Minecraft is such a diverse game, especially in 1.16, and they keep adding new things that it's just becoming more and more interesting, and there's more strats developing that you wouldn't even think about.
Yeah, and on that note, I want to say that Minecraft is a little bit different from other speed games. And this is when I think of a classic speedrunning game. You know, things like Super Mario Bros. Come to mind, right?
I need to keep going.
All the classics. But the thing is about Minecraft being such an immensely popular game right now, just on its own, no speedrunning involved, is that not only do we have the speedrunning community, but we have tiny communities devoted to like aspects of the game that you wouldn't believe. Very often when you think of some new idea, there's someone who you can ping in Discord who knows all about it for unrelated reasons.
The community is amazing because it's just a bunch of nerds that really like this game.
Do you have string for me?
Matthew included.
Yes.
Very much included.
Trades left and right here.
It seems Funder's gotten all his pearls, and he can probably leave the Nether sub 10.
Don't need fire charge. String is good. More string.
Leaving the Nether sub 10. Oh my god.
Sizzler had a bad Nether, so he's resetting currently. He just could not find a fortress.
I guess we could always try and find some sheep to shear.
Now, interestingly, Sizzler's faced with a bit of a choice here, right? It's probably very frustrating to have sort of the luck he's had, especially after that first run going sour.
Yeah.
Dude, do I actually have enough?
But the question is, what do you do about resetting when the time that you need and the time that you have left to do that time, you know, is
it's tricky.
Because I'm not so sure, because a lot of these strats where you try and make any seed work, they can sub 26. It's a bit harder to. You might think like, oh, maybe if I just reset for a slightly better seed.
And Thunder's exiting now, by the way.
Yeah, food.
So not a sub 10, but yeah.
Very fast.
Okay, we're good.
Oh my gosh. How many rods does he have?
Oh, I didn't see. I didn't catch.
Thanks.
Are we like he definitely has the rods?
Hi.
I think
no,
I presume.
thanks. Don't do that.
The stream on our end is a little scuffed.
Oh god.
But so I kind of
There are red things in the area. He's in the nether.
Yeah, I know for a fact there's red.
Yes. In the upper left we have some green, chat.
I don't have splash potions of fire red, so be careful.
Wiggly's mean.
Yeah, perhaps I have a future in children's television.
Drink once.
K4, one of the aforementioned hypermodernists, or at least,
hey,
yeah, definitely an influential runner nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
In the same boat as Sizzler, he needs the time, and he seems to be going
this
with.
is probably gonna kill me. Oh god.
I want to say that he's resetting less than Sizzler is. We'll find out if that pays off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'll be a good thing to know if resetting more or less will benefit you.
Yeah, and perhaps that picture will become clearer as the tournament continues. Sizzler on an Ocean Strats run.
I started drinking it, then I let go by accident.
Yeah, so... But these strats, they're very diverse. They play very differently. They take vastly different seeds to go for. They do have some things in common, though. One of those things is that you've got to make a nether portal, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what that means is that you need to make iron. You need to get iron somehow.
There's no lava in the ocean.
I was going to say that you can't make another portal without iron, but I suppose that's not technically true.
Yeah, but probably recommended.
Never gonna, yeah, this never gonna happen in a run. You know. And then again, the 2024 runners are watching this VOD and laughing at me right now.
Just wait. Somebody's clipped that, and we're gonna see it pop up soon in the next couple of years.
You know what I can't wait.
I gotta say, Sizzler does not look happy.
Maybe all the bad luck is building up, and he's gonna just get an insane run. He's gonna get world record at the very end.
Well, we got a desert off the start. He'll probably continue playing this seed.
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, no runner has a particularly great run going. I think Davy's run has a lot of potential because of this ocean. He already seems to have a lot of the materials that he needs.
So yeah, he's going for monument.
And Sizzler resets. Didn't like what he saw.
Oh, there is a lava pool.
Dang. Maybe Sizzler should reset less.
I suspect that might be the case. You know, what works in this tournament might not be what you're comfortable with. Every runner has a certain reset tolerance. You know, I can only reset so much before I get bored and have to quit.
Just make sure that we don't have any.
Yeah, I mean, an interesting fact: Sizzler and there's some new runners in this tournament. And there's some runners who've been around a long time. Sizzler and Funderful.
Yeah, they've been around forever.
In fact, they once had quite the rivalry in the set seed glitchless category.
That's a nice history.
Before version 1.7 had even released, I think.
Yeah,
these two traded world records.
And then Sizzler got that crazy time and kind of just flattened it for I think 3 years, 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, if you think that Sizzler is scarily good now, man, 2017 Sizzler, in terms of like how far above he was everyone else at the time, at least in the set seed categories, was terrifying.
Extremely good at the game. And everybody says things like, "Oh, Illumina's best at the game, Benix is best at the game." I'm willing to place my cards if there was a real metric of who's the best at the game. Sizzler is definitely a top one worthy runner. Like
it's so hard to say any one person is the best. I think that there are situations where like you can say, oh, this runner is the best at dealing with this. I don't know if there's any player who is enough above the pack to just sort of say like, "Yup, greatest of all time."
Yeah.
That Mr.
I mean,
looks like
Sizzler was the greatest of all time at SSG for a while. You can say that.
That is true.
And I think something interesting about SSG, if I want to go off on a tangent here, is that you have to perfect these little things so well. You have to protect your movement well. Oh, Davey.
Hold on, Davey's low on health. Of course, Davey is in the most comfortable position in this tournament, so even a death would.
Yeah. No worries. As long as K4 or Sizzler don't come creeping up. I mean, or Funder. I guess it's everybody's game, but you know, I'm sure Funder's not as worried. But as I was saying, SSG is so like tedious. You know, the movement, the menuing, everything has to be spot on. It's probably the closest to like orthodox speedrunning, right?
I know.
Everything. So when Sizzler, who's been running SSG for what 7 years, right? He comes into RSG. He has a leg up that some runners don't have. He may not have the quick thinking skills, but he has insane movement and menuing.
I mean, I think he also might have the quick thinking skills.
Yeah,
right.
and then he's definitely not lacking. I'm not saying he's lacking. I'm saying at the time when he joined the RSG movement.
Going good. I'm in the lead.
K4 has a fortress.
Minutes,
9 minutes in to his run. Not the greatest pace that you could hope for, but
am I the only one seeing Sizzler's quartz boat?
Do not worry.
He's had a quartz boat
I'm in the lead by
a lot today. I think it is quartz, right?
Nah, dude. Funderful got a Funderful got a
I think it's quartz. Anyway. K4 found a spawner.
Davey's gonna get this gold here.
My time, I got a 24:30.
That portal almost looks completable.
Completable?
I think there's a crying in one corner.
Wait, I think it's all filled.
Yeah, he saved the coordinates of that portal. He will be going back there and doing blind travel.
Flying around the Soul Sand Valley.
That is beneficial.
Yeah. I think he even has obsidian in his inventory.
Funder resetting.
Thanks, man.
K4 in the meantime, about to do a blaze bed. Oh, but the blazes have something to say about that.
Streaming. I heard you like ASMR.
What are your thoughts on the blaze bed strat? I always thought it was quite silly.
Okay.
But why do you think it's silly?
Well, because you get lava everywhere, you get fire everywhere. I don't know. Maybe it's just messy. I feel like you can just achieve the same result, but less messy with a pickaxe.
I mean,
not what you want.
Pickaxes are just clearly slower. Cleaning up the mess is, it takes a bit, but you just saw, he just extinguished all that fire just immediately.
So, let's
lava.
Check.
And I have a completable portal. This could be good. This could
be
really good,
fault,
dude.
not the blaze bed's fault. No. Lava in the ceiling is a worse problem, but lava in the nether is, I guess I could quantify how likely it is for blaze.
Oh gosh. Oh man. I called it before it happened.
We're checking that completable portal.
Hopefully that wasn't a god run.
I played that pretty dumb.
In the making.
I played it pretty dumb. I'm gonna be honest.
Well, again, there's no way that Davey doesn't advance, right? He would need 2 of the other runners to both get sub his time.
I didn't have anyone.
And his time is a sub 25. We weren't sure that we were going to see that this tournament.
I didn't see that.
Anything's possible. Especially in tournaments like this, they can get extremely hype near the end.
I need to restart Minecraft, actually. I'm not gonna...
Sizzler trying his hardest to make this underwater ruin portal work.
I can just imagine Sizzler's frustration right now.
It just crashed, dude.
Which, I mean, merited, right?
There is not sufficient...
Yes, that is Sizzler Glare number 7.
Insufficient
Sizzler grunt.
Space, dude. On my OBS.
I can hear it in my brain right now.
K4 leaving the blaze spawner 12 minutes in. So, you know, say what you want about the blaze beds, but he just took less than 2 minutes in that spawner.
Seems like Davey's just taking a break. I mean, honestly.
I mean, Davey doesn't need to be worried.
I ran out of
he's cleanly in, unless 2 other runners obliterate his time right now.
So I can get
you know,
unmuted VODs.
Really?
Okay,
I don't have to
we've just gotten
download
word that he ran out of disk space on his computer, so gonna take some time, delete some worlds. Yesterday I deleted 5 gigabytes of world saves from my saves folder.
Matthew, okay, this might get a little personal, but Matthew doesn't delete his worlds, and I think he's a monster for that. I don't see the difficulty in, especially in RSG, where you're in a world for a longer period of time. Like in SSG, it's okay to maybe not delete your worlds, but come on, you got to delete your worlds, guys.
I do delete them, every 5 gigabytes.
Every 5 gigabytes.
Or when my computer crashes. It used to be that you had to delete your worlds a lot more often because it would try and make a file name. Instead of like incrementing the name of the files, like maybe a sane person would have programmed, it used to add a dash to the end of all the file names.
So it would just infinitely.
Yeah, it would crash Windows or something.
That is hilarious.
Or like, well, Java would crash every time you tried to run it again because it would keep trying to make the file. I forget the precise thing. And then deleting those files was hard because they were something would hang up on them. It would be like, this file name is too long to delete.
What?
It's
So you're
bizarre.
Forever. That's great. Minecraft spaghetti code is pretty great.
Yeah.
God pick.
I mean, it's not just spaghetti. It's a few types of pasta.
Holy.
some. I'm trying to think of a pasta name.
Lasagna.
Well, that would be an easy one to come to mind. Is lasagna.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm gonna sound really.
I feel like I'm carrying all the weight here. I'm providing you the names of the pastas.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway,
I'm gonna sound really stupid here. I need some help. Okay. What's a tortellini? Is that a pasta?
I have no idea whatsoever.
Okay. So thank God I'm not the only one that has no idea what a tortellini is. Because I want to look it up. See, this is
got
commentary right here.
No, Sizzler.
Yeah, it is a pasta. It is a pasta.
Well, there you go. I wish I could see better what Sizzler's running up to. This looks like a bastion to me. But
I think it's a fortress.
I can't tell the color based on.
It is a fortress. I'm checking now on the other stream.
Okay. What are those green things in his inventory that he has 14 of? Are those pearls?
He does not have 14 of anything green in his inventory.
Sizzler? Yes, he does. He's about to press when he presses E again.
Oh, when he presses E, okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to look on the other stream. All right, he's got one blaze, or one rod. I mean,
because if he already has the pearls, that's incredible pace.
I mean, well, I wouldn't say incredible. Like,
well, it's what he needs for the sub 26.
But he is not going to be leaving sub 10. There's no way he's going to be leaving sub 10. So.
Yeah, but you don't need to leave sub 10.
No, you don't need to. But in terms of
I mean, incredible in terms of this event, right?
Sure.
He needs this.
This is incredibly important for him.
Yeah, this is his best shot back in the match so far.
And I have no doubts if the RNG gods assist Sizzler a little bit in this run that he will get a good.
There we go. Are those pearls? They look like pearls to me. I can't think of anything else green that you'd have 14
He has
of.
14 pearls, yes.
Okay. So this is Sizzler's shot to get back into it.
Ooh.
He should be fine. That's recoverable.
Davey is searching for a monument right now.
Was that 7? 6 or 7 for Sizzler right now?
He has 6 currently.
Okay, and he's leaving with 6, probably because the tournament format demands it.
I don't blame him, but at the same time, what if one more spawned pretty quickly and he could have gotten 7 for safe?
Well, the last one he killed didn't drop. You could
have waited one more time.
Yeah.
I don't know. This could be
food problems. That's one of the things with the new modern strats is that both food and beds are a lot harder to come by. So
you end up having to shear sheep and break cobwebs sometimes.
Yep. You hope for string trades from the piglins, get string from the chests, you know. Whereas with the village run, you just have beds in the houses.
And it's crazy because I can definitely see one cycle's getting extremely demanding, you know, getting to, I mean, 5 or 4, not 4 beds. I can't say 4 beds, but like 5 beds in a run that you
Well, you know, the first one cycle, we have footage of, about the timing. The only reason why it's a 5 bed is because I did axe hits at the end, right?
Really should have put down my coordinates.
If you're willing to let the dragon land, you can one cycle with way less beds than you do if you try and kill the dragon up on top of the portal.
Right.
It's just very risky because the dragon might fly away. But as runners start going into the end with less and less beds, you might see more people letting the dragon perch.
Here's where
I'll never forget the original name Stunlock Attack. It's always in my brain.
But like,
whenever somebody says one cycle, I can think in Geosquare's voice saying Stunlock.
I literally, am I gonna throw this run to
you know,
not knowing where my fucking...
I feel like that might have been Geosquare's original name for it. I think
it had to have been because he tried to push it, but it just didn't. It didn't really stick.
Not down
here. Is that a structure for Davey over there?
A second. It seems it froze on Discord.
Ooh.
Yeah, it seems Davey's stream has kind of crashed here.
I'm gonna scream.
No worries, should be back.
Sizzler must just be heading back to his original portal, right? He doesn't have obsidian to blind travel with. So only one option really. I don't remember how far he traveled. We're watching 4 runners here, so that's kind of hard to keep track of.
Yeah, and Davey did not find any structures, so.
Okay.
He's still running around.
K4 needs these barters to go right, you know. K4 and Sizzler. Oh no. He should be fine.
Yeah, he should be fine. It's just the fire and the pig, kind of scary.
I don't understand. I came. Like,
there's a gravel pillar. He's been here.
But I have no idea where.
That was not natural.
Davey could not find a fortress. He reset.
To get to here.
Taking a bit of time to reset, you know. If I was him, I'd go make some dinner, you know. Maybe catch up with some Netflix.
You know, I would too, but like when I was young, my mother told me this story about the tortoise and the hare. K4's got sun pearls. Looks like 5.
Oh.
Did I come from this way?
But 20 minutes in, he'd better have obsidian to blind traveler. He's not getting sub 26.
Sizzler's taking a moment to breathe. He is not in a good spot right now. Seems he's going to have to reset if he doesn't find something soon, which sucks.
Well, he's Sizzler's just trying to get back to his old portal.
Right, and he's just scaffolding around. It's taking a very long time.
Yeah, but
he can't find it. I'm confused why he's running in random directions. I'm sure he saved it, right? I can see his chat spamming the chords.
Not the situation you want to be in. Because getting lost in the nether is so easy, and it feels so horrible. But, you know, Minecraft's not a linear thing. It's very easy to turn around the wrong way, and then all the red parts of the nether look the same.
K4 reset, so... Yeah, and Sizzler cannot find his portal.
He found it. He found it.
Oh,
he was up too high. So even though he was heading to the proper X and Z chords and knew they were right, he was 40 blocks above it on a ledge.
Glad he
found it. Here he goes, leaving at 15 minutes. He can sub 26 with this. An 11-minute end game is hard to do without blind travel, but it's not impossible. This is his best shot.
And did the eye go towards the ocean? I don't think it did.
No, not if he's boating in this direction.
Yeah.
That's terrible news for Sizzler.
Ouchie. Yeah, but I still have faith in Sizzler. I'm still putting my faith in Sizzler, which maybe I shouldn't be putting my eggs in Sizzler's basket, but like, you know, I believe he can at least get a time. At sub 26. Like it's not bad for him. The odds are not like non in his favor. You know what I mean?
Right?
All right, Funderful tearing down mushrooms in this dark oak.
Complain about that.
Dark oak forests have become one of the new. Well, I won't say superstar biomes. They're okay, but with these mushrooms and the new meta of this whole dandelion soup thing, you need mushrooms for that soup, and dark oak forests have mushrooms.
I need to go back and just see where the hell my portal.
I just learned something which I probably should have known, which is that when I do runs, I always end up mining those mushrooms with a stone axe,
or something.
which is tediously slow. That iron axe just tore through the mushrooms, so that's fascinating. Sizzler did get ocean travel, so he's back in this. Doesn't look like an ocean exposed stronghold, but again, hard to tell.
Hard to tell on our end, at least, because
yeah. K4 has reset his run. Not enough. So the story right now is, will Sizzler, 20 minutes left of the main time.
Mm-hmm.
Will he be able to do this?
Coordinates? Did I bring them up?
Could we get a glimpse of the remaining time? Just 37 minutes left. All right.
Yeah. Wow. So as
this is pretty
the doomsday clock counts down. Can we go to a Sizzler exclusive view at this point? I think Funderful and Davey are kind of on runs, but Sizzler closing in on the stronghold.
Yeah. This is all of the eyes should be on Sizzler here.
Yeah. Sizzler. Yeah, there we go.
So yeah, he's getting sheep right now.
POV yeah, so like we were talking about with beds, this is a huge thing for Sizzler. Doesn't look like he has much beds at all. I didn't see any string in that inventory. I didn't see any beds in that inventory. He's got 8 wool and a dream.
I believe in the dream. I don't know if you believe in the dream, Matthew, but I can believe in him. This is getting pretty intense for him. I can just feel his nervousness.
Right. The question is, how close is he to the stronghold? Does he still have 100 blocks of running to go? Does he still have yeah.
K4 is kind of just in like a wacky situation. I don't even know what I'd do in K4's. Like I would reset, quite honestly. I don't know what he's not in a very good spot.
He's doing random 9-9 dig down strats for buried treasure. Buried treasure always spawns at 9-9 within a chunk, and it has a 1 in 100 chance. That is a hot meme strat from K4.
That is a weird, very strange. Okay, wait. Sizzler has come across a lot of sheep.
This is good. 5 beds. 5 beds. 6 beds. That's.
Wait. Okay. Yeah.
Go.
Sizzler is clean. Sizzler is in the clean, and it seems he has triangulated his portal. Actually, I think he'll probably throw another eye for safe, but he has triangulated it.
You think he's triangulated it?
Yeah, because he turned around and it went in the direction of his line.
Right. So remember, he left with 6 rods, though.
Oh, yeah.
So if he's going to have to throw another eye. If it breaks, that could spell tragedy.
And it goes in the same... If it breaks, we still know the odds are in favor for a 1-eye portal, so...
It didn't.
It did not
throw another one.
Oh, man. I can feel the...
Do you get leaves while you're up here?
He's got it. Please don't break. And it didn't break. So it should be right here. If Sizzler is correct with his triangulation, which I can't see how he would be incorrect.
All right, it's going to come down to stronghold navigation. So the stronghold is a huge maze. We know a lot about how it generates, and we've been learning more every day. But it can still eat up minutes of your run.
So I can't tell because it says there's like name over the timer, but it's 1823, right?
I think that must be 1923. I'm a little bit confused because his in-game time is saying.
I heard silverfish.
1959. Yeah, but his in-game time has been kind of at 1959 for a while now. So.
Oh, that could be a bug, or he reset his timer and this pace is not as good as we think it is.
Who knows? Or maybe it's just like from last thing and it's just not working. I don't. Okay, he has an extra pearl.
There's the portal room.
Oh, okay. This and
this is his shot.
Yeah, this is him right here.
He's died in the end once.
Scissor,
for all
Scissor
the marbles.
This is 100% for all the marbles. At this point, it's pretty much 0% chance. It's like a 1% chance that he's actually going to be able to even get another run in that would be viable. So this is his last chance.
Almost forgot slabs.
Yeah, and look at him scaring us, leaving it to the end.
Not fucking 114.
I really, if that timer is accurate though, does that say? Oh, is that first number a 2?
No. Wait, yes, it is. That is a 2.
I can't read because it's a Sizzler. Is this? Oh no! What's the second digit? It must be a 3. Is the second digit?
23? I doubt it's 23.
21.
Okay, yeah, 21.
That's still fine. He can still very much catapult into first. This is a perch. It's circling.
Oh my god. This is him. This is him.
He's got the SSG1 cycle set up. This is so safe.
Yeah, he is extremely
Only 6 beds
safe.
though.
No. He can do it. All right. And
good
that was an amazing hit. Oh, amazing hits. And there it is.
He did it.
That's a record.
Catapulting into
last chance. At the last chance.
Unbelievable.
What an insane run that was. Going into first place. I'm sure Funder is actually on a run now.
Old nerdy PB.
The doomsday clock is about to hit 30 minutes. But man, don't go anywhere because Funderful in the Nether has pearls.
Is in the Nether. So now Sizzler is in front, Davey is in second, which means Funder, even though he had a sub 30, a 26-minute time, he is still third place now because of that unbelievable run.
In such a great position right now.
So Funder is now, and I don't know what's happening with K4 here. I think he's just trying to do everything he possibly can. But I think the most viable thing that could happen next is Funder gets a good run and maybe passes up Davey. I highly doubt somebody's gonna break Sizzler's run here. That was an amazing run, and I can like feel his energy through his screen right now.
Well, Davey certainly feeling a little bit less secure than he did, an hour ago.
Okay, let's make some more food.
Wow. And that does mean that all runners have completed runs, which is fantastic. When I first heard about the format of the tournament, I was a little bit scared. I'm like, how much 116 have you guys watched? I suppose when you're not going for world record, you can finish a lot more seats. So fantastic to see.
Continue to run, go for world record. If I was Scissor right now, I would be so incredibly relieved.
Yeah, that's gotta feel good.
I'm telling you, all his bad luck was held out to the very end.
Nice.
So what's the idea of Funderful's time? Yeah, look at Sizzler leaning back in his chair, laughing. He scared everyone.
I'm not sure exactly, but I think Funderful is heading back to his portal.
He's still got to find a fortress, I think, right?
Really? So I don't know how viable this is.
Come on, man.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine sub 24ing if he doesn't have a fortress yet. But he's purling around, and he's looking at these open areas, so I think he must need a fortress still. But I wasn't paying attention to the first part of the run.
25.
Oh no, Davey messing up the portal a little bit. It happens.
What's going on up there? Chill, dude.
And the bottom left, we have Boat Cow.
Woo!
We don't have so avoid that if we can. Okay, that's bound to happen finally. And down there. We have 12 pros left. I don't want to throw anymore. We're at 500 on the Z, or on the X.
Really quick, we have a $10 donation from Kashmir Witch. Thank you so much. We also have a $14.64 donation from Sam the Coding Man. Thank you so much for that, who says, gotta round that number out. And with that, we are now at the $900 mark. Thank you all so much for donating. If you want to do command charity in the chat to find out who we are raising money for, and check out the donation link to see if you have any money that you can throw Stack Up's way. Stack Up is a organization that supports the mental health of veterans through gaming, so be sure to check them out with !charity in the chat. And yeah, thanks guys, and keep enjoying the tournament.
Awesome.
That was a good one.
The run that we were getting excited about. I do think he did not have a fortress.
Yeah. So
he was continuing to play because he had obsidian. I'm almost sure of it.
I like when he's happy.
That's the only thing that explains that to me. He was gonna go for blind travel.
Jeez, okay, yeah.
That actually crushed my soul with the way that run went. It could have been so insanely hot. And
What's Sizzler doing though? Does he not feel it necessary?
I'm glad I decided to go back because
if I were him, after all that,
maybe there could have been
I don't know if I'd be able to continue runs.
No. You gotta flex. Get world record. Get a sub 15.
get a sub 10.
Frighten the people who you're gonna be going up against on Sunday. You know.
If I'm just saying, if I were in his shoes, I would definitely get a glass of water. And it seems as if he's done that. So.
I picked a strange path, bro.
Davey probably feeling a little bit shakier than he was when he was in first.
What is happening?
Still, 24 minutes. That's a tough time to beat, especially as the doomsday clock ticks down even more. We have 12 minutes left of the main time. Oh, 26. Okay, I guess I need to fix my microwave.
I just wanted blocks, guys. That's it.
Dude, microwaves are complicated.
Microwaves are complicated. I feel like microwaves haven't really developed like in a very long time. I think they need an upgrade. I think version 2.0 of a microwave needs to come out soon.
Nothing really happened except Sizzler is now in first. That's it.
I am so tempted to go down that path with you, but Davey is in the nether. Looks like 7 minutes.
Oh, and he fell. Ouch.
Yeah, don't think it was going to be much of anything. Funderful with the pirate strats.
I'm starving, but we're gonna.
Do you call them pirate strats if they're in
no
116?
Right now.
It's always pirate strats, right?
7 minutes left.
Always pirate strats.
Is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, I wonder if there's a new name for it though.
26 minutes left? Really?
K4. You need one. K4 finally resetting like mad.
Okay, good.
So yeah, currently K4 and Funderful. They're the people to watch. Sizzler and Davey, they're still playing. They're still having fun. They enjoy this game. But it's Funderful and K4 whose lives in this tournament are on the line.
We've kind of gone silent. We've kind of had to take a moment.
I got distracted.
By your microwave?
By a fly. Anyway.
I think we should talk about the microwave. I feel like.
Are you gonna?
No.
Right now, if
I feel like this tournament lacks microwave discussion.
That's the worst chest I've ever seen.
It's not the tournament that we run, so I promise you plenty of microwave discussion when we're not taking up other people's time.
Gotta go north.
Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate truth though is that neither Funderful or K4 is on a run right now.
Thanks
They
for
need.
Hello.
K4 is going at this one earnestly.
Really?
No, we do have to point out that there is overtime.
I was kind of scared when people said Funder had.
I'm kind of curious about overtime. If they like started a run the second that the time ended, would they be able to do that entire run?
As I read the rule, yes.
Yes. Okay,
Yeah.
so that is correct.
It's worth it as a Hail Mary, you know?
Yeah, as a last minute, you know?
Which
And
I think could be very exciting.
Yeah, I know he can.
I don't know if you've ever tried to make every seed work for RSG, but you have to do some
but
stupid things.
yeah, honestly, if you're
That means digging down for lava, purling around in the nether, all sorts of garbage.
Breaks? No.
Could be exciting.
dying and then restarting the entire run in the same seed.
Yeah. Oh man. The problem is that none of that really stands much of a chance of beating 24 minutes.
Are you keeping track?
I mean,
what do you mean?
as a last final hurrah, maybe a last Twitch plug, you know?
Oh,
What
no.
if they use their overtime to just spell out in dirt blocks like subscribe to me?
Yeah, they could make us watch a Minecraft Let's
how
Play
much
for
time
30
I play
minutes.
total?
Imagine. At that point, I think they'd just be DQ'd. I mean, all cards
I
on.
mean, if you lost anyway.
Really? I mean, nah. I mean, I'm just gonna go until they tell me to stop. I don't know. They never told me about breaks and stuff.
These are actually all Minecraft Let's Plays, and you all have been fooled.
They've just been playing Minecraft Let's Plays for the past 32 hours, but for the past, how long has this been going on?
I think it's been 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, pretty much 5 hours now. It's just a Minecraft Let's Play in each corner of the screen. We have
something that I want to comment on is that I've seen a lot more runners nowadays use rivers as a means to travel. Boats are, of course, slightly faster than sprint jumping as a mode of transportation.
Slightly, I would say extremely faster.
Yeah, not really. Sprint jumping is around 7 point something meters a second, if memory serves. Boats are only like 8-ish.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
faster, but
yeah, it's because boats change your FOV, and a lot of things that people think are like, oh, this is much faster. It's just their FOV zooming in.
It's just their FOV.
It's very easy to trick your brain. So
sometimes boats aren't viable because rivers they'll lead you to the same spot, but they'll twist and turn you around, so it's not an optimal route, right? Which
yeah, exactly.
I guess sprint jumping, and if you have shallow water and just placing blocks under you when you have to cross like a turn in the river, that might be faster, but I guess they're playing their cards there that the river will be really uniform.
And K4 is certainly one of, I gotta say, I think K4 has generated the most discussion recently out of a lot of these runners. We've been talking a bit about how strats have changed in recent times. Things which would previously have been unthinkable are now required parts of one's repertoire. And that's been done by a lot of people. There's a lot of huge names.
That's funny.
And usually when people are listing those names, K4 is one of those names. So what he's doing looks bizarre. Digging straight down. I think hoping for iron, and I think a big idea with digging a borehole like this is that all the cobblestone that you get is enough to make like 8 furnaces.
Looks like a seed.
You know what the first rule of Minecraft is?
Dude.
Dig straight down. It is faster.
Dig straight down. You will find lava, and if for a speedrunner, that's amazing.
I wish that was true. Yeah.
If the whole rule of thumb is you don't want to dig straight down because you will fall in lava, speedrunners should be ecstatic.
Yeah. Although I discovered something really funny the other day. I was looking into lava pools actually because K4 asked me to, and I found out that there's all those water lakes that you see on the surface. There's a bug in the game where water lakes and lava lakes try and spawn at basically the exact same coords.
Really?
Most of the time.
That is
so
odd.
When you see a water lake on the surface, a lava lake probably was attempted to be spawned in that chunk as well. and it might be underground, but most of the time it gets slapped down on top of the water lake, and the water lake blocks it.
And 18 minutes. So I would personally say that like for K4 and Funder at least, right? Because they're kind of underneath right now.
Thanks, Johnny.
If not for this run, if they continue this run, and it doesn't work out, they're kind of gone. Of course.
Well, you know, it's all about the nether is the unfortunate fact.
I see a lava pool.
If you get a great nether, you know, they just want to maximize the number of times they get into the nether in these last 18 minutes. In reasonable time, of course. K4 won't have TNT in this situation. And it doesn't look like the nether that you need to crush 24 minutes right off the bat. He will be looking around a bit. Funderful, getting beds. Yeah. Man, those sheep in Sizzler's run really saved it. And Davey, we've not looked at Davey in a while. He's been resetting early pretty often. Just got a temple run though.
Temple Run.
That is a video game.
It mobile game. Temple Run.
K4 with a bastion. Hey.
Yep. So he just needs a fortress. I'd be willing to bet that if K4 gets some RNG on his side, he can pull in maybe second place.
Making a hat. Oh man, I bet you hats do have some effect on mob AIs versus other pieces of armor. I wonder if he elected to make a hat instead of boots for some reason I don't understand. Like the distance that ranged mobs attack you goes down, or no? Am I stupid?
I wouldn't know. I think this is something that you're the most qualified to.
I think I must be thinking wrong. I feel like hats reduce anvil damage. I don't know, man.
I mean, no, you're right. You are right. Anvil damage is prevented by hats.
Yeah, so K4 looking out for falling anvils apparently.
Smart,
there's probably a better
know
reason. There's probably a better reason behind it, but off the top of my head, I can't even guess.
I think it's more likely that he just forgot boots existed than an anvil falls on his head.
I did do it though.
I don't know.
Without actually knowing about it. I think you can do it here as well. I don't know if this is good.
And so Davey's together at a reasonable time. So if he can find all the things, he's good. Funder,
yeah, Davey getting a better time would spell doom for Funder and K4.
I found a good gap and I found a bad gap.
Yeah.
These bastions, of course, one of the big reasons why bastions sort of weren't used is that no one really knew how they worked. No one really knew how they were laid out. Recent work, I think especially by T-Wags and Fyroa, I hope that those names are correct, and I hope that I'm not forgetting anyone.
I think T-Wags is correct, yeah.
Yeah, but they've found all of these hidden gold pockets, digging behind walls, digging around. Like, do you see that there was 8 gold blocks underneath the floor that we didn't know were there a few months ago? And it really makes these sorts of runs where you go to bastions possible. So massive shout outs to the people who bother doing this stuff. You see a lot of top runners. I think this is especially true in Minecraft, but I think it holds at least somewhat for all speed games, is that for every top runner with a time that makes your jaw drop and who does strategies that look incredible, there's hundreds of hours of work back there. There's people who are thinking about like, well, is the meta right? Or are we doing the right thing here? Is this fastest? What if we did this? Is this faster? You know, and you know, the sort of stuff accomplished by a community really beats what happened in the early days of speedrunning, where everyone it was sort of every man for himself.
Hey guys, look at this.
Isn't it extremely scummy? Like, I'm not super in the know about like all speedrun type things, but isn't it extremely scummy to hide strategies in in different routes and stuff?
It certainly is I think it's fair to say that it's really frowned upon, especially in modern times. I think go back to like pre-speedrun.com days and you might find people who think very differently.
Sure. I feel like way back there was this all logs record, and the person didn't share the seed, and it really got you guys in a twist. I can remember that happening. I don't know if you remember that.
You weren't around for that even I was not around for that.
No, I think you were around for that. I think.
No, but you're okay. So okay, there's a category, all wood logs. It's very seed dependent. There's a set seed variant. Some guy submitted a run to it, which was 20 seconds better than the next best run because his seed was masterful. It turns out he was really quite smart. He had written one of the first seed finding programs. He put a lot of effort into it. And he basically said, you know, because when the moderators asked him for a seed, he basically said no. He said, when my time gets beaten, I will release the seed. And the reason why you're remembering me being involved, Wills, is that I wrote a seed finder and I beat his time. And then I went back and I asked him for the seed. And he did give it. He was true to his word.
And I just remember seeing the comments for that run, and it was just filled with like,
yeah, whatever. What's past is past. Yeah, and besides, it's all wood logs, which is a meme category.
I'm falling my death, I guess. Okay, maybe not.
But yeah, but no, he was definitely smart. Definitely did seed finding at a level which wasn't really that easy to do back then.
How am I so slow?
K4 in the nether, but I don't like this time. It's Bastion already, but he's got to hope that one of these next few pearl throws reveals the nether fortress. Soul speed. So soul speed is an enchantment that lets you run faster on this soul sand block.
That's the name.
Let's fall down again.
Modes of transportation in this game. I don't even know if it beats ender pearls or not. It might. Stuff's fast. I think you need to add like some other form of speed boost for it to beat ender pearls truly. But
yeah, we have pretty much 11 minutes, 10 minutes left. So yeah. I'm willing to say that all these runners, besides maybe K4 and I don't think Funderful. I think besides K4, all these other runners are kind of just in the pit, you know? Like that there's no way they're getting an insane run. Of course, they could start a run at the last second and just have an amazing run, but I feel like the odds for that are extremely low, so
I think all runners will get to the nether at least one more time.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. If you're resetting, it's very easy to get a run into the nether sub 5 minutes in about the time they have left. It's just usually not necessarily the run you'd want. But if you're desperate, as Funderful and K4 gotta be, you could do it. But K4, you know, still putting his hopes in this run. Shouldn't put it in this run for too much longer. The guy needs another fortress. And it's not there.
Got a lot of food, don't I?
At a certain point, you got to cut your losses and you got to hope for...
Yeah,
but, you know, the next nether might be worse.
I just haven't been able to get
He's got the pearls.
The problem isn't that...
Let me tell you, the fortress luck is brutal.
Honestly.
And not giving me a
that's just I would say the biggest killer in this entire thing is the fortress luck and them doing hyper modern, the bastion luck too. Though hyper modern, like it's not required to do hyper modern. So
this is the most open region so far.
Yeah. These runners all seem pretty in tune with the new strats.
That was a bad start.
I think all these guys are doing that. It seems Sizzler's just goofing about looking at some seeds.
And K4 dies. So the Doomsday Clock's probably underneath 10. K4 and Funder, they both need that nether.
Yeah, so we're about 8:42 right now.
Funder's gonna get one. This is good. If this nether is bad, Thunder can still reset and probably get a good run going before the cutoff. Reminder that we do have this overtime rule. You're allowed to finish the run that you're on, even if your time runs out.
Maybe.
Yeah, so carpet strats. Thunder does not have a flint and steel, which is the key item that you need to light these portals. But he has carpet. Carpet is very flammable.
It's the most flammable besides grass, right?
Right. Actually, flammable is the wrong word. I really should be talking about encouragement values. Like, one is how fast fire spreads to it. The other is how likely a block is to disappear when it's burning, but whatever. Carpet, fire spreads faster on carpet than basically any other block. So by putting up a big wall of carpet, as long as one piece of carpet catches fire, that fire will spread inside his portal and do the job for him, whereas otherwise he would need a flint and steel. But it's not the nether Thunder needs, I gotta say. K4 trying to get an ocean strats run going? I'm not seeing a cow.
I think this one's probably reset. Unless I happen to see a Bastion or something.
Thunder's nether doesn't look like it's gotten any better to me.
K4 died? Oh no, dude.
Yeah. And with the clock very rapidly approaching 0 here.
Okay, we do have a Bastion.
And just a stroke of miracle would be the only way that one of these runners pulls ahead.
Yeah.
But it seems like, and I don't like to count my chickens before they hatch because like the Sizzler moment was kind of crazy, right?
Yeah, I mean that's the highlight of the round for me. Sizzler really,
get out, go.
You know, 9 times out of 10 you do this tournament. Hell,
I don't have any lava.
You know, 95 times out of 100, Sizzler's not gonna finish in first. In that situation that he was in, but that run really.
Davey genuinely kills it with these underwater portal strats.
Well, I think he's instrumental in inventing a few of them.
Really?
I might be wrong, but I've certainly. I think I've seen him talk about them.
Yeah, but he's very clean.
Anyway, very good at them, whether or not he invented them.
Every single run he's done this on, which is, I mean, I'm glad that it's super viable because, you know, when you look in water, if you've ever gone to water in like spectator mode or something with night vision, and you've like looked under the water, those underwater like ravines are everywhere. It's not like a monument or something where it's like you have to go searching for it. You're guaranteed to find one, right? So if you're near a body of water and you know how to do these strats, you're guaranteed at least some way to get to the nether. You know what I mean?
Yeah, to me, that's one of the main, if not the main, appeals of ocean strats.
Right.
Lava lakes are such a prohibitive requirement for seeds. And in ocean strats, you just need a ravine, which are more common.
Getting to the nether more and more runs equals more consistency and more.
Oh, Funderful, you cannot afford to die here. Looks like he's fine, but
it's just getting so tight. We are under 5 minutes.
And K4 is resetting.
I'm so glad we got to close out the match together, Matthew.
Oh no, is K4? Okay. For a moment, I thought his game had crashed, which would be tragic at this stage in the game. Is this a Bastion for Funderful? Did I see that right?
I see a lot of red.
Yeah, but there's some gray mixed in.
Let me check.
I can't tell.
Funderful has found a Bastion.
I don't know exactly what kind of Bastion this is, so I'm just gonna.
You're.
Stay up.
I'm correct. Okay. So this is probably the last shot we have at seeing a change in who's moving on.
And Davey is in a fortress, so he also has a chance.
Okay.
Sizzler running around. It's hard to call anything. 3 minutes, or I guess 4 minutes, but 4 minutes left on the clock.
Hearing the sound
Yeah.
of pig
And
wheels.
again, sorry if we're not paying maybe as much attention as we should be to Davey and Sizzler. They are, of course, in the lead right now. So until one of them gets on a run, their runs aren't all that important because
they're in the lead. It's
at worst the lead will change.
There's one chest.
The time to beat 24:38. Funderful in a bastion. K4 resetting. 3 minutes left. It's a plain seed. Do you play it? There's a desert. I can't tell what his chords are. I don't know if there's a village nearby because of that.
What is this?
There's a temple, so there should be a village. There should probably be a village in that desert. There's some forest nearby, which might have prevented it, but K4 might have
housing? No, it's stables.
a traditional strats run going here.
Seems like K4 is in negative positive right now.
I forgot my lava rip.
Okay, so maybe a little bit less likely of for a village, but maybe. I certainly haven't seen one yet, but it could happen. But yes, eyes on Funderful. We're ticking below the 2-minute mark. K4, do you keep playing this?
Oh my god,
I think K4 is going to throw in his lot with this seed. Oh, no. I think he's going to try and bank on this being the one. I don't think it's the seed that you want to be banking your life on, though. Davey's still struggling with these blazes. He's got 6 rods though, so.
Okay, I think that's all of them.
I mean, if Davey finishes a run, oh no, that's just doom. But he's got 7 rods. I don't know if he's got pearls yet. Don't quite know. He's only 8 minutes and 45 seconds into this run. If he has pearls or a decent pearl source, that could be very bad for K4 and Funderful. And Funderful is going to be getting some pearls. So we're going to be seeing him soon. Once he gets all the stuff he needs from this bartering.
Pearls, please.
He will be pearling away and looking for that fortress. If he finds it and does blind travel,
nothing else up here.
Maybe. The dream is alive.
Give me more pearls.
50 seconds left. This is your last chance, really, to abandon your seeds and queue up a new one.
Well, I mean, technically, it's only last second on the last second, Matthew.
Yeah. Climb on up, please.
I am sorry, Wills.
There you go.
I have sinned.
Only. Rip.
When that clock at 0. Sizzler going for another reset.
We know what world Sizzler's going to be stuck on. You can probably get in another one even past this. I think the loading screen counts as being on a run.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I would say that.
I think if you hit the create world button,
oh man,
Sizzler
time is up. 10 seconds.
Look at that menuing to get the reset in.
Yes, 14K. Just
and we've officially stopped any resetting. It is overtime now. So all of these runs are completely final. So it's just a method of who gets lucky.
And Sizzler just reset.
Okay, so Sizzler is out.
Someone tell him.
Yeah, he could world record right now. It does not count towards the tournament.
I mean, I guess he can keep playing Minecraft. There's no law.
Sure. Yeah, there's no.
But I don't know if this one counts.
He does have a stream to entertain, but Sizzler is out. So do not be fooled by Sizzler's stream chat.
Gonna have to.
And so Funder is probably the person to be watching right now. Although Davey, not on a terrible run either.
No, not at all.
He needs pearls, but maybe worth playing this one out a little bit longer if you know that the doom, that the clock's done.
So Funder's looking for a fortress. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
It's 14 minutes searching for a fortress. He needs one now if he wants to get in.
He does have obsidian for blind travel.
Okay, yes.
Good blind travel can make up that difference.
He really needs a fortress now, though.
Yes.
There's
no doubt about it.
The most chance, but that's just because he's very early into his run right now. 4 minutes in.
We don't know what really the main RNG in K4 Seed we haven't seen yet.
Exactly.
He's got to get to the Nether. And if he does that, then we'll know.
Is Davey returning to his portal right now?
No, he needs pearls.
Does not have pearls, yeah.
So he's banking on a piglin getting enough pearls with barely any gold. It can happen.
Maybe
you often have to bank on it happening.
Dream.
Yeah, there is a reason why
maybe it's like the other way.
The world record is like sub 15 minutes, and we've seen a 22 as the best today. There is some RNG in this game.
Some wild RNG.
Fending off a ghast.
Thunder is moving around.
Yeah. Win, I guess?
Yeah, I don't know about Thunder's run here. I'm not sure.
He's got to make it work.
Right in this area.
Well, I keep thinking kind of 20, but like he can always hold in as a second place. He's good with that. So 26 minutes. He just has to get like under 26:30.
No, he has to get underneath 24.
Really?
Sizzler's run changed that.
Yikes. So yeah, I mean technically he still has around 9 minutes, but I don't know.
He needs a fortress ASAP.
And it seems Davey has not gotten the RNG.
All right, and we finally know what K4's Nether looks like. 6 minutes in.
So yeah, he could get some insane Nether luck and he could be back in, which would be kind of insane.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing it so far.
It's possible. That's
not good news for K4 fans.
Improbable.
And Davey is second place. He's not gotten the trade. I believe the piglin only has 2 left, so he would have to get it in these 2 trades. And yeah, I think the trades are dead.
Davey making us F. Fantastic. And he dies to the F, making Davey our first runner to finish off for the night. I believe.
Sizzler finished off a while ago. But
oh, that's true. I don't know if we're gonna allow that.
Yeah, Sizzler is still moving for some reason.
I can't wait. I can't wait for K. And Thunder died.
Oh, it's just K4 left. Should we focus on K4 here now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Sizzler has advanced.
GG. GG.
For sure. This.
Yeah. So here's
we've got
objective.
We've got K4, last one, with a shot to change the lead.
He doesn't. So he does in fact have a shot. There's not a 0% chance.
Every second it gets worse and worse looking. Unfortunately, that's a bastion.
Oh,
that is a bastion.
Okay, K4 is just again. Still, we haven't seen the biggest chunk of his RNG yet, but K4 has proved himself a worthy chance right now.
I don't know what bastion.
Could we focus back in on just K4 since he's?
I don't know if Sizzler's run counts right now.
I feel like it would cause a very large fuss if he could kind of.
Well, Sizzler is going to advance no matter what. Is the thing.
Right.
It's impossible for him to cause a fuss now.
Right. Well, I'm saying like let's say K4 wins, right? And then Sizzler comes in and like beats his time. I don't know. Something like that.
It's mathematically not possible, my friend.
Oh wait, I'm thinking incorrectly.
Yes, you are.
Anyway, in that case, K4 is still the only runner that really matters. So we should focus in on him right now.
So what you're aiming to get in this bastion, not only do you want pearls, but because you're sort of doing this weird you're doing not weird. It's not weird anymore because you no longer have the village that classical strats would give you. You need string to make beds. Other things that you want fire resistance to help dealing with lava and blazes a lot easier. and you want yourself some. There was no obsidian for the blind travel.
That'd be nice, yeah. And he is getting a good bit of gold. You know, he's finding some gold around in here. So I definitely think it's valuable. Davey is watching. Okay, yeah, Davey's watching K4.
Yeah, no, we just have the run is this optimized. The two runners you see.
Yeah, they're exactly the same. Davey is only this little bit behind. They got the same seed.
Yeah, one of them blinked at the wrong time.
One of them blinked.
Guys, come downstairs.
So eyes on K4.
Yeah, so I would be certain that Sizzler is figuring out.
Yeah, K4, our last remaining runner.
You guys are scary.
I think
on a run. On a run.
Yeah, no, he's got the gold. He's got the gold. Unless he gets horrible piglin luck, you know? He's found
You're virtually guaranteed pearls.
Yeah. So I don't think pearls are so Fortress is the fear here. And of course the end and everything.
Yep. The time to beat is 24:38. Let's talk a little bit more about this idea. We've been talking all day about bastions and fortresses and how these are critical structures to get in the nether. Something very interesting about bastions and fortresses is that they are essentially the same structure. Well, in a way. If you see a bastion spawn, there cannot be a fortress within the same area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The same quadrant.
Yeah, not even quadrant. Regions.
Well, to a degree, of course. Of course, there's not one thing per quadrant because that'd be kind of insane. But if you're at 0-0 and you find a bastion in the bottom left quadrant, you probably want to go top right. Like you probably, or I don't know. What
Yeah,
I'm saying.
it's a little bit difficult to explain without visual aids.
That's what I'm saying. Top right. But if you're in the middle of a coordinate plane, imagine this, right? Is in Minecraft, and there is one in the bottom left quadrant, right? Then you probably have a chance at the closest fortress. You want to go in any other quadrant.
There's a lot of squares. If you see a bastion in one of the squares, there can't be a fortress in that square. Move to another square.
Unless you want to travel very far in that square, which you don't want to do because that is speedrun.
Whatever. K4 pearls finally. 7 of them.
7.
It looks like he's getting a lot of the string he needs, but he needs obsidian too. It looks like he's got 12 obsidian, so blind travel is an option.
Oh, so this is looking great for K4. He just needs I don't know what
needs that final pearl trade to happen.
More gold. There was a lot of gold to his left. I don't know if you noticed. Yeah, there you go.
Hi guys. I don't have a lava bucket.
Sizzler.
Just bumping around.
Who knows what
so everybody else is just kind of finished. Funder, unfortunately, we know for a fact is now gone from the tournament.
K4 is now the only runner left actually running. This is due to the overtime rule. Once this run finishes, that's the end of everything. Now,
how's that sound?
I don't quite follow what he's doing here.
Yeah, I'm very confused why he's mining very weirdly around.
I guess he just wants the gold block and doesn't want the piglet to kill him.
That would make sense. I would go check in on his piglins though and make sure he's.
No, I think they were done with the gold.
Oh really?
I think that's why we're seeing this.
What's the chance out of 18 that he gets one? It's a. How much? I can't think of it off the top of my head.
I can't remember for 18 specifically.
Well, yeah, not for 18 specific, but like for 1 gold, right? How much?
From 1 gold, it's 20 and 423, I think. Either 423 or 473. Around 5%.
Yeah. 4.
There's the pearls. There's the pearls. He's got 13. So that's good. But like I said, that's not the only item he wants. He's waiting for something.
This is your last shot.
Yeah, he's waiting. Look, there's a fire res. So he's leaving. He has his fire res and he's leaving.
That's what he was after. But sadly, the timer is at 14 minutes. The time to beat is 24.
Wow. Yeah,
He's got to find a fortress in like the first region he checks, and then he's got to get good blaze drops, and then he has to blind travel, and that needs to get him near the stronghold. Then his end game needs to be good. Then his stronghold exploration needs to be good, and then the dragon needs to be kind. It's a tall order.
But at the same time, when you put it in that sort of scenario, it does sound a lot crazier. I would say that he's not completely in the pit here, but he did take a lot of time in his overworld. That is showing up
took
here.
a while.
I think the main thing was just running around in the overworld that wasted all this time. Not wasted, but used it up.
Not much you could do. He had to play on the seed.
Oh, why would you drink the fire res now?
You are on fire.
But
he has a second fire res too, I believe.
So then why did he wait for that fire res?
And also, fire res is not important for just the blazes. Fire res is important for nether travel, because if you want to cross one of these lava oceans, the fastest way is sometimes just pearl into it.
He can blind travel though, so that wouldn't be very. Am I wrong?
Well, you need a fortress, right? And if you know the region where you want to go to,
okay.
The fastest way is over Lava Lake. Pearl into that sucker.
As this overtime run progresses, I am going to say that we got a $100 donation from Talos, who says thank you guys for supporting such a great cause. Good luck to the runners. And that puts us at $1,000. So thank you so much, Talos, for the donation. And guys, you can do command charity in the chat if you also want to support the great cause and organization that is Stack Up, and find out all about them there. Command charity in chat. Thank you guys so much. And let's close out today's Group 1 runs.
That's awesome. $1,000.
And you know, and saying Group 1 just reminded me, this is not the end of this event. The top 2 finishers from today will move on to compete on Sunday, and we've got 4 more runners coming up on Saturday. Who will be doing this is a fortress. This is what he needs.
So he has blind travel. He has found the fortress at the exact time that, not exact, but at a perfect time, the last kind of second.
It's by no means a perfect run, but with luck on the good side, it's 24-minute doesn't sound that insane.
He has not entered the best part of the fortress, but I can bet he'll find the right part.
Yeah, but every minute sucks.
Is exciting.
Okay, there's the lava room.
Yep.
Blaze spawners can spawn out here. Is that a blaze spawner?
I cannot tell.
44 seconds.
Yeah, if we could zoom back in on K4 so we could see a bigger screen.
Yeah, I mean, none of the other runners are doing anything.
Yeah, so he has found the blaze spawner. First blaze luck. He blew up everything.
It again pays off. No lava in the ceiling. This will give him. Remember, he had a 2-minute portion right here, but it's gonna come down to blind. I don't see it happening anymore. But he could definitely finish with a tournament PB for sure. If you don't want to,
you don't see a 24 happening.
Yeah, I'll do it.
I can maybe see it, but his blind travel needs to be perfect, and he's out really far. So not only does his blind travel need to be great, his blind travel needs to be great to probably a second ring stronghold.
Yeah, get all the rods.
So strongholds in this game, they spawn in a series of concentric circles around the origin.
Right.
And if you're just running around, the first one that you will find will always be in the closest circle. So usually in speedruns, you never need to care about all the other strongholds that are out there. But if you're just placing down a portal in the nether and teleporting to a random spot in the overworld, sometimes it is just better to go to one of the outer rings.
So he's probably going to look for 2 more blaze rods. His blaze rod or his blaze luck has been very awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I would leave with 1. Considering the tournament situation, I would leave with 1. I would Yeah, this says 19 minutes.
Yeah, I would 100% leave with 1.
I would leave with 5.
I think it's too slow.
You know, like I would leave with 5 runs.
Yeah,
There's
okay.
that one more
What do I
7
do?
runs.
What do I do? Educated or blind?
He's pausing. He
Oh,
doesn't.
no.
Blind or
He's calculating.
educated?
Okay. This is what I was talking about with the nether travel.
All right, this is okay. So, this is allowed. We're going on in-game time here.
Yeah.
He has an
So-
in-game timer. So this is. Yeah.
Pardon. In the upper right, you can see his in-game time. This pause will not be counted. He is currently getting out his calculator, I imagine, doing a little bit of Pythagoras, finding out how far am I from the origin? How far away from the origin should I place my portal? And
Easy run throw, 123, 140.
we're gonna see if the gamble pays off.
Yeah, this is insane right now.
I mean, again, there's no way that you triangulate.
145.
Only the very best runs triangulate and
he's running. He's got his chords out and he is running. He definitely did some math around here.
Okay.
Awesome. Okay.
Fucking pickaxe broke. I called it. Am I good on wood? Yeah. Oh my god! Just build a fucking portal.
He's building.
Okay.
There's no way it beats 22 minutes.
The 20-minute mark is 4 minutes, which means for optimal, the ideal for him is that he finds it in 2 minutes. So that way he has 2 minutes in the end. That would be a very balanced.
Yeah. And I mean, at the very least, this will PB for him in the tournament. He might be able to say, oh, I didn't finish last. Sub 26 is a little bit more attainable. But he needs the stronghold to be like, oh, it's a swamp. He needs the stronghold to be like at the edge of the swamp.
I should.
Oof. Okay, so 21 here. Yeah, he really needs it right now.
Yeah, like if you have the best splits I've seen with blind nether travel, stronghold exploration, and you and the whole dragon fight, you would finish in time. But you cannot expect the best splits that I have ever seen on any given run. So
it's definitely not expected.
Third place?
Clearly hoped.
Yeah, third place, a lot more reasonable. Sub 30, super reasonable. This could be K4's best run of the tournament for sure. I think we'll let him finish it.
Going. Is that an ocean? Did I see? I can't really tell now.
It was an ocean, but that eye angle.
But I didn't get the exact.
Ooh,
that's bad.
He would definitely have to see it right now because we're at 22.
Yeah, I mean on travel alone.
I didn't get the actual because I was.
If the stronghold is ocean exposed,
but
I mean on travel alone, he's just not gonna place in second place anymore.
Miracles can happen.
Dolphin, slightly faster travel in the ocean with a dolphin next to you, faster even than boats.
I mean, yeah. Either way, it's a respectable third place time. What are you gonna do when Sizzler pulls in with a 22-minute? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and we forgot a little bit about that pause in there about his load times.
Good luck.
That in-game time is the relevant number.
Oh, true. Yeah, he is at around 20 minutes instead of 23 minutes.
Yeah.
Because of his in-game time. So, actually,
not 20, but like maybe lose 30 seconds off of what the real time.
I don't think it was just 30 minutes. I think it was overall like a minute or two.
Oh boy, I can't wait for this to come down to timer politics.
Those are always fun.
Dolphin, did you leave? Yeah, what's new?
And it seems.
Can he get his dolphin back?
No, he can't.
9, I think.
All right. Yeah, I'm willing to say at this point that
second place is dead. I think we know who finished first. I think we know who finished second.
Unless there's a miracle.
If there is a miracle here, it deserves a sports movie about it. You know, I want a $100 million budget, no less, for the movie. Got to get some top talent.
We'll get Dream to sponsor it.
I'm pretty sure it was.
Oh man.
It might might be behind me.
All right, he's gonna throw it, and it's still. Yep, it's over.
13.
And if it would have gone back, maybe the movie.
Even still,
It's
no.
gonna be the best.
Maybe
If
the
it,
movie.
it would have had to have been an ocean stronghold.
What if he dug
700 blocks
straight
ago?
into the end, and he walks into the end, and
Could be close.
Hero
No,
Brian
it's-
places a crystal, and
it's
Dragon
dead.
skips for him.
It's dead.
Where's this chunk? I don't know. I'm just gonna
Yeah.
keep running.
It would be
It
fair
could
for him
be,
to.
I think I might have
He.
passed it.
I don't even think
Now,
he's gonna be able to beat
will he
Thunder.
finish it out?
I don't think he's gonna be able to beat Thunder. So, if anything, he'll beat his PB, which is a 33 minute.
He just did some. He's doing some triangulation. This is actually close.
Oh, man, if this fucking mountain wasn't in the way, I've been able to.
So he could not
No,
even.
he
right here.
couldn't beat Thunder.
He can get a tournament PB.
Yeah, he can
That's
turn it.
respectable.
Right here.
We can say that all 4 runners finish sub 30,
Yeah, I can't
probably.
actually
Well, yeah, that'd be
Um,
awesome.
A-tag
If it turns now, okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, no.
triangulated it.
109.3.
So, he should be able to get a sub 30, which is great. That's amazing
Is that
for
it?
all of these runners to get a sub 30.
Whatever, man.
Extremely
Bank on
respectable.
it.
Okay, 8-8. He's found 8-8. Digging down
I
at
think that's
4-4.
it. I think
Will
it's
he
one
be
chunk
doing
over.
well?
100%. I think it's a chunk
Stronghold
over. I think
navigation.
it's,
It's probably
one
going to
chunk
take
we're
about a
replacing.
minute to 2.
I think it's one chunk
I mean,
over.
what if you just dig right down? No, he would.
Well, he's going to enter into the
Okay.
entrance of the portal of the stronghold. Digging down
I'm
at these
aware.
courts.
Oh, I'm good.
As we
Nice.
approach the end here, we have a $25 donation from Funderful himself, who says, "Was a blast participating. Thanks for having me. Let's hit that goal." Thank you so much. That's really generous. Keep the donations coming in, guys.
Awesome. So
Okay.
Ouch.
K4 has delved too deep.
Creeper in jail.
Treating
oh
back.
boy.
Oh, I do want to check though.
Hey, if this was like less than a year ago, actually very less than a year ago, this would be a world record pace.
Boggles the mind.
It is crazy how much this game has progressed.
Marking off that passage as explored.
I'm gonna check something
Which
else.
I guess also shows that even if this is
library's
last
too
place in this
bad,
tournament,
apparently.
this is not at all like a bad time. You know what I mean?
Oh, this is bad.
Yeah,
news
no,
because
for sure. I mean, it's Sizzler,
someone in jail.
who's in first place, was not in first place for most of the match. That
Yeah.
was,
Dude, this has so many four-way
you know,
intersections.
this game is
It's meant to
RNG.
be.
You know,
See a
you
four-way, it's great news.
do your best.
It's meant to be really good.
You
if you
play
see
your
a
best.
four-way.
You can play perfectly,
But
and
there's just
some
endless
days you're gonna get a
four-ways, so
sub 20, and other days you're gonna get nothing.
Okay, this means nothing.
Fighting off this zombie here. while he's
K4,
working.
Hi.
he's been here before.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah,
Hello. These motherfuckers.
I don't know if I
Dude,
think
there's
he's
so many
lost where the
spawns.
center of the
What
stronghold
fuck is. This
is.
about?
He's just trying to.
Yeah, so
Ouch! It would be kind of a salt in the womb to not in the womb to not get a sub
Also,
30.
there's only 5 chests per
I mean,
stronghold. How interesting is that?
but again, still respectable
No,
time.
we've lost,
I
dude.
think
he
unless
heads
he's
back
doing
to the
40 minutes
entrance.
time.
Stronghold.
If he heads back to the entrance, I
Go
have a
down
guess
there.
where the portal room is, but
No.
yeah,
Oh, you
stronghold
just cracked the
exploration.
seed.
Lost to the stronghold. Surge.
Matthew just cracked the seed. Everybody, he
Some
knows
bitches
exactly
be
where it
watching
is.
the blocks.
Well, actually, cracking seeds from strongholds is like one of the easiest things.
Hey,
I thought
That's
cracking
seed.
the seed from the end
Oh,
was the
man.
easiest thing. I may be wrong.
Uh,
From what
I'm
I've
good
heard
on
from Neil.
stronghold. I'm good at
that was true like a year ago.
strongholds as well.
It's definitely the easiest conceptually,
So-
but like in terms of the computational work that you have to
Dude,
do,
what are these spawns?
just a stronghold.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Have the button.
Or a dungeon? No.
yeah, dungeons are slightly harder than strongholds.
Okay.
Jesus.
Oh, he's found a little. I don't even know what this is.
Yeah,
I want to check that
he's
other fucking
lost the
thing.
thread
There's
of
so
where
many
the
mobs on the way
center
there,
is. I
God.
think.
It's
I
like
want to
he
head
should-
back to the
top left right
center
now, but there's 100
right now.
mobs.
This
I
is the
would-
center.
This is not the entrance.
All right.
This is the
So
entrance.
This is the center.
Wait,
I don't think
no,
he's
wait,
gone through the
wait.
middle
Does he-
passageway
does
yet,
he
and I
have
think
any-
he
Uh,
ignored a branch early, which had more potential.
I don't actually know where I haven't
Mhm.
gone. Nah.
So the portal room cannot spawn too close to the center. There's a limit of 5 rooms,
I have absolutely zero idea.
but
Like,
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
so
super confident in
but
myself.
it does tend to spawn close to the center. There we go. There's where my thought was
Yeah.
going.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, but there's where the library was. So
Yeah, I mean, he's getting a little bit obsessed with this branch, you know,
This is the
frantic
worst
feeling
stronghold
nerves.
I've ever had, actually.
I don't think that this is necessarily
I'm gonna look
correct.
at it, and it'll be like a teen room.
You've seen that skeleton before. That skeleton is quite the position.
This doesn't
yeah,
make sense.
with his aimbot.
Where the fuck is it?
And it seems like the sub 30 is
Where am I not
probably
checked?
dead.
I think
And
I'm
in fact,
checked.
you know, it 100% is dead.
Finish this round.
Again,
Yeah.
I keep trying to point out just because like it seems disappointing, but not a bad time at all.
That,
He's doing
that wasn't that the portal room? Am I insane? I could have sworn I just saw the portal room.
Wait, hold on, let me check back on stream real quick.
It was like in that cave. I could have sworn I saw one of the windows.
No, I think you're right. Let me check back on stream on the.
That would make a ton of sense. That means that his portal generated through the middle passageway of the main
This is like the only place
entrance, which is not a thing I think he's checked yet.
There's nothing behind.
I think that was the portal room.
Lost to a team.
Yeah.
I've looked back at the stream. It's really difficult to tell, but I think that may have been.
He's exploring quite deep, and he has yet to explore all the branches that come off of start. I think that's just. Well, you know, the stronghold is a huge mess. It's got this ravine cutting through it. It's not a fun stronghold to navigate, especially under pressure. All these eyes on you.
Where does that staircase go?
And you know, there's not much you can do if you are down a branch which doesn't have the portal room.
Dude,
you can't manifest it.
That I dug into. Can you imagine that?
But it's unfortunate. As he gets deeper down this branch where we know the portal isn't.
Who are you? What is this?
There's a 0% chance that there's 2 portal rooms, right? Like that's like.
Yeah, there's for 2 portal rooms you need 2 strongholds.
That's what I thought.
Okay, yeah.
Do we really have that kind of surety anymore? There's another silverfish I punched, don't worry. Dude, what the fuck? Is there actually anywhere that anyone in chat has seen me not go to?
Needs to go check back down. It's so painful.
Yeah, but what a tournament we've had, you know? This is, as the last overtime run finishes, whew, man, all the runners were at one point in the top 2. Sizzler getting that run last minute and catapulting into first is definitely the story of the night. But all runners played admirably. They're all very good at this game. They're in their, you know, each in their own way. Yes, this is the way.
Okay.
So it is down this shaft. Because we saw it before. It's right over here. We're pretty sure.
Dude, I swear I've been
Maybe I didn't see it earlier. Maybe I didn't see it earlier.
Silverfish sounds. Up and down here.
You said I was right? Oh no. No, I think I just saw the thing that I saw earlier. Man, what is a stronghold?
We've got the greatest minds in this case.
But this is the branch that I thought he missed. This is one of the branches that I thought he missed. So it's hard to keep track of because the stronghold branches so much so early which ones you've explored. He's placing blocks to keep oriented, but this thing is a maze. And this is just about as bad of one as you can get.
There was lava.
In very, very, very rare circumstances, the portal room can even be entirely separated from the rest of the stronghold, which literally kills your run. I don't think that that's happened here. I do think that there's probably still some stuff near spawn, which he should be looking at. But yeah.
What?
Ugh. And unfortunately, he is now, I think, even accounting for the in-game time difference, I think he is now for sure behind his PB this tournament. And you know, and that's not necessarily his fault because of the overtime. You know, he just had to make do with a subpar seed. Not much you could have done. In any other situation, he would have reset this long before here. It's quite impressive that he's gotten this far on such a seed. On this base. It is sad always to see stronghold exploration go south.
Lava above me. It was this lava. There's lava over here. This is what the lava sound
We've
was.
seen this pool before.
Yeah, that's what this is.
I think he heard the lava from that pool and was going to check it out. The portal room also sounds like lava. But we've been in this part before. We've seen these. Wills, you around?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to like. Okay.
Okay. Just making sure you hadn't died, man. I'm concerned.
Yeah. No. I'm actually a ghost right now.
Wow. What a
food, dude.
I can't shake the feeling that he missed some branches near the start, but maybe the stronghold loops up on itself and he knows something I don't know about that. You're never gonna have rooms leading out of the library that other rooms don't also lead into. So I don't think that that's a place you should be looking. But he's desperate. Gotta check out this branch. There it is.
Nice. Okay.
Why was there
excruciatingly long? But he's there. He's in it.
Wow.
Crafting table.
Wow. But I think we can all applaud him for sticking through that. That was, I'm sure that was painful to play.
Can I make 3? No, I can only make 2.
He's going for the respawn anchors. This is what I mentioned with these modern strats not having enough beds. Respawn anchors are similar. They also explode. They can kill the dragon. And this is some relatively new tech. So I think he did it earlier today too, on his first run. But here we are again. Nowadays, when you pearl up, you clip into the tower. You don't really need to block clutch.
Nowadays,
I think
like,
if you have
did not do
momentum
that
when
in
you throw
older
it.
version.
Did he not have enough wood to make all of that wool into beds? I guess he didn't.
I guess not.
Whoa, I almost double
Enough
right-clicked.
wood?
Yeah.
Made one too many boats, K4.
No.
Tell with that dragon,
I'm just
dude.
kidding.
Well,
Almost double
clutch,
right-clicked a bid, dude.
and he finished it out.
Die.
And
You know.
that was a perch. There's a
No,
dragon.
that wasn't a perch. That wasn't a perch.
Had that before,
The
didn't
dragon
you?
will always perch from the side of the end island opposite you.
Couple more bids.
So
Okay.
this dragon will not perch until you see it fly directly opposite to K4. And it's probably, I don't know if he's on an east-west tower or a north-south tower,
Dude,
but
the
how the
dragon's
perch
so
will
far
looks different for those two orientations.
Usually I want to be closer than this.
This dragon is not perching.
I'm going up
This
in
is,
one spot.
you know, you might wonder like,
8-minute
Yeah.
purge.
there's not much to do but wait, unfortunately.
predict
That's the problem with
10
Minecraft
minutes
speedrunning, you
stronghold?
know? You get this far. You heard me talk about all the random elements, all the things that has to go right for you. You know, you've watched a collective of 20 hours of resetting today, and the best time was 22 minutes. World record is 14 minutes. Minecraft is RNG at every single level. You can get the greatest run in the world.
That's 'cause
You
there's
come
a
here, and this
skeleton there. I
big
tried
lizard
opening the
flies
door
around and does
next
nothing for
against
3
the iron
minutes.
door, I'm pretty sure. Something like
It's
that happened.
it's a tragedy, and I do
Almost
not know
double
why we play
dragon.
this game.
You're not fooling me with that. Fool me.
Is this a perch? No, it is not.
K4 is just like now looking up. We were like, oh, it's gonna be a sub 30.
I mean,
sub 40. I mean,
that stronghold was brutal. This dragon is brutal, and the blind travel. You know, for it to be a good time, that blind travel had to be a lot better than it was.
Oh,
and, you know,
I fucked it up.
Some days it just doesn't go your way.
I didn't know.
Miracles don't always happen. But here we are, finishing it out.
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no, he's on fire!
When did I fuck it up?
Oh no, that bed will kill him.
Oh, I didn't build it sideways.
That bed will kill him if he detonates it.
It has to be sideways.
is he gonna? Oh, no! Oh my god!
All right.
Oh man!
And I think that's a reset.
Well, that's not a reset.
Yeah.
That's the end.
Yeah.
Need to practice.
That's the end. That concludes our tournament. Our
Exciting.
Group 1.
An exciting final hour. Final 2 hours.
Sizzler with number 1 with the 22.
Right.
Davey with the
Look,
24
everyone,
coming in second
this is how you
place, and then
actually do it.
the 2 unfortunate losers with Funderful and K4 with their 26 minute and 33 minutes. But everybody in this tournament getting extremely respectable times nonetheless. It's just extremely competitive, of course.
That's how it actually works. See? Sides.
Yeah,
Alright,
so we're gonna get in the runners for some interviews. Whew.
That's how you actually do it. Man. I forgot to fucking do it on the side.
Waiting for K4.
Oh, it's too late.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can
start. Hello, all of you. Congratulations. Yes. Congratulations to Sizzler and Davey. Man. Before we get into questions, anything you guys want to say in particular?
I didn't want to knock Thunder out of this tournament and the Simply tournament. Okay, dude. All right.
Okay, let's
like we were discussing, old rivals.
I just want to get I just will go down the list, even though we don't have K4, about everybody's kind of thought process through the entirety of the tournament. I guess we'll start with Davey.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's like when you were in that lead there, right? When you were number 1 and the clock was just moving down, you totally felt safe, right?
I was having a lot more fun than at the end. I'll say that. Like I knew there was a very big chance for someone to take the lead, but yeah, I just went bonkers.
And then Sizzler, you came in with that 22-minute, and K4 arrives.
Well, hello, K4.
Hello,
Welcome.
I'm here.
Yeah, you didn't get the greeting everyone else got. Sorry.
Yeah, left out. I get it, man. I came 4th place. Just leave me out of the call. I know.
Right. So before we ask Sizzler about his 22, I want to ask him about some of the first runs that I saw before I was commentating.
There was only one.
You pearled into a dragon, right?
Oh yeah, I don't know why I did North South. I don't know why. I just thought I could do it. I practiced it. And then it was like, oh, I have no food, so I don't have much health. Oh, I'm not looking at the perch. Oh, it's perching. Okay, gotta go. Oh, wait. Oh, whoops. Okay, we'll move on.
Yeah, and you looked pretty dejected going into the later hours. How did it feel to get that 22?
I keep looking over at the main stream and like, oh look, Funder's in a bat. Oh look, Davey's in a fortress. Oh wait, K4's out of the nether. Oh, I can't find any structures whatsoever. There's nothing here. And it was just over and over and over again. Because I'm pretty sure everyone found at least 3 bastions, and I only found 2, and one of them was a Hogland stables without any good rooms.
Well, and you weren't the only person to pearl into a dragon. This is...
Wait. Yeah, it happened to me as well.
Oh, the pearls do damage.
Oh yeah, I mean that's a strat.
Yeah, it was intended, right?
Isn't that a clip from Mathox where he pearled into the dragon and killed him? Am I making up.
Yep. You're correct. It's an old one though.
That is it. Yeah, that's a very OG clip.
Sizzler, anything else to add?
So am I the only one that completed a run that did not have a bastion?
No, I did a double monument run. I mean, I passed bastions, but I didn't enter any. It was a really cool run. Like, I'm happy with my time, even though it's a horrendous time. The run was amazing.
Which was that, the 3350 or a different one?
Yeah. I mean, it's like to list everything that happened in the run would take so long.
I mean, that's the good thing about these hypermodern strats, though, is that there's so many different variations that can have good times, and it's so
Yeah,
fun.
exactly. I mean,
Like-
in that run, I actually did set up the anchor cycle properly as well, which I didn't do in that one, obviously, since I couldn't one cycle it. But I did manage to do the anchor cycle in my 3350.
Yay!
And all right, Funder, I guess I've got to ask. You were in second place for a long time, but with that 26-minute time, just how do you think you felt, and how did you react to the news of Sizzler's?
Oh no, I was happy for him to get that 22. That was great. It bumped me out, but that's fine.
I was sad too. I was like, wait, no, Funder's not now in top 2. God damn it.
Nah, it's okay. I'll bump you out of Simply's tourney. It's fine. You know.
No, you can't. You're not
No,
good.
Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah, well, you keep saying that.
I just want to clarify. I don't hate you, Dave. I just love Funder.
Listen, you already knocked me out of one tourney. I gotta get one.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I do want to ask K4 on that last run. Oh man, what were you feeling throughout that entire run? Because that was the run, that was your last run, and it did have a lot of potential.
Yeah, I mean, it had. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't get too nervous during runs unless it's double pill trade and 2 gold or something. I was pretty calm throughout that run because I knew it was an excellent pace. I mean, it might have looked like really good pace, but the proximity of the fortress is actually really bad. And even with pearls, I wouldn't be able to pearl around because it was just all trees and everything. Like it wasn't nether wastes or anything.
Yeah.
I don't know. It wasn't actually a very good world. You could probably sub 25 on it if that stronghold was better, but I don't think that was an amazing world. I was really conflicted on whether or not to do educated. We ended up on blind. It probably would have worked out the same, but.
Wow.
Well, I have one last thing that I do want to say, and that's in the 22-27, I'm pretty sure I did the entire blaze fight with no food. So for everyone that says use a shield because you're low on food, you don't need a shield. Thank you. Good night.
Well, unfortunately,
you need a shield if you blaze bid. I'll tell you that.
All right.
Yeah, so I guess that's gonna wrap everything up. I just want to remind the stream right now in chat that there is group 2 of this tournament, of the Minecraft section of this tournament, from 2 to 4 p.m. Eastern time.
No. 4 p.m. Eastern time.
Oh,
group 2 is at 4 p.m. Eastern
Oops.
time tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe it's just don't let me talk. 4 p.m.
It's fine.
I support that.
But yes, fantastic job, all of you. Really fun to watch. But yeah, we're gonna be closing out for the night, at least the Minecraft section.
Okay. Goodbye. Good night. GG.
Right. Thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks for the
thank you.
Everything too.
GG.